It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move.
Everybody, you're watching NDTV. Today is an important day. It's counting day. All eyes on the outcome of Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Maharashtra, the most important state when it comes to the economy of the country, is at stake here. Will the state finally see political stability? But remember, in the last 5 assembly elections, the state has not had a single party reach the magic number of 145. And in Jharkhand, it's a fight for the tribal identity. And of course, we also have Bypoll results coming up. Bypolls in several parts of the country. Will Priyanka Gandhi finally become an MP, and all Gandhis will be in the parliament? Interesting day ahead today.
That's right, Vasudha. And as Vasudha was mentioning, it's not just the battleground states of Maharashtra and Jharkhand, but also multiple states which are seeing key bypolls. We'll get you all the updates, around reporters who are spread out across all these states. But first up, let's take a look at the headlines.
Counting day for the final electoral battle this year. It's India bloc versus NDA in battleground states of Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Results also in key bypolls.
Counting of votes in high-stakes battle for Maharashtra, battle for 288 seats. Will Mahayuti retain power or will MBA make a comeback?
It's a tight contest in the state of Jharkhand. Will Hemant Soren be able to tide anti-incumbency or will BJP wrest power?
Prestige battle for Priyanka Gandhi in Wayanad. Priyanka Gandhi's electoral debut in the Congress bastion in Kerala.
It's a key bypoll results in multiple states. Litmus test for Samajwadi Party in Uttar Pradesh. Crucial results also in Rajasthan and Punjab. Well, the counting day is finally here, and today, in a few hours from now, we will get to know who the people of Jharkhand and Maharashtra voted for. Additionally, there are also 42 bypolls that were held across the country. Let's, of course, talk about Maharashtra first. A 288-member assembly that witnessed a spirited campaign from both sides. It was the Mahavikas Aghadi on one side, which had the momentum during the Lok Sabha elections of 2024, and the Mahayuti, the ruling coalition, on the other side. Not just slogans such as Ek hai to safe hai, but even Bitcoin and cash for votes controversies came into this particularly important state, because this is where the financial capital of the country is, critical for its economy. Also a state that has seen several political defections and realignment, which make this poll centered around that one big question: will there finally be political stability in the state of Maharashtra?
That's right. And in Jharkhand, the battle was witnessed between the ruling JMM-led India bloc, which is also looking forward to retaining power, and the BJP-led opposition, which is anticipating replacing the Soren government. Now, Hemant Soren, the chief minister, remember, was jailed and then released in an alleged land mining case. And a lot about the campaign was about BJP's aggressive pitch, blaming the infiltrators from Bangladesh for reduction in tribal numbers, and Soren pushing his flagship welfare program. Important numbers coming there, and the voting percentage in Maharashtra, remember, was recorded at 65%, the highest since the mid-90s, whereas in Jharkhand, it recorded a turnout of nearly 68% in the second and the final phase of elections there. Vasudha?
Well, let's go across to a team of reporters who are joining us from various parts of the country. We have Sam Daniel joining us from Chennai, but he's been tracking the Wayanad Bypoll very crucially. Anuj Raite, my colleague, is in the constituency of Mahim, which in some ways essentially reflects the Marathi constituency in the city of Mumbai. He is in Mahim, which is where Raj Thakkre's son Amit Thakkre is contesting from, and of course, which is where Sena Bhavan is. We also have Prabhakar, who has been tracking the Jharkhand polls very closely, and also the bypolls that were held in Bihar. To you, Anuj, first, tell us what is the mood like in Mahim, because this is the epicenter of the Sena. This is where the Sena was founded. But of course, Mumbai is all about Sena versus Sena. What is the mood like? And also tell us what really happened yesterday. Multiple meetings. Eknath Shinde met all his leaders. Today he's going to be in Varsha. I hear that Devendra Fadnavis could be in his bungalow Sagar. Where are the leaders going to be today? What is cooking in their minds? The observers of Congress are already, working towards ensuring that the post-poll action is in their favor. We are told that there are hotels that have been booked. There are helicopters that are on the standby. What are the preparations like?
I am here in Mahim, and talking about that first, this indeed is going to reflect the mood of not just Mumbai city, but in a way the mood of Maharashtra state as well. We see that Mahim has traditionally been a stronghold of Shiv Sena, right? But after the split, this is the first time that both the Senas will be locking horns against each other for the first time. But more flavor and more spice has been added to this entire, what would have otherwise been a bipolar fight with the addition of Amit Thakkre. Now, with Amit Thakkre coming into the fray, it doesn't just make this a normal triangular fight, but it also introduces a Thakkre brand to the fight. And Mahim is not just all about Shiv Sena, but if you look at it very closely, Mahim constituency, which has one of the most densely populated Marathi places here in Mumbai, is also a lot about the Marathi Manus. And this party, which has been representing the voice, or has been claiming to represent the voice for the longest period of time, has been Shiv Sena, until it got its tough competition in the year 2006 from another member of the Thakkre family, and that is Raj Thakkre. He will be contesting his son, from this constituency, and that has made things more interesting. Last time around, when MNS's candidate Sandeep Deshpande lost from here, he got close to 42,000 votes, and that is considered to be the traditional vote share of the MNS party. Will there be an increase with the support given by the Bharatiya Janata Party to MNS? Will there be an increase because of the Thakkre brand here for MNS? Is something that we'll have to wait and watch out for. Now, Mumbai as a whole is going to be very interesting, because we saw during the Lok Sabha elections that Uddhav Thakkre faction of Shiv Sena had a slight edge, but then Lok Sabha elections are very different from state assembly elections. There were several criticisms of the Marathi vote share leaving the UBT Shiv Sena and going towards Shinde Sena, throughout the period of the last 2 years, and that will be tested today. When you talk about the rest of the Maharashtra, all the different administrative zones will reflect different moods of the state, and different parties are trying to capitalize on the same. Be it Northern Maharashtra, where the onion issue was at an all-time high last time year, seems to be doing quite well when it comes to supporting the government. But then there are two crucial parts of this entire state, that is Marathwada and Vidarbha, where everyone will be looking at, and these are the places which might as well end up determining the actual results for both or for either of the alliances. Now, yesterday we saw that after the exit polls came out, the opposition, of course, went on to defy the exit polls, whereas those in the power put a lot of faith into it. But we're seeing that preparations have been started by both of them. They've made preparations to make sure that all the MLAs who show that they'll be winning by the afternoon time will be traveling here to Mumbai. We saw Sanjay Rao talking about how they are trying to make preparations for hotels, especially for those MLAs who would not have place to stay here in Mumbai. We also had several news pieces coming out which stated that several Mahayuti leaders are in direct contact with independent MLAs and are trying to make sure that they hit the 145 mark with the help of them, if in case they fall short of it as a Mahayuti, as a Mahayuti alliance. So a lot of activities expected to happen in the next few hours, but on 8 o'clock, the counting will start. First, the postal ballot votes will be counted, and then we'll go to EVM, and by 10:30, we can expect the picture to become slightly clear, and all of these activities to take an upward turn as soon as it turns 12 noon.
Anuj there reporting from Mahim in Mumbai. Of course, a lot of activities there. Let's go across to Prabhakar now, who's joining us from Ranchi. Prabhakar, just like Maharashtra, I'm sure there have been late evening meetings in Ranchi as well. Tell us about the mood in both the camps early this morning. It's, of course, counting is still to begin. But nonetheless, what's the sense that you're getting from the ground in terms of the confidence level in both sides?
And as it always happens, both the camps are very upbeat, and they are hoping that today will be their day. So they have already ordered. Both the camps, interestingly, have ordered laddus and crackers. So we'll certainly be, one of them will be disappointed, we know for sure. So this is where the counting happens. This is where the action is happening. This is the counting center at Ranchi, and as we speak, the process of the counting has started, and it will just begin at 8 a.m. is the time when the counting begins here. This is where the action will happen. As far as the political leaders are concerned, we saw yesterday, and many of them had a word with us. They are very confident. NDA believes that this time they will be able to hit the bullseye because of the narrative they have floated on the ground, whether it was a Bangladeshi illegal immigrants or whether the scheme for the women voters, especially because we have seen the way women, especially this time, have voted. They have outnumbered men, and BJP believes that it is because of the promise they have made to the women regarding 2,100 rupees monthly stipend to them. That is why they are coming out. Whereas the GMM believes that it is because of the money under the Maiya Saman Yojana which is being given to them. The women are voting for them. So the crucial would be the tribal and the women vote. They are the deciding factors here. So it will be interesting to watch actually which way they have voted this time.
Let me remind my viewers that the counting for both Jharkhand, Maharashtra and also the bypolls will begin soon with postal ballots that are reserved for specific groups, including those with disabilities, security personnel and certain government employees involved in essential services. Following this, Tanima, is when the EVMs will be tallied. By midday is when early trends will start emerging. But a clear picture of the outcome could be available by late afternoon is what we understand. We've seen how early trends are often misleading, and that is something that we here will be extremely careful about. Also, Ratnadeep joins us from Assam. Ratnadeep, 5 critical bypolls that took place in the state of Assam. Hemanta Biswa Sharma was also the BJP in charge for the state of Jharkhand, but he did find time to go and campaign for the Assam Gana Parishad candidates. And also, this is a prestige battle for Gaurav Gogoi, who's been emerging as a pan-state leader. Tell us what is all at stake here.
Absolutely. These 5 seats by elections in Assam is also seen as a kind of a semi-final before the 2026 Assam Assembly elections. Remember, these elections have been associated after the MLAs who had won from these seats have gone on to win Lok Sabha elections. And among these 5 seats, remember, in the last Assembly elections, 4 seats have been with the BJP and allies, and only 1 seat is with the Congress. And that is the seat where there has been a very tough battle. The seat of Samaguri, a Congress stronghold from where Congress heavyweight Rakibul Hussain, who won the Dhubri Lok Sabha seat with one of the highest margins in the country, Congress stronghold, he had won that seat and retained it since 2001. And this time his son, 26-year-old Tanzil Hussain, is the Congress candidate from there, from Samaguri, and taking on him is Diplu Ranjan Sharma, a young BJP leader, party's general secretary of the state unit. And in the run-up to the elections and even on the day of polling, there have been skirmishes, there have been violence in Samaguri. In fact, when we were reporting from Samaguri on the day of the polling, while we were reporting, there was a skirmish which we caught live on camera. So therefore, massive security arrangement has been made in the counting center there in Nagaon district for Samaguri seat. Apart from that, you have the Bihali seat where there is a strong fight between Congress and the BJP, with the Congress candidate being a BJP turncoat, and also the Bongaigaon seat, which is a prestige seat for the AGP. They have won it for the last 3 decades. And not to forget that there is a contest in southern Assam in Dhalai seat for another prestige seat for the BJP, and the Sidli seat in Bodoland region, which is with BJP's ally, the UPPL. But having said that, this is also seen as a battle between the BJP. And remember, in this elections campaign, although Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma had campaigned, but largely BJP's campaign depended on its second-ranked leaders. Both Himanta Biswa Sharma and Union Minister Sarvanand Sonowal were not that active in the campaign, and so therefore it is the test for BJP's second-ranked leader versus Gaurav Gogoi, who now is emerging as Congress's face in Assam. He has campaigned across the state. So many would say that the decisions would decide whether Gaurav Gogoi is emerging as the Congress's new face in Assam, and whether BJP and its allies are able to retain its bastion in Assam, and whether they are able to win the Samaguri seat, which has a Muslim majority as well. And not to forget, remember, there is one seat which also went for bypolls in Meghalaya, the Gambagre seat, where Chief Minister Conrad Sangma's wife, Mehtab Chandi Sangma, made her electoral debut. And for the Sangma family, for their party NPP, it is a crucial election, given the fact that Gambagre again is a Congress bastion. There is a multi-corner fight there. You have Trinamool Congress's Sadia Rani Sangma, who is also a wife of a former minister. But remember, in the last Meghalaya election, Conrad Sangma's elder brother James Sangma had faced a defeat. In the Lok Sabha election, the Sangma family could not retain their traditional Tura seat, and Agatha Sangma, Conrad Sangma's sister and former minister, got defeated. And therefore, it is a big test for his wife, who is making an electoral debut.
Very interesting contest there in the Northeast. Ratnadeep, stay with us. Let's also go across to Sam now. And he's, of course, tracking the Wayanad bypolls, which saw the electoral debut of Congress's Priyanka Gandhi. Now, while most expect that Priyanka Gandhi will win this one, the seat was vacated after her brother, Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, gave up the seat, opting for Rai Bareli. The voter turnout was notably lower than compared to what we saw in the Lok Sabha polls, with only around 64.72% voters participating. So, Sam, this is a seat, of course, which has been vacated by her brother. Wayanad is also known as a Congress bastion. So, is this going to be an easy win for Priyanka Gandhi?
That's the expectation. That's what the Congress also counts on. And Priyanka Gandhi aims to make a big win. In fact, trying to take the margin well above what Rahul Gandhi had won with. Last time he had won with around 3.6, but the Congress now hopes to go beyond 4 lakh votes. That's the expectation. Politically, it's significant because it's a political debut for Priyanka Gandhi. If she wins, the Congress would have a larger, a very high-profile face from the party in the south. Secondly, it will also be having a woman face, a stronger woman face from the party to represent in the parliament. That's the larger game plan. And Priyanka has been counting on the legacy of Rahul Gandhi and also building her own profile to emerge as a stronger woman leader in Wayanad. Whoever wins, technically it's an election, ultimately anything could happen. Whoever wins, it could mean politically a significant win for all these, be it the BJP or the left. It could be a big win for them. But having won the seat 2 times earlier, traditionally being a bastion for the Congress is supremely confident that Priyanka Gandhi will be able to really win with a huge margin and sending a clear, strong political message, both for South as well as on the floor of the House of the Parliament. Tanima.
Right. Thank you, Sam Daniel, for joining us. And we'll keep coming back to you for more details on that Wayanad bypoll. Moving on to West Bengal, the Bengal bypolls were held in 6 assembly seats. This is the first elections being held in the state post the RG Kar horror. In fact, the BJP aims to get advantage from the public outrage that we saw. Of course, the ruling TMC was cornered here, and a lot of questions were asked on the TMC's handling of this case. Of the 6 seats, Madari Hat and Sitai, which is in Kuch Bihar, are in northern West Bengal, and the other 4 are in southwest Bengal. In 2021, 5 of these were backed by the TMC, while the BJP won 1 seat, which is Madari Hat. My colleague Saurabh Gupta joins us with more details on this. Saurabh, this is a very interesting election because in Lok Sabha elections 2024, it's the TMC that performed really well, reducing the BJP to 12 seats. But the BJP had done reasonably well in 2021 assembly polls, getting 77 seats. So these by-polls being held first time after the RG Kar brutal rape and murder will also show what the momentum of the state is like and if the BJP actually has a chance there in near future. Tell us what is at stake here.
Well, lots is at stake because obviously for the Trinamool, it's a test of its grip over the state. Politically speaking, the Trinamool has had a very firm grip, especially when it comes to bypolls. They've practically been winning bypolls very strongly because bypolls are usually elections that go in the favor of the ruling party in power, and that's something that the Trinamool expects this time also to play out. The Trinamool says it's confident of winning 6 on 6, including the Madarihat seat, which was won by the BJP this time. The BJP is hoping to reduce the Trinamool's tally, but even in Madarihat, there seems to be, some sort of a doubt over whether they can pull off that seat. Technically, it was the seat, that was earlier represented by Manoj Tigga, who then went to Parliament, was elected to Parliament in the Lok Sabha elections, and therefore by-elections are taking place in the Madarihat assembly seat. He is now the Alipurduar MP. So this is something that the BJP also will have to reflect upon. If it's 6 on 6, like the Trinamool says, it's confident that the results will be. It is, of course, a big, worry for the BJP, and not just the BJP. Political parties like the left, the CPM has really tried to, sort of politically benefit from the RG Kar issue. The BJP largely during the RG Kar issue remained on the sidelines saying that, we support the agitation. The Trinamool is, of course, there's corruption, etc. But they were not part of the agitation. The left, though, was actually, sort of, in a sense, or at least one got the perception that was more involved in those protests. So, and they've given candidates too, and for them, it would be a bigger loss of face if the Trinamool manages 6 on 6. However, the opposition parties believe that they will be able to restrict the Trinamool in some way, given what's happened in the RG Kar issue. The Trinamool is absolutely confident of 6 on 6. So that's where it stands. We'll now have to wait for the results to see whose sort of political grip on the state is firmer and whether it improves or, the Trinamool has lost some ground. That will be clear from the results.
Right. Moments to go for counting to begin. Saurabh, thank you so much for joining us. With that, stay with us. Let's also go across to another key state which is seen by-polls. That's Uttar Pradesh, where by-elections were held for 9 assembly constituencies. And this has emerged as a pivotal test, a direct face-off between BJP and the Samajwadi Party, which had upstaged the BJP in the recent Lok Sabha elections. Now, there were, of course, allegations of police misconduct and irregularities which marked the polling process. Let me go across to my colleague Ranveer, who is joining us from Lucknow. Now, Ranveer, early in the morning as well, we have seen Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav sending out a word of caution, in a way telling the observers to watch out for any sort of an irregularity that they notice even at counting centers. So clearly that's been the tone and tenor in Uttar Pradesh, which we have seen continuing in a way from the day the elections were held.
Vasudha, we are waiting for the result, but just before the results, we can say that this result is not going to change anything in Uttar Pradesh. Yogi Adityanath is Chief Minister and he will continue as a Chief Minister, and Akhilesh Yadav is a leader of Samajwadi Party and he will remain so, because this seats is not going to change anything. But despite all these, this by-election is very important for both Samajwadi Party and BJP, because this is a fight of prestige. After the Lok Sabha elections, Samajwadi Party is expecting that if they'll win more than 4 or 5 seats, then this will be a message to people of UP that they are believing in Samajwadi Party, and this election is considered as a semi-final of 2027. And this election is a matter of prestige for Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath too, because he initially started this campaign apart from BJP organization, and after that Yogi Adityanath, he met with the top leadership of state organization, and he he campaigned in each and every seat. So that's why this is a clear fight between Akhilesh Yadav and Yogi Adityanath, and the result will be a message of 2027 UP Assembly elections. So this is a matter of prestige, and today is an important day because this by-election is considered as a semi-final of 2027.
Right. Thank you, Ranveer, for joining us with that very critical state. Of course, Tanima, the by-elections in UP are being seen as a semi-final before the 2027 polls. We also have Harsha joining us from Rajasthan. Rajasthan also had 7 seats where the by-polls were held. We will get her reactions on that, and she's standing in that very important constituency of Nagaur. We'll talk about all of that in a bit, but now it's time for a short break.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
हम ये चुनाव विकास के मुद्दे पर लड़ रहे हैं.
Let them come for an open debate with me. I've challenged Eknath Shinde multiple times.
Congress is in the worst situation in this state.
महायुति में भी इससे ज़्यादा dispute है.
Everything is fair in love and politics.
वोट देने वाले ही जिताने वाले हैं ना.
So we worked on 4 options.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for...
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Counting day for the final electoral battle of this year. It's India bloc versus the NDA in battleground states of Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Results also in key bypolls. Counting of votes in a high-stakes battle for Maharashtra, battle for 288 seats. Will Mahayuti retain power or will MVA make a comeback? Tight contest in Jharkhand. Will Hemant Soren be able to tide anti-incumbency or will the NDA wrest power? Prestige battle for Priyanka Gandhi in Wayanad in Kerala. Priyanka Gandhi's electoral debut in the Congress bastion.
Welcome back. The voting, the counting of votes in both Maharashtra and Jharkhand will begin in a few minutes from now. We're also tracking very closely the bypolls that were held across the country. But remember, it's Maharashtra, which is where a lot of attention is because it's where the financial capital is. And this is a state that has seen a lot of political uncertainty, restlessness. It's a restive state. Last 5 elections, there hasn't been a single party that has been able to get that magic number of 145. So the final question is, will Maharashtra finally give a decisive mandate or not, and what are the political implications for the national parties and also for the regional parties? Shiv Sena and NCP is something that all of us are keenly waiting to understand. But let me go across to my colleague Harsha, who joins us from Rajasthan. The results of the 7 seats where bypolls were held in the state will be, of course, a referendum on the 1-year performance of Bhajan Lal BJP government in the state and also the BJP president there. Remember that the BJP also faced a setback in the state of Rajasthan in Lok Sabha elections of 2024. The Chief Minister himself has been monitoring these campaigns. Harsha, tell us about these important bypolls that are taking place, because Kirori Lal Meena's, a very maverick politician who keeps writing letters. In fact, he resigned because he did not keep up the promise of ensuring that Dausa goes to BJP. His political prestige is at stake. And of course, someone like Hanuman Beniwal, who's also seen as a big leader in the Jat community. And of course, Bhajan Lal Sharma. So tell us what is at stake here for both parties and what is the importance of these 7 seats that will see outcomes today?
Well, absolutely. Like you said, Vasudha, the fact that Bhajan Lal's prestige is at stake, he's completed 1 year in government. So how are people here reacting to the Bhajan Lal government? Remember, it's an entirely new slew of leadership here in Rajasthan. So somewhere, these bypolls will also reflect the mood of people vis-a-vis the government. Very important 2 people that you named, Kirori Lal Meena and Hanuman Beniwal. Well, Kirori insisted that his brother get that ticket. He's also been alongside with him all along in that campaign. So somewhere, Kirori Lal's personal prestige at stake, and perhaps if this election is won by his brother, then Kirori will stop sulking and come back to cabinet. I mean, he does take meetings from his house, but he doesn't really officially seem to be part of the government. So there is a situation of, it's a no man's land. We really don't know whether he's a minister or not a minister, to get an interview with him or not get an interview with him on matters of governance. But having said that, remember, the Jat heartland is where the BJP faced a lot of losses in the Lok Sabha elections. In fact, there were seats that they lost here. So, Khimsar, Jhunjhunu, these were seats that the BJP lost. The RLP, the Congress won these seats. Now, I'm here in Khimsar, actually in Nagaur, where the counting is taking place. And Hanuman Beniwal, Jat strongman, he put his wife down to fight this election. So, but of course, in some senses, it's him versus Jyoti Mirdha. Jyoti has not been very lucky as far as the hustings are concerned. She lost the Vidhan Sabha election. She lost the MP elections as well. But Revat Ram was her candidate. He switched over from the RLP to the BJP. And so in some senses, it's a proxy war. But most importantly, Vasudha, it's a war. It's a fight for that crucial Jat vote. Remember, the Jat vote is very decisive in Rajasthan, and they can make or break an election. So if in Jat heartland, Jhunjhunu and Nagaur, we see a shift towards the BJP, then I think somewhere the BJP leadership can heave a sigh of relief. And of course, the Chief Minister will be beaming from year to year if he gets a few seats from Rajasthan. Like I said, it will not change the majority that the party has in the assembly, but it will definitely be an endorsement of Mr. Bhajan Lal Sharma's leadership.
Right, Harsha, there we'll of course be tracking all the updates coming in from Rajasthan with you. But let's also shift focus to another key state where bypolls were in fact held recently, which is Punjab, where there were by-elections held in 4 assembly seats: Gidarbaha, Dera Baba Nanak, Chabbewal and Barnala. Now, these elections were necessitated by the previous MLAs being elected to the Lok Sabha. It was a triangular contest mainly between the ruling Aam Aadmi Party, Congress and the BJP. The results will be crucial for the Bhagwant Mann government, whose performance was a little lackluster in the Lok Sabha elections. Let me go across to my colleague Gurpreet, who is joining us from Gidarbaha, I believe. Gurpreet, what's the mood like where you're standing?
Well, we are standing in front of Giderba, and this is the counting center. The visual which we are showing at this point of time, we can see huge force has been deployed here because high stake battle in Giderba. One side we have seen the Congress chief's wife Amrita Vardhan, she is contesting from this. From other side we have seen the former finance minister. He is contesting Manpreet Badal. He is contesting from the BJP, and from Aam Aadmi Party, that the ruling government. We have seen the Akali Turncoat, Dimpy Dillon, he's contesting from here. There is a three-corner contest which is happening. So from 8 onwards, the trends will be clear that who will be able to win Giderba. So one of the supporters and one of the counting agent is with us. We will talk to him. So what is the mood of the people now? Today is the final day of the verdict.
देखिए, हम यहाँ पर खड़े हैं बाहर. मैं मनप्रीत सिंह बादल साहब की तरफ से अंदर बूथ पर पोलिंग एजेंट हूँ. हम पूरी कोशिश, हमने पूरा जो जी जान से मेहनत की है और कोशिश की है कि बीजेपी और मनप्रीत बादल साहब के वोट ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हो.
अगर बीजेपी की बात करें तो लोकसभा में कोई सीट नहीं आई, वोट शेयर जरूर हुआ, लेकिन क्या लगता है कि यहाँ पे कोई समीकरण बन सकते हैं, क्योंकि मनप्रीत बादल यहाँ से कंटेस्ट कर रहे हैं और ये जो एरिया है बादल बेस्टियन भी है, बादल का स्ट्रॉन्ग होल्ड है. तो क्या लगता है कि अकाली दल, क्योंकि अकाली दल इस बार नहीं लड़ रहा, वो वोट बैंक सारा मनप्रीत बादल को जाएगा?
नहीं, मैं ये तो नहीं कह सकता कि पूरा अकाली दल वोट मनप्रीत बादल साहब को जाएगा. देखिए, हम भी पुराने अकाली दल से हैं. हमारा ताल्लुक बादल परिवार से 40-50 साल से है, लेकिन बहुत ज़्यादा वोट मनप्रीत बादल साहब को गया है.
आम आदमी पार्टी में अकाली दल का ही नेता गया, तो क्या लगता है कि आम आदमी पार्टी एक तरफ सरकार भी है, तो कहीं ना कहीं लोग ये भी सोचते हैं कि 2.5 साल पड़े हैं, सरकार के साथ चलना चाहिए?
आपकी बात बिल्कुल ठीक है, लोग ये सोचते हैं, लेकिन अगर हम बड़े प्रोस्पेक्टिव देखिए तो बीजेपी बेस्ट है पंजाब के लिए. यहाँ पर जो उन्होंने वादे किए हैं, जो यहाँ पर पक्के मकान गरीबों को देने का वादा किया है, और जो ब्रिज और अंडर ब्रिज गिदरबा के लिए दिया है, और पाइपलाइंस जो फार्मर्स के लिए देंगे, उससे मुझे लगता है कि बहुत ज़्यादा वोट.
पर फार्मर प्रोटेस्ट भी हुआ है, फार्मर प्रोटेस्ट एपी सेंटर है पंजाब और हरियाणा का, क्या उसका भी इम्पैक्ट होगा ही है यहाँ पे?
देखिए, इम्पैक्ट थोड़ा सा तो है, लेकिन बीजेपी में अगर हम जाएंगे तभी तो सोल्यूशन ला पाएंगे. तभी हम कोशिश करेंगे कि फार्मर्स का जो प्रोटेस्ट है, जो उनका गुस्सा है, वो सरकार के सामने रखे, ताकि वो इसका सोल्यूशन निकाले.
Thank you for talking to NDTV. So we can see these visuals from the counting center, and counting is going to begin within a few minutes. But I'll request my vijay to show all these visuals from the ground. What is happening at this point of time? We can see huge force had been deployed because there in Giderba, this is one of the hot seats where we have seen high stake battle is going between all the candidates, whether it's a Congress candidate, BJP candidate, or Aam Aadmi Party candidate. But even for Akali Dal, this is a very crucial constituency because we have seen it was a stronghold of Badals, but this time Akali Dal is not contesting from here, but where the vote share will go, that will also decide the future of Shiromani Akali Dal from this constituency. So let's see whether the BJP will be able to get maximum votes or the Congress will be able to get the majority from here, or the Aam Aadmi Party. Because if we can talk about Aam Aadmi Party, it's the mid-term litmus test for Aam Aadmi Party, for the ruling government. If they will be able to get mandate from all these bypolls, it seems the policy and the strategy which they are implemented on the ground, the people seems to be happy. But if they are not able to perform well, it will put a question mark over Aam Aadmi Party government. So let's see, let's wait for some more time, then things will be more clear from the Punjab bypolls, and specifically from the Gidder bypoll, who will be able to win, and how much difference will be for the votes between Aam Aadmi Party, Congress and the BJP. Back to studio.
Thank you, Gurpreet, for joining us with those details. Giderbaha is, of course, a high prestige battle, Tonima, because that's where Amrita Waring, the wife of the state president of the Congress, Raja Waring, is contesting from, and she is pitted against former finance minister of Punjab, Manpreet Badal, who, of course, makes a political comeback. So clearly that is one result everyone is awaiting. But moving on to Maharashtra, which is where the crux of today's anticipation is. Maharashtra, of course, is where all eyes are on. Let me go across to my colleague Abira, who joins us from Dahisar. Abhira, you're standing in a place, Borivali also recorded one of the highest voter turnout this time on the 20th of November. In fact, the whole of Maharashtra also recorded almost a 4% increase in voter turnout. Women, of course, came out in huge numbers. There's been a significant increase in women's voting percent. Tell us what is the mood like? Are people quite happy in Mumbai that they no longer will be blamed for their voter apathy or, for that matter, indifference towards politics?
Hopefully this is going to continue. It is a good news for Maharashtra that they have increased the voting rate to 4% from what it was previously. But here in Dahisar, where I'm standing, around 2.76 lakh voters have voted from here, and there was a time when they had a tough time coming and choosing their candidate, because both the candidate, the BJP candidate, which is the MLA, sitting MLA, and we have UBT candidate Vinod Golaskar, who had the exact same promises to make to the voters. So it was a very tough choice for them. So we have to wait and watch what happens today. Have they made the right choice or not?
Also going across to my colleague Anuj, who's reporting from Mahim. Anuj, Mahim is where Dadar is, and this is where there's a lot of talk about sympathy, legacy, and of course it's a battle for power. This is where the Sena Bhavan is. Tell us, what do these election results actually mean for Eknath Shinde and also Uddhav Thackeray? Because if you look at the ideological divergence that people have been talking about with respect to Uddhav Thackeray, there's also an equally vocal section that says that it was Eknath Shinde who was the betrayer here. But of course, there are also people who believe that Uddhav Thackeray actually, betrayed the Hindutva ideology. So clearly that, duplicity or that discrepancy is something that plays out quite often. How are the people of Mumbai, the Marathi voter of Mumbai, looking at something like this?
One thing that we've realized in the last 2 years is that although after the split, a wave of sympathy was created for Uddhav Thackeray, but Eknath Shinde has proven himself to be worthy enough of holding the position of chief ministership. We saw that it was a surprise when he was being made as the chief minister, overtaking Devendra Fadnavis, who was in line and was most expected to be holding that position. Now, in the last 2 years, the overall dynamics have changed very interestingly, and the dichotomy that you mentioned is the one which is playing across all the state. All over the state. Eknath Shinde is seen as one of the old-time Shiv Sena members. He holds on to that Kattar Hindutva ideology. He comes from Thane, and Shiv Sena. Thane is very important for Shiv Sena right from 1966, which is why we saw that the entire Konkan and the Mumbai region is a place where Eknath Shinde tried to have his stronghold on. Whereas when you talk about Uddhav Thackeray, it is of course the Thackeray brand that helps him, and the band of purists, according to him, which rally behind him time and time again. Now, in the Lok Sabha elections, we saw that except for a few places where Uddhav Thackeray, probably failed in understanding the equation and named his candidates against the candidates whose support was much more. For example, Sangli, where he pushed for his own candidate against Vishwas Patil, we saw that Uddhav Thackeray was able to increase the tally of his MPs from 5, with which he was left with after the split, to 9, and that is a considerable amount of increase considering the fact that the name was taken away from the party, the symbol, and also a lot of resources were taken away from Shiv Sena. Now what we are seeing here is going to be the litmus test, because Eknath Shinde has always believed that the core voters of Shiv Sena have always stayed with him. And one example that he gives is that of Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar in Marathwada, where he defeated Uddhav Thackeray. And it is not just that. Uddhav Thackeray went against Eknath Shinde on as many as 13 seats. And on those 13 seats, Eknath Shinde was able to win on 7 crucial seats. Now, a difference of 7:6 might not seem very high, but then one also has to understand that one pointer that Uddhav Thackeray's party, or one way through which their party has been getting a lot of votes, is from the minority, which does not go very well with Eknath Shinde. He claims it to be the vote share of NCP and Congress party, whereas the Marathi Manus ka vote, it is indeed with Eknath Shinde, which is why this entire battle is going to be very interesting, especially when you talk about about Mahim, this is the place where things have become even more spicier, considering that the Bharatiya Janata Party has gone on record to say that they will be giving their support to the MNS candidate, that is Amit Thackeray, for the unconditional support that was given by Raj Thackeray to Prime Minister Narendra Modi during the Lok Sabha elections. Now, Eknath Shinde has been very vocal about how his candidate, Sada Sarvankar, is going to be the face of Mahayuti. But then there, of course, is a lot of confusion over who exactly is the face of Mahayuti, where, MNS lead Raj Thackeray has very clearly stated that he will be supporting Devendra Fadnavis to become the Chief Minister and not necessarily Eknath Shinde. So it is a khichdi of sorts at the moment, but all eyes on Mumbai. On which side does the city take? Is it UBT or is it Shinde Sena?
Right, it's largely a Sena versus Sena battle playing out in Mumbai specifically, and my colleague Radhika is also joining us, but we'll go to her in a bit. First, let me go across to my colleague Aishwarya, who's standing by at the BJP headquarters in the national capital, and there seems to be some sort of an early celebration there already. Aishwarya, tell us more about that.
Well, unlike the Haryana election results where we saw at the Congress headquarters early in the morning jalebis being prepared and later the entire scenario changed, after which Bharatiya Janata Party ordered 100 kgs of jalebis and distributed, and jalebis was one of the flashpoint in those elections. This morning what we are witnessing at the Bharatiya Janata headquarters, party headquarters, is jalebis being prepared over here. This morning, unlike what we usually see at the BJP headquarters, halwa is being prepared early in the morning, but this time it is, of course, jalebis being prepared. BJP seems very confident this time, of course, as far as the Jharkhand polls are concerned, but Maharashtra is something the BJP leaders specifically had stated after the exit polls predictions that they will wait and watch as to what will finally come out as a final picture. But here, of course, at the early morning for the breakfast, and there's a usual routine, of course, at the BJP headquarters, but jalebis is something that we are witnessing for the very first time being prepared over here, and they have been told that every preparation is to be made as far as the celebrations are concerned. Of course, as far as the every year routine is concerned, whenever Bharatiya Janata Party wins, the Prime Minister addresses Karyakartas after coming to the headquarters, and since morning those preparations already begins, and therefore the reason perhaps today jalebi is being prepared and rest of the breakfast. But of course the BJP leaders have already started arriving at the BJP headquarters for the early updates, as they still had stated that they will wait till 11 or 11:30 to get the final picture and to call for the elections. But unlike the Haryana election, some different scenes at the BJP headquarters over here.
So thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us with those visuals, because it's always heartening to see food on our screens. And jalebi, especially, Tanima, has become a political tool for the BJP.
And those jalebis seem to be fast vanishing, Aishwarya. I hope you got some of that as well before it actually, it seems to be fast depleting there. But we will be coming back to all our reporters who are there on ground and, of course, focusing on the battleground states specifically. But after this very short break, stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
This week on India Ascends.
Why is Africa crucial to India's strategic and geopolitical calculus? Will COP29 address climate catastrophes, or will the deadlock in negotiations hurt global climate goals? What does thaw in India-China ties mean for business and regional security? global voice on India Sense this week, Ian Bremer on Donald Trump 2.0.
All this and more only on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform.
Welcome back. We are, of course, just moments away from the counting to begin for both the battleground states of Maharashtra and Jharkhand, and also, of course, over the 40 seats where by-elections were in fact held across multiple states in the country. But focus, of course, on Maharashtra, where we can already see some early morning activity taking place. Yes. Vasudha, we can see that there are, of course, several candidates who are making their visits to the temples and, of course, their last-minute prayers. Shaina NC there visiting the renowned Siddhivinayak temple in Mumbai. And let's listen into the reaction which is coming from her early this morning.
You know, I have never played divisive politics. I've tried to take everyone along in every sense. But having said that, there are certain parties that only appease vote banks and play pseudo-secular politics. I think we need to move beyond that. The time has come to only talk about development, and the younger generation understands that.
Shaina NC there, the Shiv Sena candidate from the high-profile constituency of Mumbai Devi. She's contesting against a three-term MLA, Amin Patel. So clearly a very difficult battle there. She is a BJP spokesperson who actually chose to fight on a Shiv Sena ticket, and that is something that's been the norm this time. A lot of people who didn't get tickets actually shifted to the allies, so that's very convenient. Let me go across to my colleague Radhika for more understanding on what Maharashtra elections actually holds for both sides. Radhika, you covered the 2019 fallout of the election outcome very closely. BJP had the highest numbers, even into 2014, they had the highest numbers, 122 and then 105, but clearly not enough to form the government. What really happened during that time? And can you reference all of that with what is expected today? Is that why political parties are sitting on the edge, although they are sounding very confident, because 5 assembly elections, Maharashtra has not had a single party that got the magic number of 145?
Absolutely. All the drama that we're seeing now started in 2019, post the elections, of course. BJP and Undivided Sena had clear mandate, but then because of Chief Ministerial Post division and disagreements over it is when Uddhav Thackeray decided to break away from the party and then, of course, join hands with unlikely parties, Congress, NCP, and MVA was formed. MVA government was formed. It broke away after Sena division and then, of course, NCP division. So this is what happened over a period of 5 years. Of course, it's extensive, it's dramatic, and that is what led to 6 parties now, 2 Senas, 2 NCPs. But I'll also just, take our viewers through where I am standing. I am at Worli constituency, and the scene here, of course, hundreds of police officials, CISF officials manning this particular place. This is, of course, an important constituency, Vasudha and Tanima. Milindora, battling it out with Aditya Thackeray. Aditya Thackeray, of course, the existing incumbent MLA from here, from Uddhav Sena. Milind Deora, who in fact left Congress party early this year, joined hands with Eknath Shinde Sena and now fighting from Shinde Sena ticket. So it's a Sena versus Sena battle in Worli constituency. Yes, of course, highly secured, polling booth at this point. Of course, counting is yet to begin. Of course, 10 more minutes for counting to begin, and in a couple of hours probably things will become clear, but not entirely certain, because this is a very, very unpredictable battle. In fact, in 2019 all of us thought that it is an expected mandate. It is a predictable battle when BJP and undivided Sena won. It was straightforward is what many thought. There were differences between BJP and Sena at the time. There was a lot of bickering when they were in power, but not too many expected Uddhav Sena to take that stand at the time and then join hands with Congress NCP. So it was a surprising turn of events that took place, which is why, although a lot of people are predicting hung assembly, some predicting a landslide victory for Mahayuti, some to MVA, remains to be seen what could happen. Even if there is a clear mandate, could that also change with switching of sides? Because that's what we saw into 2019. Right. Clear mandate was there, but despite that, a lot of drama and chaos took place. So we'll have to see, what kind of surprise awaits us as the results come out.
So it's not going to be just a comfortable victory. That's going to be important. Loyalties are going to be tested, and also loyalties that have changed. So it's going to be a pursuit of power, pursuit of loyalties, pursuit for legacy, so many things there, but also a battle for survival for all political parties there. Of course, different implications for the national parties, BJP and Congress. If the BJP manages a good show in the region of Vidarbha, especially against Congress party, it will actually prove a point that the 2024 Lok Sabha elections were just an aberration in the state of Maharashtra. And if it doesn't, if the Congress manages to do well, it will go on to say that what happened in Haryana was just a one-off, and it is the 2024 mood is still on in the country. So several things at stake here for both parties.
Right, and we are just moments away from the counting to begin, Vasudha, and we'll of course come back on the other side of this very short break with our reporters as well as our panel of experts to decode this very, very important counting day in those battleground states as well as the by-elections. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
हम ये चुनाव विकास के मुद्दे पर लड़ रहे हैं.
Let them come for an open debate with me. I've challenged Eknath Shinde multiple times.
Congress is in the worst situation in this state.
महायुति में भी इससे ज़्यादा डिस्प्यूट है.
Everything is fair in love and politics.
वोट देने वाले ही जिताने वाले हैं ना.
So we worked on 4 options.
I've been
reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
This week on India Ascends. Why is Africa crucial to India's strategic and geopolitical calculus? Will COP29 address climate catastrophes, or will the deadlock in negotiations hurt global climate goals? What does thaw in India-China ties mean for business and regional security? And big global voice on India Ascends this week, Ian Bremmer on Donald Trump 2.0. All this and more only on India Ascends.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. The counting day is finally here, and today, in a few minutes from now, we will get to know who the people of Jharkhand and Maharashtra voted for. And actually, the counting will begin in a few minutes from now. Of course, it will take some more time for us to understand who is ahead in both these states. Additionally, there are also 42 bypolls that were held across the country. Let's, of course, talk about the most important state, poll-bound state, Maharashtra. The 288-member assembly witnessed a spirited campaign on both sides. It's Mahavikas Gandhi on one side, which saw the momentum in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. But of course, there's also the Mahayuti, which is the ruling coalition, which is riding on its flagship welfare program. Not just slogans such as "Ek hai to safe hai," but even Bitcoin and cash for votes controversies came into this campaign. And this election is particularly important because this is the financial capital of the country, critical for its economy. Also a state that has seen multiple wars for symbols and name, 3 chief ministers in 5 states and in 5 years, and 4 deputy chief ministers, and all of this make these polls center around that one big question: will Maharashtra finally see political stability in the state, and will people of the state actually give a decisive mandate or not?
Right, and of course, the other important state is that of Jharkhand, where the counting, as we were mentioning, was going to, in fact, it's already 8 a.m. Counting has, in a few seconds from now, the counting will begin. The battle was witnessed in Jharkhand between the ruling JMM-led India bloc, which is looking forward to holding on to power, and the BJP-led NDA opposition, which is anticipating and expecting that their campaign would pay off in replacing the Soren government in the state this year. Remember, there was a pitched battle in the state where the BJP primarily targeted the JMM Congress combined in terms of the corruption allegations against Hemant Soren, and also the infiltration angle that they have in fact blamed the government there for tribals' rights in a way being taken away by infiltrators from Bangladesh. There we can see the live images coming in. This is from the images from Jharkhand, which we are seeing, where activity has in a way begun at the counting centers there. We have, of course, got our reporters spread out across the country from the battleground states of Maharashtra and Jharkhand, but also in the states which are witnessing by-elections as well. Right. I also would want to introduce in the studio, we have Professor Sandeep Shastri, who is, of course, the national coordinator of the Lok Niti Network. He also joins us. We will, of course, also have a panel of experts along with Professor Shastri, who will be decoding the results as they trickle in for us this morning.
But let me also remind our viewers that, Tanima, the counting for all these assembly seats and bypolls, of course, will begin now, but with postal ballots that are reserved for specific groups, including those with disability, security personnel, and certain government employees who are involved in essential services. Following this is when the EVMs will open, their votes will be tallied. So by midday is when we can expect the trends to consolidate and a clearer picture to come out. It's going to take some time because Maharashtra is a huge state, and we also have Jharkhand. It's an 81-member assembly, and of course the 42 bypolls which have taken place. Of course, the point to remember here is the early trends can be misleading, and that is something we will have to continuously remember.
That's right. Let's go across to our reporters now first, who are joining us from the ground there. First to Maharashtra, where I believe I have my colleagues Radhika and Abira, who are joining us. Radhika from Worli and Abira from Dahisar. Radhika, coming to you first. You're, of course, reporting from Worli, which is seen one of the key contests, Sena versus Sena contest there in Worli between Aditya Thackeray and Milind Deora. But first, give us an understanding. There were, of course, late evening meetings which were supposed to take place yesterday, both from the Mahayuti side as well as the MVA side. Also, we saw certain MVA leaders mentioning that they're going to keep all their candidates in Mumbai, considering the kind of instability and the realignments that we have seen taking place in Maharashtra several times in the past few years. So is that the strategy that both sides are adopting, to keep their flock very close to themselves even before the results start coming in?
Absolutely, that is the strategy. They don't want to leave any stone unturned in ensuring that the flock stays together. In fact, they have to ensure that they stay together, and that is priority as far as both MV and Mahayuti are concerned. And it is expectedly so, considering what has happened, especially over the last few years. There have been all kinds of splits and realignments that have happened, and it is a sort of a sticky wicket as far as both the alliance groups are concerned. Which is why what we are hearing is that they have booked a few hotels in Mumbai, but that's also required for government formation. So for government formation, they require all their MLAs to also come to Mumbai. So that's one of the reasons why, all these, some of the hotels have been booked. But again, if it is a hung assembly, and if there could be chances of talks between the alliances, perhaps MVA parties reaching out to some of the Mahayuti parties, candidates reaching out to candidates from the other parties, then they have to make sure that, they're all in one place, safe and secure, and they're not lured by the other side. So yes, that's what we are hearing, which is why multiple discussions took place yesterday. There was a meeting with the BJP leaders, Devendra Fadnavis, Bhupendra Yadav taking meetings with BJP leaders. Post that, there was a meeting of Congress leaders as well, both Nana Patole, Ramesh Chennitala, speaking to all the candidates, all the leaders of the Congress party. Meeting between Sena leaders as well, both Sena Eknath Shinde as well as Sena Uddhav Thackeray, who held discussions with his members, his leaders, his cadres. So that has happened, and that will happen in the next few hours as well. This is to ensure their flock stays together, one, and also to understand the probabilities that could arise. There are all kinds of permutations and combinations that are being worked right now. So if it is a hung assembly, if they do not have the numbers, both respective MVA or Mahayuti, then what is the strategy going forward? Which are the candidates they could reach out to? Which are the rebel candidates they could reach out to? Which are the independents? Which are the smaller parties they could take help of? So all this are being discussed, but to us, both the parties, both the alliances have been projecting a very confident front. They both say that they are going to get a clear landslide majority. However, backdoor talks are still going on because they don't want to sort of leave anything to chance. So all the strategies being worked out. And yes, the priority is to make sure the flock stays together, which is something that we didn't see in the last few years. The flock did not stay together. Time and again, they'd been wandering here and there. This time, they don't want that.
So the Jharkhand numbers have started coming in. Thank you, Radhika, for that important update. BJP leading in about, NDA leading in 2 and India bloc leading in 1. But remember, these are just the postal ballots that are being counted. It's an 81-member assembly. It's also not a extremely small state. So we'll have to wait and watch the spirited campaign between Hemant Soren-led JMM versus the NDA there. And of course, a lot of that was centered around protection of tribal identity. And of course, this narrative, this aggressive narrative around infiltration and how from Bangladesh, which is allegedly causing reduction in tribal numbers. So quite a high-pitched campaign there. But of course, the welfare was something that was also something that took center stage when it came to Jharkhand. The numbers have started coming in. You can have a look at that on our screens. But also going across to my colleague Anuj. Anuj, it's very important to understand here that for Uddhav Thackeray, this is more than a battle of just a pursuit of power, because this is also about his survival. And because, Eknath Shinde, there are about 53 seats, which is direct Sena versus Sena fight. So Uddhav Thackeray, for him, it is very important to make a mark there. In the Lok Sabha elections of 2024, he won 9 out of 15 seats, which was not really considered that great. In fact, Eknath Shinde had a better strike rate. How important is this election outcome for Uddhav Thackeray? And also help us understand yesterday's statements by people like Sanjay Rawat saying that the Chief Minister will be decided when everybody gets together, because that was always a point of contention. Congress had a problem with even declaring Eknath Shinde as the Chief Ministerial face, which is also the reason why Uddhav Thackeray broke away from the BJP alliance in the past.
Uddhav Thackeray won 9 out of 21 seats, not 15, and that means that the strike rate is even less, right? And which is why, because the reason is that Uddhav Thackeray was seen as the face of the Mahavikas Aghadi going into the Lok Sabha election. And when we saw the results come out, it was the Congress party which got the majority of the seats from the MV, and it was the Sharad Pawar faction of the NCP which had the best strike rate. And therein we saw that some way the weakest wing in the entirety of Mahavikas Aghadi was Uddhav Thackeray, if not seat-wise, but when you look at the strike rate, and that has put the party in a sort of a tumultuous situation, because leading up to the state assembly election, the Shiv Sena UBT faction wanted it the same way as it was in Lok Sabha election. They wanted Uddhav Thackeray to be the face of the campaign, and they also wanted him to be declared as the face of the chief ministership before the election. But given the results of the Lok Sabha, the Congress especially did not want to do that, considering that their stakes had now increased in the state after their after their very good performance in the Lok Sabha election, where they won close to 13 plus one being the independent candidate who offered his support to the Congress party out of the 17 seats that they contested. And we saw this, these fights reflect into the kind of perception that people got of MVA, and one example of that would be the seat sharing debates. The seat sharing debates, especially in places like Vidarbha, went on till the very last moment. And the problem that many of the parties, and especially the Congress party and earlier BJP seem to have with Uddhav Thackeray faction of Shiv Sena is the fact that it becomes, it's very less flexible when it comes to making compromises in places where they do not have a stronghold. Vidarbha, for that matter, has been a Congress stronghold for the longest period of time. But we saw that the Uddhav Thackeray faction of Shiv Sena tried their level best to get as many as Congress's seats as possible. But that was a problem, given that they don't even have a candidate or a strong, foundation in the places where they wanted to contest. And these are being looked at as factors which might result in the Shiv Sena's poor performance as far as the exit poll predictions are concerned. But the Shiv Sena, Shiv Sena UBT faction is very confident of proving that wrong. They believe that the Mumbai and the Konkan voters, Konkan, mind you, went with the Shinde Sena and the BJP with Narayan Rane's stronghold, who is a very strong leader there in the coastal region. And Mumbai, we also saw, as we spoke earlier, was very easily split, where the Marathi voters voters seemed to have gone with the Shinde faction, whereas it was the minority votes that the Uddhav Thackeray faction got. Will it be the same this time around? It will be interesting to see, because it will be a litmus test in not just Mumbai or Konkan, but also in places like Marathwada, which has got a very strong Marathi population, in places like Vidarbha, where Uddhav Thackeray tried his level best to get many seats, and especially in places like Paschim Maharashtra, that is the Western Maharashtra, where NCP Sharad Pawar faction has been the stronger party for the longest period of time. But we see that Uddhav Thackeray faction, which is contesting on as many as 96 seats, has also contested several seats there. So their strike rate in this election will determine a lot when it comes to the future of that particular party.
He's also banking a lot on Vidarbha because it has a maximum number of seats, 62, and of course on Western Maharashtra, which is where the Mahayuti is not extremely confident about, but of course that also has a high number of seats, 59. But it is North Maharashtra, which is where the tribal seats are, Nashik and all those places, and of course the other places like Marathwada, like you mentioned, which is where the BJP faced the maximum setback in 2024 Lok Sabha elections. That is where I think the battle is going to be, like you rightly pointed out. For some reason, Mumbai and Konkan seem to be a lot about Sena versus Sena, and here every party seems to be ensuring that it does its best when it comes to a direct fight, Sena versus Sena, Pawar versus Pawar, BJP versus Congress. So that seems to be the crux of the battle here.
Right, and different strategies being adopted for all these different political regions in Maharashtra. Complex election there, to say the least. Let me also quickly go across to Abira, who is joining us from Dahisar, Borivali region. Abira, you are standing at one of the locations in the Mumbai metropolitan region, which saw a high voter turnout. And this time we have seen a record turnout as far as women voters are concerned in Maharashtra. Women, of course, have been one of the crucial vote banks in multiple areas this elections. But specifically, the Mahayuti has, of course, been banking on their Ladki Bahan scheme to get them dividends in this election. So is that one of the things which has, of course, resonated with the women voters in Maharashtra in terms of the women vote bank? If you can kindly elaborate for our viewers more on that.
Yes, of course, the women voters are attracted to that. And of course, I think in Borivali and Dahisar, the thing is the sitting MLA here is a woman. She has been campaigning profusely. She's going out and talking to the women. Her name is Manisha Chaudhary. And but the confusion here is the sitting MLA who is from BJP and the other candidate who is Vinod Ghosalkar. Both of them have made same promises to the people. So people here who are like 2.7 lakh people in Dahisar who who have voted, they were confused while voting that whom to vote. But we have to tell you that Vinod Ghosalkar has a soft corner among the people because his son Abhishek Ghosalkar was murdered on Facebook live by Morris. So since then there is a sympathy with Vinod Ghosalkar. So we have to wait and watch what happens. But the women supporters, the women voters are all going out there and putting out their demands. And I think BJP candidate Manisha Chaudhary, the sitting MLA, is doing whatever she can to impress them.
Right, Abira. So these are certain seats where the alliance doesn't seem to be working that much. We've seen the same in Nashik. We've seen the same thing when it came to Nashik. And this not working aspect only applies to the seat sharing, because when it comes to coordination amongst workers or what voters want, that's a different game altogether. And that is something we'll get to know today. And there have been these disagreements when it came to seat sharing, both in the Mahavikas Aghadi and Mahayuti. But Mahayuti seem to have handled it better, at least in terms of optics, because there are fewer seats in which there are these friendly and not so friendly fights, Tanima.
Right, exactly. Let's bring in Professor Shastri at this point. Professor Shastri, if you can just tell us your initial understanding of this. Who has the edge in Maharashtra?
From the reports that we have heard since morning and over the last few days, for me at least one thing is clear. There is clear predictability about the visible unpredictability about how this result will go. And that's because it's an extremely close fight. This alliance pattern has never been seen in Maharashtra in a previous assembly election. People have always been making the point that Maharashtra has never seen a single party majority for quite some time, which is true. But then there was till 2019 a stability of the alliances. And that stability has this time been broken, and the three parties' peace in each alliances are fighting an assembly election together for the first time. And that, I think, is what makes this election in Maharashtra unpredictable and also very close. And as you rightly said, I think the fight is clearly in certain regions. What will be important to watch as we proceed today is who is the weak link in both the parties. Because it's that weak link which is pulling possibly the party down. And lastly, I would say, recent trends in elections has shown somebody loses the election because of which somebody wins the election.
Right.
And are you going to see that in Maharashtra and Jharkhand also today?
Right. That's very interesting. Let me go across to Prabhakar because Jharkhand poll outcomes will also be out today. But before that, let me go to Sam Daniel because Wayanad is where Priyanka Gandhi could be making her electoral debut from. If she becomes an MP, all Gandhis will be in the parliament, which in itself is quite something to watch out for. Sam, tell us, what does this mean for the Gandhi Parivar, and also for that matter, what does this mean for Priyanka Gandhi? Because she started her electoral journey by being the General Secretary in charge of UP, and she was not able to make that kind of mark when it came to political, political successes. She came up with a slogan, "Ladki hu, lad sakti hu," but Congress did not really perform that well in the assembly elections of UP, and after that, she of course, had other roles to play in the party, and this time she could be becoming an MP. It's a safe seat. Tell us, you went to Wayanad, tell us what was the mood like, and what are the larger implications for the Congress party and for the Gandhi family once Priyanka Gandhi becomes an MP?
Vasudha and Tanima, Priyanka Gandhi fighting from a seat where Rahul Gandhi was twice elected, that has given them that kind of a comfort level. But the challenge for Priyanka Gandhi is to make sure she making a debut this time. She wants to really make it big, come with a bang kind of a thing. So her team hopes for a win much bigger than what Rahul had secured second time. He had won with a margin of 3.5 lakh. They hope to go beyond 4 lakh, but the voting percentage was slightly lesser this time. But will that still work for the advantage? That's something we'll have to wait and watch. It's a triangular contest with the CPI fielding Satyan Mukerji and BJP fielding Navya Haridas. The political significance would be for the Congress to have the Gandhi family member represent this Congress seat from the south, and also to have a stronger woman face to fight to be part of the Congress team on the floor of the House. That's the bigger, larger message the Congress is trying to send. Since Rahul Gandhi has shifted to Raebareli, there will be a Gandhi family member still representing from the southern part of India, and to have a high-profile, stronger, well-known face, and nothing like Priyanka Gandhi making a debut and also filling up that kind of a space on the floor of the House. That's what the Congress hopes. In terms of the issues, well, the Congress had taken up the issue of what they call the central government, the BJP-led central government, in a sense abandoning the landslide ravaged Wayanad. But the other two parties, be it the BJP or the left, they had targeted Priyanka Gandhi, calling her as an outsider, saying that she could actually abandon Wayanad just the way, as they call it. Rahul Gandhi didn't have much time for Wayanad in the past. So that was the political angle these parties had taken on. But the Congress, looking at the track record in terms of Rahul's victory twice there, they're supremely confident that Priyanka Gandhi will be able to comfortably win, possibly win with a larger margin as well.
Right. Thank you, Sam Daniel, for joining us. Wayanad battle, an important battle for the Congress party. In fact, there was a lot of criticism that the Congress party actually, ignored large parts of the Maharashtra and Jharkhand campaign because many leaders had to go to Wayanad to support this campaign. But that apart, the numbers, the leads have started coming in. You can see them on our screens. But these are, remember, just postal ballots. Early leads often, are not really indicative of victory. But of course, these are the leads that are coming in. 27 leads for NDA in Maharashtra, and of course 6 for the Mahavikas Aghadi. In Jharkhand, the BJP is leading in one seat, and BJP is leading in 3 seats, and of course the JMM is also leading in one seat. In 3 seats and NDA in 7 is what the leads we have right now. Let me also go across to Mahesh Verma, who joins us. He is from the BJP. Mr. Verma, thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast. Sir, I know that exit polls have often gone wrong, but out of the 10 exit polls that have come out, there are about 6 which have given you a comfortable victory. There are about, there's one that is saying that it could be a hung assembly, and the rest, 3 of them have given the edge to Mahavikas Aghadi. How confident are you of making a comfortable victory in the state of Maharashtra, given that the state is known to throw up surprises?
देखिए, मैं ये सबसे पहले बताना चाहूँगा आपको कि जिस प्रकार से महाराष्ट्र में लोकसभा चुनाव के रिजल्ट हमारे अगेंस्ट में थे, जिस प्रकार से वहाँ पर एक माहौल था, जिस प्रकार से हम चुनाव में जाने से पहले हमारे को लेके एक झूठ का बाजार गर्म किया गया, वो कम से कम हम लोगों ने पहले से उसका अच्छे से जो पॉलिटिकल इंतजाम, पॉलिटिकल मैनेजमेंट हमें जो करना था, उसको हमने सामने रख के, और महाराष्ट्र में जो हमारे पास मुद्दे थे, जो हमारे वर्कर्स थे, जो हमारे हर एक क्षेत्र में हर एक रीजन के हिसाब से जो हमें पॉलिटिकल मैनेजमेंट करने थे, उसको हमने बखूबी किया। वहाँ जिस प्रकार से हमें पब्लिक सपोर्ट मिला, जिस प्रकार से रोड शो में लोगों के उत्साह देखने को मिले, जिस प्रकार से प्रधानमंत्री जी के जो भी जनसभाएं हुई, उसमें देखिए जिस तरह का जन सैलाब था, वो कहीं जाहिर करता था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ जो है वहाँ कहीं ना कहीं पब्लिक खड़ी है। अब सवाल यह है कि आज के नतीजे जो है कहीं ना कहीं उसको स्थापित करेंगे, और जो चुनाव का रिजल्ट हमें लोकसभा के जब चुनाव हुए और जो नतीजे उसमें हमें मिले, उससे इतर नतीजे जो है आज हमें मिलेंगे, ये हमें पूर्ण विश्वास है।
Thank you, Mr. Verma. All the best for you. We also have Adil Singh Boparai from the Congress Party joining us. Adil, we have talked about this earlier as well. What is your expectation from Maharashtra? Because this was not just the Congress's battle. Despite the Congress Party actually performing the best amongst all parties in Lok Sabha elections in Maharashtra, there was a lot of back and forth between the MVA allies. So clearly the Congress was not in a stronger position. In Vidarbha also you had to give away seats to the UBT Sena. Would you say that the Congress Party could have done better in terms of handling this work of coordination?
Well, I respectfully disagree with you, because when you go to the hustings in a collaboration with the other alliance partners, of course there has to be a bit of give and take. But there was absolute synergy amongst us and our allies, whether it was Mr. Uddhav Thackeray or Mr. Sharad Pawar. We ran a very, very progressive campaign. Of course, the voters today in the course will decide which party do they want to really give a mandate. But we ran a progressive campaign. We ran a campaign of inclusivity. We ran a campaign of justice, social economic justice. We spoke about the real issues. If there was any formation which really spoke about issues like inflation, unemployment, agrarian crisis, deteriorating law and order, it was the Congress Party and our allies. On the contrary, and in contrast, what you saw, the BJP was indulging in rabble-rousing, dog-whistling politics, divisiveness. So today the voter has to decide, we've done our bit, we've taken our agenda to the people. Today the voter has to decide whether he wants to choose justice over injustice, inclusivity over hate. And more specifically, 4 of our key pillar promises, whether it was the Mahalakshmi scheme, about 3,000 rupees to the women in Maharashtra, whether it was the loan waiver, whether it was an unemployment stipend. So all these are very, very progressive ideas. I think we are very hopeful. There was a lot of resonance on the ground to our ideas, to our promises. And finally, I think the voters of Maharashtra and Jharkhand, for that matter, have realized that the BJP has used every trick in the book to demolish democracy. How the current government was broken, how we and Mr. Uddhav Thackre's party, how our government was broken, our MLAs were poached, and an illegitimate government was formed in Maharashtra.
Right. Adil there, thank you so much. We've of course also got our reporters Prabhakar there reporting from Ranchi in Jharkhand. Prabhakar, the early numbers, as Vasudha had been pointing out, these are of course postal ballots which are being counted. But at the moment what we can see is that there are 13 seats in which the NDA is leading, 14 as we speak, and the India bloc leading in 6 seats. These are of course very, very early days. Nothing much should be read out of this at the moment. But you were of course telling us that primarily it lies with the tribal vote bank and the women voters in Jharkhand who are going to be decisive, the deciders as to who will be coming to power in the state.
Yeah, exactly. And as far as the numbers are concerned, we should actually hold our horses. We should wait for one more hour to go. We should let this postal ballot be counted first, and then the real figures would start trickling in. So as of now, we should not be reading these numbers actually and reading nothing. These numbers actually mean nothing to viewers or for that matter as far as the poll results are concerned. Now talking about the women voters and the tribal voters, of course, they were the epicenter. First, the tribals were there, then the women, and then the youth. And that's the reason why both the factions, whether it's the India bloc, whether it was NDA, they were trying to lure and target these three section of voters. Tribals were the topmost priority. And that is the reason why you saw the narrative of the Bangladeshi immigrants being floated by BJP on the ground, and where they went on to add that the JMM was trying to settle these Bangladeshi immigrants on the ground, which was eventually eating into the resources meant for tribals. So that was in a way actually to lure the tribal voters. Then the women voters, we have seen the Maiya Samman Yojana by JMM, 1,000 rupees per month being already paid to them. 4 months of payment has already hit their accounts, and now the JMM has promised that if this vote is back to power, it would be increased to 2,500 rupees per month. In addition to that, the BJP has promised Go Didi Yojana, where it would give 2,100 rupees per month stipend to women below the poverty line. So these were the segments actually who would be the deciding force, and it will be a very interesting battle whether BJP is able to dent into the tribal vote bank, which is traditionally the JMM's vote bank, and JMM as a political party has thrived on the tribal support here in Jharkhand.
Right, thank you Prabhakar for joining us with those details. The leads are up on your screen. 45 leads for the NDA in the state of Maharashtra, and for the Mahayuti in the state of Maharashtra, and MVA leading in about 9. And in Jharkhand, it's the NDA that's leading in 17 seats and 6 leads for the India bloc. So remember, these are all postal ballots. We'll have to wait for some time to understand some consolidation of leads happening there. Let me also go across to my colleague Aishwarya, who joins us from the BJP headquarters. Aishwarya, this is an important battle for the BJP because there are two important issues here. The parliament session begins from Monday, and the BJP will not want to give any chance, any opportunity to the opposition to have any edge over this when it comes to issues. It wants the House to run properly. And on the other hand, it also wants the blemish of 2024 Lok Sabha elections, where it faced setback in states like UP and Maharashtra specifically, to be forgotten, to be seen as an aberration. So what is at stake here? And also tell us what is happening in the BJP office, because a lot of jalebi is being served in BJP office this day. The party is also wanting to make a political statement with that sweet that is now associated with the Congress's failure in Haryana.
Well, certainly the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders have stated that they will not go with the exit poll predictions. Of course, they will wait for the results, because last time as well, the BJP leaders have called out for the exit polls predictions. As far as the Maharashtra polls are concerned, they had been stating that they will wait till 11 or 12 to get a final picture, and only after that big political leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party will come outside. On the other side, in Jharkhand, BJP seems very confident, but at the BJP headquarters, of course, you call it early celebrations, or you call it preparations for celebrations, something that we are looking at, because still, over here, what we are witnessing is preparation for the breakfast. Of course, jalebi is being prepared early morning. We saw how every elections halwa is being prepared at the BJP headquarters, but this time it is, of course, jalebis being prepared here with puri sabzi and other key dishes. But on the other side, what we saw during the Haryana polls, of course, it was Congress headquarters who had early in the morning had prepared jalebis and started distributing because they were very confident of the Haryana elections. But at around 10 or 11, when the picture changed a bit, it was Bharatiya Janata Party, who distributed almost 100 kgs of jalebis. And this time it is, of course, the BJP who is early morning, preparing these jalebis. The leaders have given, of course, the Karyakartas about how much the jalebi should be distributed. Of course, it was a flashpoint between the BJP and the Congress. Jalebis is something that was much talked about, but let's see who will taste these jalebis after the election results, whether it is the Congress or the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Details, sweets being prepared, snacks being prepared. Of course, this is an important day for not just the BJP but also the Congress party and all the regional parties that are involved here, because many implications, many consequences there. The parliament session is starting from Monday, so both parties would want to have a stronger position for themselves. And of course, apart from that, the BJP would want to show that the 2024 Lok Sabha elections was the setback that it faced was not really the mood of the country, and it's Haryana that's something that is something reflective of the mood of the country. But of course, the MVA and the JMM there also wanting to make their point. Let me go across to my colleague Anurag, who joins us from Madhya Pradesh. Anurag, very important Budhni elections happening there, and in the last few months, we've also seen Shivraj Singh's stature improving nationally. He is the agricultural minister, rural development minister, and in Delhi, he actually has a lot of control over these two large departments which have the maximum number of bureaucrats. Tell us, how important is this bypoll for the stature of someone like Shivraj Singh Chauhan, who of course, that came into question because Mohan Yadav was made the chief minister, understandably, without him being in know of the situation.
Yes, but unfortunately, I was listening to my colleagues, but no puri or jalebi or laddus in Madhya Pradesh. But as you pointed out, it's a very important election for Shivraj Singh Chauhan. I mean, he's not contesting, but it's his bastion. And last time he won the seat by a margin of more than 1,04,000. So in Budhni, all the experts are saying is just all about the margin, because Ramakant Bhargav is a very close associate of Shivraj Singh Chauhan. He's contesting from Budhni, and the Congress has fielded Rajkumar Patel, a former minister in the Digvijay Singh cabinet. He won the seat in 1993, but after 2006, it was all about Shivraj Singh Chauhan. And Budhni was the seat. It comes under the Vidisha, Lok Sabha seat, from where Shivraj Singh Chauhan is the member of parliament, and it gave Shivraj Singh Chauhan a lead of 1,25,000 during the Lok Sabha elections. And the second seat is Vijaypur, from where it has a history of Congress candidate winning from Vijaypur, and out of 15 elections there, Congress won the seat 9 times. And but out of these 9 times, 6 times the seat was won by Ram Nivas Rawat, who resigned from the Congress, and now he's with the BJP. He's a cabinet minister in Dr. Mohan Yadav's cabinet, handling the portfolio of forest and environment. So and from there, the Congress has fielded Mukesh Malhotra, a tribal leader. During the last elections, he contested as an independent candidate and secured around 41,000 votes. So it's a tough fight for Mr. Ram Nivas Rawat there in Vijaypur. But in Budhni, everyone is saying that, the only difference will be the number of votes in favor of Mr. Ramakant Bhargav.
Thank you, Anurag, for joining us with those details. Former Minister Ram Nivas Rawat, who was a congressman earlier, now in the BJP. His future is at stake from Vijaypur. And of course, Ramakant Bhargav, seen as a close associate of Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Union Minister of Agriculture, Rural Development, now formerly the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh. He is also in the fray. Interesting elections there in Madhya Pradesh. We also have Neeja Chaudhary, senior journalist, joining us. Neeja ji, in the Lok Sabha elections of 2024, it was Uddhav Thackeray who won 9 seats out of 21, and Eknath Shinde winning 7 out of 15. Eknath Shinde's strike rate was considered better than Uddhav Thackeray's, and this time it's going to be a crucial election as well. Do you see this as a battle of survival for Uddhav Thackeray?
I wouldn't say battle of survival. You can never write off anybody in Indian politics. Somebody like Narasimha Rao had packed up his bags, was going home. He was retiring from politics, and suddenly he becomes the Prime Minister of India. So you know, given our Indian politics, you cannot say that. But certainly it's a very important contest. Does he represent the Sena electorally, or does Eknath Shinde represent the Sena? In Lok Sabha, his strike rate was the lowest among the NDA partners. Congress had 13, Sharad Pawar 8 out of 10, very high strike rate, and Uddhav Thackeray's strike rate was the lowest. So now again we need to see whether it is going to be equally poised or Shinde will get better. And if this is the kind of lead, I mean, this is only through the through the postal ballots, but if this kind of a lead is retained, then that shows Shinde will be also doing well. It's not only the BJP. Absolutely. Other partners will also be doing well. Yes. So yes, it's very critical for Uddhav Thackeray, because so far his stand has been, okay, the MLAs have left me, but the ground level Senics are still with me, and they matter. They are the people who are the face of the Sena with the ordinary people. I know in colonies people say, we will vote for the Sena. Why? Because हमारा सारा काम कराते हैं. Yes. कुछ भी चाहिए तो हमारा काम होता है. We can go to them. So, but is he losing out at that level also? Is the reason that you know, he's moved away from what the core group says, the ideology of Hindutva, and relying on Muslim support, which is one of the criticisms. But of course, then every party transforms as time goes on. But it's a very critical election, no doubt.
Professor Shastri, you know, would you also say that in the last few months, you know, this Ladki Bahin Yojana came up, electricity for farmers came up, and Mr. Shinde was also in some ways able to project his image as someone who's accessible, who's a common man, vis-a-vis someone like Uddhav Thackeray, who, you know, who's elite and who is seen as inaccessible. Do you think Mr. Shinde has been successful in doing that?
So it's often misleading to read an assembly poll on the basis of a Lok Sabha poll, even though they are so close. Because the issues in a Vidhan Sabha poll are very, very different. Yes. And the numbers also change quite dramatically. You are right in saying that since the Lok Sabha election, the government in Maharashtra has been making a concerted attempt to try and focus on people's welfare schemes. And the Ladki Bahin Yojana, I think, has done quite a miracle for the party in that sense, because our study in October showed that nearly 80% people said, we have heard of it, and nearly 70% people said somebody from our family has benefited from it. So yes, that is a critical factor. And the second point you made, that Shinde being projected as a prominent Maratha leader within that alliance, and being made the chief minister and remaining as chief minister, I think was a critical factor in the whole social coalition that they were trying to construct of bringing the Maratha vote in. So today will tell us whether actually both these strategies have worked effectively or not. And I think the Mahayuti is hinging its success on these two very, very critical elements.
Right. Coming to you, Neeja ma'am, as far as Jharkhand is concerned, you know, of course, a lot of exit polls have given Mahayuti the edge. But do you see a scenario where the smaller parties will have a role to play in Jharkhand, because there is a tight contest there, according to certain exit polls, between the JM Congress combined and the BJP on the other side?
Yeah, if it is a very close contest, which some believe it will be, because from the beginning it's been billed as a takkar between two sides. But of late, you know, there are both kinds of stories, that feedback that has been coming. One, that the BJP had moved ahead because of a variety of reasons, anti-incumbency against Soren, corruption, and also recent days stories have been coming, there is an anti-outsider sentiment. Now, anti-outsider sentiment is of a kind that not the locals, and I don't mean the tribal versus non-tribal, but people from outside have taken leadership in Jharkhand, and there has been a reaction. I don't know how strong this sentiment is, how relevant it's going to be, but certainly there have been voices expressing this.
Right.
If I could just add a point to that. Traditionally, the JMM and its supporters have been doing well in the tribal region, whereas the BJP has been doing well in the non-tribal region. I think the key to the success in this election is how well does the JMM do in the non-tribal regions, even as it holds on to its tribal support? And how well does the BJP-led alliance do in the tribal regions, even as it holds on to its support in the non-tribal regions? So I think the advantage of making inroads into the opposite camp's support base is what is going to be critical in this particular election in Jharkhand.
So that's why we saw the most aggressive campaign of the BJP in both Santal Parganas and Kulhan. They also got Champai Soren on their side. So while we talk about Maharashtra and Jharkhand, there are also bypolls that happened across the country. Let me go across to Harsha, who joins us from Nagaur. Harsha, while the bypolls, the 7 bypolls that happened in Rajasthan are extremely critical for Hanuman Beniwal, the Jat strongman, or for that matter, Kirori Lal Meena, the maverick politician, but also the Bharatiya Adivasi Party, you know, a fledgling party that actually made a lot of mark in Lok Sabha elections and also in the assembly polls. Tell us, how are the smaller parties actually, you know, stacking up when it comes to the possible outcome here?
Well, yes, I'm very glad you asked me this question about the Bharatiya Adivasi Party. Really, you know, in South Rajasthan, there is a new kind of tribal identity that is at play that we can see on the ground. The Bharatiya Adivasi Party started off as the BTP, and now, of course, it's split and it's the BAP. And they really have, made a mark in the south part of Rajasthan, and I think they're going to be a problem both for the Congress and the BJP in the years to come. So that seat of Chaurasi, where you remember Rajkumar Roth, who is the BAP leader, he's become the Lok Sabha MP, the first MP from the party. And there, the kind of identity politics that you can see. I mean, you have the BJP who's saying the tribals are Hindus. You have the tribals who are saying we are not Hindus. Some tribals are saying we are Hindus. So really, that's the fight for the tribal identity in South Rajasthan. Now, as far as Hanuman Beniwal is concerned and the RLP, you're talking about smaller parties. Well, you know, here it's all about the Jat vote. Remember, the Jat vote is very crucial in Rajasthan. And when Atal Bihari Vajpayee put the Jats into the OBC category in the 90s, that's when the party got 120 seats in Rajasthan, which was that election that Vasundhara Raje fought. So, of course, we saw that the Jat vote in the Lok Sabha elections kind of shifted away from the BJP because of the farm law agitation, or even because of the agitation over the Agniveer issue. Now, we are seeing that these seats, which are really crucial, Jhunjhunu, Khimsar, which is where I am, Nagaur, these seats are very, very important, because if the BJP regains these seats, it means that there's again been a kind of a shift in this kind of caste arithmetic. Also, the most obvious is, of course, that, you know, it's a litmus test for the Bhajan Lal government. It comes exactly 1 year after Bhajan Lal took over as Chief Minister of Rajasthan. Nobody knew who he really was. He was the person, backbencher in the BJP, suddenly catapulted to a leadership role. Vasundhara Raje has not been very active, of course, ever since that happened. So somewhere it's going to be a litmus test, not only for Bhajan Lal, the Chief Minister, and 1 year of his governance, but also it will be a litmus test for the entire BJP leadership, because most of them are new faces. So how has that gamble paid off of creating a new rung of leadership in Rajasthan? That's the most obvious fallout of these by-elections. Very crucial, I have to say, for state politics. There'll definitely be political indicators. And of course, that slapgate that we saw, you know, Naresh Meena, who left the Congress, stood as an independent in Devli Oniara talk, made headlines there. That seat is also going to have results coming out this morning.
Right, significant results will come out from Rajasthan there as well. Harsha, stay with us. I'm also joined by my colleague Ratnadeep, who's tracking all the by-elections which took place in multiple seats across the northeast, 5 contests in Assam and 1 in Meghalaya. Ratnadeep, all eyes, of course, will be whether or not BJP and its allies will be able to hold on to the 4 seats that they had, in fact, won earlier in the region among all these seats which had gone to bypolls.
That's right. In fact, as we speak, the counting for the postal ballots continue in the counting centers for this 5 Bypoll seats, which actually got negotiated after their sitting MLAs contested the Lok Sabha elections and won. And among these 5 seats, 4 are with the BJP and allies, 1 with the Congress. And the contest is there for that 1 seat, which is with the Congress, Samaguri, a Muslim majority seat, which is a Congress stronghold. Remember, since 2001, Congress heavyweight from Assam, former Minister Rakibul Hussain, who this time contested the Lok Sabha elections and from Dhubri and won with one of the highest margins in the country, had represented Samaguri, and this time he has fielded his son, 26-year-old Tanzil Hussain. But Samaguri had been in news because there have been major pre-poll violence causing death of a person. They have been firing on the convoy of a BJP MLA. The Congress candidate has been attacked. In fact, we were reporting from Samaguri on the day of the polling, and while we were reporting live, there were skirmishes happening in our backdrop that NDTV brought to the viewers in terms of the intense fight that is there between the BJP and the Congress there. The BJP has fielded young leader, State Unit General Secretary Diplu Ranjan Sharma. So BJP want to win that seat back from Congress and make a dent into the Congress stronghold. But what is important to note here is that the rest of the 4 seats where the BJP has an upper hand, there would be a test for the Congress, particularly in the Bihali seat, where you have a BJP turncoat contesting on a Congress ticket, and these is a seat where Gaurav Gogoi, who is seen as the emerging face in terms of Congress leadership in Assam, had campaigned there heavily. So this is a test for Gaurav Gogoi as well. It is a test for the second-rank leadership of the BJP as well, because they had spearheaded the campaign this time in Assam, since Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma was largely busy with the Jharkhand election, though he campaigned at the last moment for party candidates. Sarvanand Sonowal was not seen much, 1 or 2 rallies. So therefore, this is a test for the BJP leadership beyond Sonowal and Sharma in this election versus Congress's emerging face, Gaurav Gogoi. Not to forget the 1 seat which has gone for Bypolls in Meghalaya, Gambagre, again a Congress stronghold, where this time the ruling party, the NPP, which leads the ruling coalition in Meghalaya, their chief and chief minister Conrad Sangma has fielded his wife Mehtab Chandi Sangma as the candidate, her electoral debut. So therefore, she is facing a tough fight, given the fact that there are 3 more candidates, including the TMC candidate, who is a wife of a former minister from during Congress time. So therefore, that seat is a prestige battle, given the fact that the Sangma family, remember, have lost their own backyard, the Tura Lok Sabha seats, after years, when Agatha Sangma in the last Lok Sabha election lost that seat. So therefore, it is a test for the Sangmas as well, and Gambagre seat.
Right. Thank you, Ratnadeep, for joining us with those details. 5 crucial assembly polls in the state of Assam, a test for Himanta Biswa Sharma and also for Gaurav Gogoi, who's emerging as a Congress leader for the state of Assam. Going back to my colleague Anuj, who is reporting for us from Mumbai. Anuj, Maharashtra is where all eyes are on, and the early leads have started coming in, and they are in some way showing a lead for the NDA, although these are just postal ballots being counted. This is a huge state. We'll have to really wait for some time to understand how this consolidation of victory takes place, and even then we will not be really sure if that's actually the government that's going to be formed. Tell us, how are political parties getting their preparations in order, because I'm told that there are helicopters on the standby, there are hotel rooms that were booked yesterday. So clearly this is also a projection of confidence, but there's a battle of perception when it comes to Sena versus Sena. How is that battle coming along?
There's a battle of perception throughout the state and also across the different factions here. One thing is for sure is that both the alliances are ready for some sort of unnatural partnerships to take place post the result, because we've seen that there has been some sort of a conflict within both the alliances over several matters. When you talk about Mahayuti, firstly, it's about the chief ministership's face. I mean, of course, in MVA, they made it very clear that, Congress and Rashtravadi did not want to go with the face, but Shiv Sena UBT faction was very much willing to do it. But at the same time, even in Mahayuti, we see that there is not a consensus because Devendra Fadnavis has been giving hints about coming back to power, but he's also said on multiple times that he's completely out of the race. Then we had Vinod Tawde in the center of all the controversies just a day before the polls. We have Eknath Shinde, who made it very clear that Amit Shah had communicated to him that it is under his leadership that the entirety of Mahayuti was fighting the election, which means that the chances of him carrying on as the chief minister, according to the Shinde faction, is very high. But at the same time, they also have the third partner, Ajit Pawar, who's been the deputy chief minister for close to 5 or 6 times and has been very vocal about his willingness to be the chief minister. So when you see all of these things playing out, even in 2019, we saw that one of the major reasons, or if not the actual reason for the Shiv Sena to split away from the pre-poll alliance and part its way away from the Bharatiya Janata Party was, according to them, the BJP not keeping a word of having a 2.5 is to 2.5 years formula as far as the chief ministership is concerned. In this election as well, we can see that just one position of, one executive position can play a very vital role when it comes to deciding the post-poll alliances. Very similar to what happened in 2019. But unlike that, we've seen that especially between the NCP Sharad Pawar faction and the Shinde Sena faction, they both have not really fielded a lot of candidates against each other. And there has been a chatter going around about how, Sharad Pawar and Shinde Sena is keeping their cards open of tying it up with one another if the need comes. One can still not be completely sure about what route is Ajit Pawar faction going to take. Has he parted ways from his uncle for good, or are there ways, for him to make amends? If there's one party which has made its relationship sour with everyone, in the opposition, that is the Uddhav Thackeray faction of Shiv Sena. They have been very vocal and aggressive against, of course, the Bharatiya Janata Party and Shinde Sena for the very basic reason of the party getting split. So we can see very few or less chances of them teaming up. But then, as we heard someone say before, that this is Indian politics and one cannot really predict anything longer term for this. A lot can change in 24 hours. But as of now, we've seen that although the early leads suggest that the Mahayuti would be inching towards the majority mark, but it's just the postal votes. And secondly, one cannot really guarantee that particular alliance to form the government, even if they get the majority mark.
Yes. Nisha ma'am, you heard what my colleague had to say. The psychological advantage that the Mahavikas Aghadi had when the numbers came out in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, with Congress winning 13 seats, the highest, do you think the Congress did enough to retain that edge when it came to the assembly elections?
Well, the general view is that the Congress's campaign was very, very localized. There wasn't a state leader campaigning all over for various constituencies. Rahul Gandhi went as a national leader and did few rallies, but it wasn't like a blitz. But then this time, the Maharashtra election was more about state leaders and less about the national leaders. In fact, people didn't talk about Narendra Modi or Rahul Gandhi at all. They were more interested in Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray, Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde, who would make it, what are the possibilities. So I think, but in a localized election, did they put their best foot forward? Because the political families in Maharashtra who control districts, and often they are contending more than one political family pitted against another one. Like Narayan Rane's family, whose two sons are contesting from Sindhudurg, as opposed to the Naik family, who are the foes. So there are many local, I have called this a hyper-local election, the Maharashtra election. Therefore, very difficult to, predict, because there are too many players taking place in action there. So to answer your question, did they put their best foot forward? People feel they didn't put their best foot forward in Jharkhand, certainly.
Yes.
Because they were given 30 seats in that alliance and 41 to JMM, and then to RJD and CPIML. And people felt that, in proportion to what they'd been given, they had not done their best.
And they just campaigned in the seats where the Congress was
that also. But I think it's much more than, it was more an alliance that was there, MVA rather than Congress per se.
Right.
And sympathy for Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray, because they'd been betrayed by their parties. The parties had split. That had played out in the Lok Sabha.
Okay.
Now, does sympathy manifest itself second time over in the same manner?
Right.
Then the other thing that went in their favor was Maratha Muslimen. Dalit combination, did that also weaken? Did the Dalit component of it weaken? Even though Marathas, I think, have been with them.
I think Jarange Patil's, decision to not really contest elections, because in Marathwada, the BJP faced one of its worst setbacks, winning just about one seat. Do you think, Professor Shastri, that was one thing that was key to this election outcome, whatever it is, Maratha factor?
The Maratha factor is going to be critical. I think as the day progresses and as the victories become visible, which way the Maratha vote has gone would be visibly seen, along with the vote of other OBC groups, the scheduled caste vote and the minority vote. I think how these four play out will be seen in the result. But let me draw your attention to one more point, a very critical difference between the Mahayuti and the Aghadi. In the case of the Aghadi, the three parties left each party to focus on the region that they were strong in. So you had Sharad Pawar focusing on North Maharashtra and West Maharashtra. You had the Congress focusing on Vidarbha and the Shiv Sena focusing on Marathwada. Now, did this strategy work? Which means all the three have to pull their strengths to be able to do well in the regions given. On the other hand, in the Ayuti, you notice that the BJP has a majority of the seats across regions, whereas the Shinde Sena is in its pockets and Pawar's NCP is in its pocket. So this is a very different strategy the two followed, and which strategy appears to have the upper hand again is what we will know by 12 o'clock today.
That's right. Of course, the early leads are coming in. For our viewers, if we can just refer to the numbers that we can see on the screens right now. These are, of course, postal ballots which are being counted at this point in time, but the NDA getting a march ahead with 88 lead in 88 seats, and the MVA leading in 50 seats as we speak. And as far as Jharkhand is concerned, it's the NDA which is leading in 32 seats at this point in time, and 16 seats where the India bloc is leading. But these are very early days.
Absolutely. Remember, counting always begins with postal ballots reserved for specific groups, including those with disabilities, security personnel, and certain government employees who are involved in essential services, after which is when the EVMs, they get opened and their votes get tallied. By midday is when we are told early trends will start emerging. And then, of course, the consolidation of leads takes place. But in Maharashtra, it's a tricky situation, because even if the party manages to get the highest number of seats, we're not really sure if it will be part of the government.
So I think it's very good that we are taking this electoral insurance policy at regular intervals, because I think last time around also there was this excitement about a certain parties doing well in the initial phase and the ultimate result being different. So I think to err on the side of caution is much better, and that's nice that we are doing it today as part of our analysis.
Absolutely. So early trends have started coming in, but they can be misleading. We'll have to wait and watch how this situation pans out. But remember, important elections there, fight for the economy, for the capital of economy, for the financial capital of the country, and also Jharkhand, which is crucial to the tribal identity. Important wars taking place, and of course 42 bypolls, which will also see Priyanka Gandhi's electoral debut. And if she makes it, all Gandhis will be in the parliament. That itself is going to be interesting.
Right. Time for us to take a very short break, but stay with us. Coming up on the other side, Vishnu Shoma and Maria Shakil.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Cashback has flow, करते नहीं impress. Life would easy, कितना कुछ free, only with single ID. ये भी free, वो भी free, कितना कुछ free. single ID. Get it free with single ID. कितने सारे apps हैं मुझसे जुड़े, brands मेरे पास है सबसे बड़े. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Only with single ID. Get it free with single ID.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn rewards with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
Good morning and welcome. In the next few hours, the political landscape of India could shift dramatically as the results from the Jharkhand and Maharashtra assembly elections roll in. With high stakes and even a higher voter turnout, these elections aren't just about local governance, they're a litmus test for national political tides. In Maharashtra, the battle between the BJP-led Mahayuti and the Mahavikas Aghadi promises a fierce contest with implications for regional power dynamics.
Yes, that's Vishnu and I are joining you at a time when the EVM machines would have opened and the counting for both the states and the bypoll that's happening across a number of states would have begun. In Jharkhand, the outcome will signal whether the JMM Congress coalition can maintain its grip or if the BJP-led NDA will seize control. This isn't just about numbers, it's about the direction of development, policy and leadership in these pivotal states. Stay tuned as we bring you all the live updates, analysis, first reactions from the ground, shaping the future of over 250 million people. Don't miss what promises to be
a political spectacle that could redefine state and national politics. Because, Maria, you would agree, it's not just a state election this time around.
Absolutely.
There has been a certain trend, which we've seen in the Haryana elections. Is that going to be something which could be a factor over here? We're going to really see what happens over here, because there are many elections coming up, but we're going to see where this leads us. So we're going to, what you see on your screens right now, with many, many words of caution.
Yes.
And should we add a few more words?
Yes.
Is very, very early leads. And these cannot be relied on. These are leads and not results. These are postal ballots which are coming in. These are early trends which are coming in. If you are asking when will results be known, I would suppose by about 12 o'clock we'll get
11:30 we'll get direction clear.
A clear direction, and then in the next few hours, these will translate into results.
Yes, absolutely. So at the moment, as we start this broadcast at 9 a.m., NDA, which is the Mahayuti, at 96, Mahavikas Aghadi at 64, and others become important in case if there is a hung assembly, but not at the moment. It appears a very different picture, but yes, it's very, very early. It's 9 a.m. The counting of the EVM machines would have just about begun in certain counting centers only, not across Maharashtra or Jharkhand. Looking at the Jharkhand picture, the early leads coming in of more than 50% of 81 seats, NDA there at 35, India Bloc at 18. Of course, it is the JMM, which is the incumbent in Jharkhand. Let's bring in the reporters.
Maria, hang on. Let me ask you a quick question.
Please go ahead.
Do you have any word on hotel bookings in Maharashtra?
Yes. So that's an important point. I was speaking to some sources of mine across parties, and they were telling me that there are preparations underway. Still last evening, none of the sides were confident whether this result in Maharashtra, because it's very, very splintered in terms of 6 parties, Vishnu directly in fray. Both the Congress and the BJP have a part of the Shiva Sena and the NCP. So you really do not know which way this election will go. But I think directionally, there is a sense that has come in. Okay, so there's a triple digit now for the Mahayuti.
No, you're talking about hotels, and I'm reminded,
Yes.
since the split of the Shiv Sena was such an important and pivotal moment in Indian politics, about the hotel politics, as it were, when the Shiv Sena split. They first went to Goa, then they went to Assam, then they went back to Goa,
Yes.
right? And then they went to Maharashtra. And we were tracking them in various hotels all the time.
So, yeah, I think that becomes tough for us because, there are so many hotels, and we tend to finally get the numbers of where. And
Let's
the number
hope it
of
doesn't
booking
go
importance.
there. Let's hope it doesn't go
Early
there. Now we
morning,
want clean
certainly
elections. That means we get to work a little less also.
Yes, so let's bring in the reporters. Anuj is joining us. We have Radhika joining us live early this morning, and we also have Abira. Let me begin with you, Radhika. As someone who is in Worli, an important contest between Milind Deora and Aditya Thackeray, what are you picking up? Is it, has the voting, counting of the EVM machines begun? I'm sure the postal ballots are over. What about EVM machines? Has that started?
Yeah, that has started. Counting of EVMs has started in Worli, of course. As you said, this is a high-stakes battle that we saw between Aditya Thackeray and Milind Deora. It's going to be a close contest. Several predict Aditya win. Many others predict Milind win. But, this is what we've been seeing over the last several weeks. Mahayuti very, very confident of their victory. MVA confident of its victory. And it could be hung assembly is what several people are telling us. But if it's going to be hung assembly, more drama post this. And as you were pointing out, as reporters who've been covering this since 2019, we covered 2019 elections as well, and post that the Sena split, NCP split, we were just talking about hotels and resort politics. We did see, when the Sena versus Sena split happened, the number of hotels that all of them were put up in, first Surat and then Guwahati and then Goa. And the discussions really among reporters is, will we have to go to several of these cities and be parked outside many of these hotels? So that is a concern for reporters also, not just the, candidates, leaders and the political parties. But having said that, yes, it is a close contest. Mahayuti versus MVA, unlikely alliances, a lot of realignments we saw in the last several years. So therefore, 2019 drastically different from 2024. In 2024, we are talking about 6 parties and unstable alliances, as one would say, 2 Senas, 2 NCPs. So therefore, yes, although early trends may give Mahayuti some edge and perhaps later MVA some edge, but we'll have to really wait till the end because it's down to the wire really as far as Maharashtra Assembly elections are concerned. Yesterday multiple meetings took place, Sena meetings, BJP meetings, Congress meetings to ensure that their flock stays together, one, and secondly, if it is a hung assembly, who are the independents, who are the rebel candidates, and which are the smaller parties they could perhaps depend on. So yes, it's all down to the wire as far as Maharashtra is concerned. We'll have to wait for a few more hours to understand if it is going to be a clear mandate either for Mahayuti or MVA, or if it's going to be hung assembly, which means it's going to be chaos and confusion for weeks ahead.
Mahayuti at 110, Mahavikas Aghadi at 68, of course, as we have said, that the counting of EVM has just begun. Anuj continues to be with us. Anuj, where exactly is Eknath Shinde today? Because, it's an important battle for him in particular. Is he at Varsha or is he in Thane?
Eknath Shinde is in Thane here, right at the beginning of the day. Of course, he's expected to move towards the city as the trends become a little clear. And not just him, we can also expect many other political leaders, especially from the close-by areas and from the far-off places as well, to travel to the city, from both the factions. Because although the early trends suggest that the Mahayuti are having an edge at this particular moment, but we can expect things to get very close, as we approach the 12 noon period, and that is when one can see both the alliances will be inching towards that magical number of 145. But as been reiterated before, even if a party or even if an alliance crosses the mark of 145, that doesn't really guarantee the formation of the government by them, because it will be too ambitious of us to believe that even by the end of the day, the picture will become very clear considering what has been going on across the state in the last 4 to 5 years. We've seen that, there have been several mini contests amongst the larger picture of the Maharashtra
in terms of what the overall
and
situation that you see on the screen right now. Let's just give you the leads position right now. At this stage, the leads have the NDA considerably ahead. Remember, this will be postal ballot counting. At 103 leads for the NDA, the Mahavikas Aghadi at 64. At this stage, the Mahavikas Aghadi is actually 13 ahead in terms of a change from last time around. Of course, the political formations were different, but in terms of the composition, the NDA is down 7. But again, very early days. Let's go across to Abira, who joins us at from Dahisar. Abira, what's happening around you? What's the buzz that you're picking up, and what are some of the key contests where you're reporting from?
Let's first talk about, I think this time Maharashtra is taken over by the women because the percentage of women that turned out to vote was extraordinary compared to, of course, 2019. We have seen how Maharashtra percentage of voters have increased, and we have to give it to the women because 6% increase in the women voter. So, I think here at Dahisar, we have Manisha Chaudhary, who is the sitting MLA right now, who is the BJP candidate. She has an upper hand because she has been campaigning here, talking to the women, of course. But at the same time, we have Vinod Gosalkar, who has a emotional quotient here because he has sympathy as his son was murdered a few months back. And he has been standing here, so he has sympathy votes here. But we have to say it is the women voters who are ruling Maharashtra. Maybe they will decide who will win this election.
Well, we're also joined by Clyde Craster of the NCP, Rajesh Ghotian of the Congress, and Amya Kapoor of the BJP. Thank you all very much for being with us. And of course, we've got a wonderful set of panelists coming in throughout this morning. Let me go across to you, Clyde, first. Bottom line, at the end of today, or in fact in the next few hours, voters in Maharashtra, people in Maharashtra will get a sense of the real NCP, right? It is a battle of identity for your party. Clyde, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me? Did you get my question?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I got your question. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Can you hear me?
All right, we'll come back to Clyde in a moment. Let's just go quickly across to Rajesh Ghotian of the Congress Party. Rajesh, I know these are very early right now, but it does appear that in terms of the lead situation, the NDA considerably ahead of the MVA. Any quick thoughts that you may have?
See, when I started seeing the counting, I knew it was not possible at all. And if you see, I have been looking at the left side, that is on the screen, at a lot of Marathi channels, one of them being yours, NDTV Marathi. Now, I am having a lead count of, I don't want to just market any other channel on your channel, but I am having the latest on all the 288. It was 137, 135. So what you are showing will finally go there. And as of now, I don't want to be wrong also, it is showing 140 to Mayuti and 132 to MVA. And this is not even the first round. So I'm very sure I was on the channel 2 days back.
Yes.
Hello?
Sajjan, come in on this. When we are looking at these numbers, 120 is what we are looking at for Mahayuti at the moment, and Mahavikas Aghadi at 80. Mahayuti down by 12, and Mahavikas Aghadi up by 20. Very early hours, 9-11 isn't really the time we can come to some conclusion, but how are you looking at it?
No, I mean, that's also the down and up is because last time in 2019, the combinations were different. You have just two parties in what you call today Mahayuti, combined Shiv Sena and BJP. So therefore, both the constituents were contesting more seats. So this time, even if it's going down, the lead indicates one thing. If you see the ground scenario, the fact that except Marathwada region, everywhere there was a positive traction for Ladki Bahin Yojana scheme. To Eknath Shinde's image has also taken some sort of upward pull factor. Given that, also if you see in Vidarbha region wherein Congress was supposed to contribute considerably, therein we found that Congress had literally let it go, let it slip out and fall into the hands of the local candidates wherein the Mahayuti has the edge. So overall, I think if more women voters, as the report is there, have voted in this, so therefore the Ladki Bahin Yojana impact is going to give positive traction to the Mahayuti.
Okay, Aditi?
Well, we have to see what role or what the performance of Sharad Pawar is, because this is absolutely a make and break election for him and his party. We have to. I don't know what the reports are from Baramati. I don't know what the reports are from other areas where.
I will just mention that because NCP SP at the moment Their leads are, they are contesting on 64 seats. Lead is in 33. There's a change of plus 21 for NCP SP at the moment.
So which is
They're contesting in 86 seats, right?
86, yeah.
Yes,
86
yes.
seats.
So far we know about
51.
64.
51 so far.
64 we know about so far, yes.
So even assuming that it
The
is
F5 update button, eh?
Yes.
even if we assume that it is around, they're leading in 1 out of every 2 seats that they contested, that's pretty damn good as strike rates go. But we have to see what, I'm really interested in knowing what happens in Baramati.
Yes.
In fact, there's a further update, Maria. They're contesting in 86,
yes.
the NCP SP. So far, there are leads in 71. There are leads now in 37. They're leading now in 37.
There's a gain of 24 seats.
And that's very significant.
Yes, that's pretty good. Let's bring in Clyde and get a reaction on this. Of course, as far as the Lok Sabha is concerned, Clyde, we saw the results, and Sharad Pawar did give what was seen as a debilitating blow to his nephew when Ajit Pawar's NCP managed only 1 MP while Sharad Pawar dominated the NCP completely. I don't think so. Even in this election, Sharad Pawar, the NCP battle is going to be settled so easily. Mr. Pawar remains that dominant figure in Maharashtra politics.
Good morning, Maria and Vishnu. I hope you can hear me now.
Loud and clear.
Am I audible enough? Am I audible now?
Clyde, you've been audible all throughout. Can you answer the question?
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So I heard you. I'm getting my updates, from Baramati.
Yes.
So at the moment, Mr. Ajit Pawar is leading, but overall picture is that, the NCP, my NCP, which is Mr. Sharad Chandra Pawar, we're leading in 45 seats. At the moment, that's the update that I'm getting from my central office, that we're leading 45 seats. So it's going to be neck to neck. But, like Maria just said, is it going to be settled, which is the real NCP? I have no doubt. I have no doubt we are the real NCP. The election commission may have given the verdict, things have panned out. But we all know who formed NCP. We all know who is the president of the NCP. These things happen. But at the end of the day, people of Maharashtra will decide today what they decided in the Lok Sabha election. We won 8 out of the 10 seats that we contested it. So I think it's going to be a decision that the people have taken. It's going to seal it this time around. But having said that, the updates that I'm getting also, we are neck to neck. The Mahayuti and Mahavikas Aghadi are running neck to neck.
It's a battle of identity for your party. At the end of the day, in the next few hours, people would likely say, okay, I now know who the real NCP is. And therefore, as tall a leader as Sharad Pawar may be, this is at one level an existential election for your party.
Well, I wouldn't call it an existential election because we know we exist. It's the other faction that broke away. They try to, exist and, call themselves the real NCP. But the truth cannot be, hidden. The fact is, we all know where the party stands. Sharad Pawar Saab formed the NCP and we're
a word on Shiv
Sena
and all other political parties, because we have more details coming in now. The Shiv Sena, which is Eknath Shinde's Sena, the leads have come in on 59 seats out of 81 that they have contested leads now. They are leading in 33 of those 59. There is a change or gain of 2. Congress, though, is down minus 13. They are contesting on 101. Remember, in Mahavikas Aghadi, they're contesting on maximum number of seats. Out of 101 seats that the Congress is contesting, the leads clear now in 83. They are leading only in 26. And in 2019, remember, they had won 39. So I think it's not very early trend, but not very clear picture for the Congress at the moment. So as we look at 917, Mahavikas Aghadi at 85, Mahayuti at 136. So that's how the numbers are stacked. Again, let's bring in Anuja Kapoor now of the BJP. Early trends, I know BJP has always been cautiously optimistic, but how are you viewing it?
Jai Shri Ram and good morning. We are very hopeful because this is the government of NDA, and NDA is a cadre-based party where under the leadership of Modi ji, a Modi ji who has been bestowed with the highest honor around the world with 17 awards, this is what we see, where India is called as a Viksit Bharat. You will be seeing in 2045, 40 in next decade. So what we are looking into is why we would be winning this. Because what Modi ji's schemes have been turned up in Maharashtra, what Modi ji's schemes have been turned up in Jharkhand, that is on the ground level. The woman, Dalit, the caste system, what Congress was talking about, where we were talking about Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, where we also talked about
because what I'd like to do, and I'll come back to you, is take a look at important strike rates which are taking place in face-offs between various political formations. So if you take a look at the BJP versus the Congress, that's the really big one. The BJP presently in leads, these are leads, not results, we'll say it 100 times, has a strike rate of 70%. The Congress in a direct face-off in Maharashtra across the state is hitting at only 23%. So this is a huge problem, Maria.
Yes, a word on those 75 seats. Out of those 75 seats, there is on which there is a direct face-off between the BJP and the Congress. 40 are in Vidarbha, which essentially means that the BJP is doing well in Vidarbha region. That's why their strike rate is at 70% in this direct face-off between the BJP and the Congress. Early as it's 920 only.
And also the other point, of course, is that the Congress is doing, would have concerns at this stage. Of the 101, and as you mentioned, in the MBA, they're contesting the maximum number of seats in that alliance. They're leading in only 25. That's down 14 from last time. Let's take a look at the next face-off, as it were, on the screen. This is the NCP versus the, I think it's the NCP versus NCP. Let's try and pull out those graphics on the screen. Oops. NCP versus the NCP SP, Sharad Pawar. Again, this is the battle for identity. It's almost even Stevens, because Maria, about 30 seconds back, it was 50% each, right? So the NCP Sharad Pawar marginally under, but again, it's almost perfectly evening. The other big battle, the Shiv Sena versus the Shiv Sena, the crisis in Maharashtra politics triggered initially by the split of this party. The Shiv Sena or the Balasaheb Thackeray, right? Again, in the biggest battle of identity, is not hitting at the strike rate that they want.
Yes, so in 53 seats that we are looking at, in which there is a direct face-off between the Shiv Sena and Shiv Sena UBT, it's 53 seats, and most of these 53 seats are coming from Konkan, Thane region.
And Mumbai region.
Yes. Yeah. Sajjan, a word on that?
Yeah, precisely. If you see, there is a generational shift, the generation of the Shiv Sena which has not seen Bal Thackre's era. Certainly the sympathy factor doesn't translate into vote automatically. Second, Eknath Shinde, whatever be his tally, but certainly he has arrived as a leader compared to the Lok Sabha election when he was a traitor and banking upon BJP organizational base. Ladki Bahin Yojana is Eknath Shinde's initiative. So 1, 2, he is now considered as a CM who has delivered a lot in a very quick span of time. So that is why he is not only has arrived as a leader, but he is also contributing to the tally of Mahayuti. And if more women turnout is there, which is the case, then mind it, if Yuti sails through, certainly Eknath Shinde is going to be the Nitish Kumar of Maharashtra for BJP.
You know what's interesting? Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, please go ahead.
What I find interesting is that if these trends translate into results, and the gap at this stage is fairly significant, then it goes against what we've seen in the Lok Sabha elections, where the MVA rested 30 of the seats, 48 seats. Right? So it's a complete spin within a matter of few months. Of course, we know that assembly elections and Lok Sabha elections very different. But coming as it does just a few months later.
Vishnu, that was palpable on the ground. What I saw on the ground was that there is no anger per se. 6 months ago, the BJP was being accused of Jod Tod Ki Rajniti. After 6 months, that had gone. So what my reading has been, that if there is anger or if there is sympathy, it manifests only once. And if after the voters are done voting on that issue once,
it has been vented out. They have vented out.
It doesn't repeat itself. Aditi?
Well, yes.
The issues would be broadly similar, though.
The issues are similar. The issues are actually the same. Issues of farmer suicide, issues of socio-economic crisis, issues of investment flying out of Maharashtra to other states, levels of corruption. Those issues are very much in people's minds. They continue to be throughout the campaign. This is what one heard. But I think leadership also matters a great deal. And so this election proves to us how much leadership actually matters. Sharad Pawar continues, according to the result, continues to be a formidable leader in Maharashtra, despite the current situation that seems to suggest that Ajit Pawar is following closely behind him.
Okay.
The Shiv Sena UBT leadership has proved that it is not up to the task, and you can only go so far as up to a point with the theme of betrayal. And the Congress, frankly, has completely
They are underperforming in a very big way.
I would say
Down
Vidarbha
15
in
from
particular,
last time.
because in that region, it is also proving, if these numbers actually translate into actual results, that even in hyper-local elections, we were seeing this as 288 mini battles playing out in Maharashtra. Even then, there are certain nuts and bolts of an organization which seems to be working here.
Yeah, and you see, don't be surprised if Vidarbha emerges as the graveyard, not for the Congress, but it drags down MVA also, because Vidarbha is where the Congress is supposed to contribute. Largest constituent of all the 6 regions.
Absolutely.
And Congress is supposed to contribute there, and it's almost a direct fight between BJP and Congress.
Yes.
And the way we are witnessing, it seems to be the trend, at least in Vidarbha, that if MVA gets pulled down, primarily it would be on account of the Congress.
Okay, according to leads, at 9:25, NDA has majority in both the states. But this is early, very, very early trends. Let's tell our viewers this would be the first round of counting on EVM machines. So very, very early when we look at these numbers. But the gap seems to be increasing between the Mahavikas Aghadi and the Mahayuti. It's almost 70 seats gap, which is certainly significant. Let's bring in Mr. Singh now of the Shiv Sena. The spotlight will be on Eknath Shinde. 2.5 years of governance, and then he managed to position himself as this leader who can take forward the mantle of a hard Hindutva party such as the Shiv Sena.
देखिए, जो असली शिवसेना की बात थी, तो आज तो ये प्रूव हो गया कि जो है असली शिवसेना
अभी कुछ और टाइम इंतजार करते, शायद आप और 3 घंटे बाद ये कह सकते हैं, पर फिलहाल ये अभी नतीजे जो है ये नतीजे नहीं है, ये लीड्स है सिर्फ।
नहीं, पॉजिटिव रिजल्ट तो है, पॉजिटिव रिजल्ट चल रहा है। और मेरा कहना ये है कि जो शिंदे साहब जो है, मैं इनको 25 ईयर से जानता हूं, और ये बहुत जमीनी नेता है। ये जैसे जो यूबीटी के नेता है, हवाई वाले नहीं है कि जो है इधर से मातोश्री में रहना, ये नहीं करना जो है। इनको मैं स्टडी किया है, सुबह 8 बजे घर से निकलते, 12-1 बजे 2 बजे रात को घर पे आते, और इन्होंने जो लाडली बहना योजना किया जो है, उसकी वजह से काफी फायदा मुझे दिख रहा है। और मैं जिस समय वोटिंग था, उस समय भी वोटिंग पोल पे गया था। इलेक्शन कमीशन को मैं धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि उन्होंने जो है अलग से महिलाओं के लिए पंक्ति बनाई थी और व्हील चेयर भी रखा था। तो जो शिवसेना साहब का जो काम है इस इलेक्शन में दिख रहा है, और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि महायुति की सरकार बनेगी।
What I really want to focus on, and let's just have that graphic up once again on the NCP versus NCP battle, because that to me is the most fascinating battle in the battle for leads at this stage. With the NCP, Sharad Pawar up 23 from last time around, whereas the NCP, the Ajit Pawar faction down 12 from last time around. So, so that's so we'll update those numbers. But what I'm actually seeing, in the face-off right now, no, what I'm actually seeing is the overall seat, the lead position. But in the face-off, that's fine. But let's have that up again. Where are the two against each other? And we'll be updating these graphics as well. It's a 54% to 46%. So the NCP of Ajit Pawar at this stage seems to be going up. But again, that's something that we would want those numbers revised to see whether there's been a change in that in the last few moments as well.
Yes, that's right. But this battle of NCP versus NCP in Baramati and parts of Marathwada.
Yeah. Parts of Marathwada and Baramati primarily for the first time, despite all these gossip that there is some understanding between Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar. In Baramati, for the first time, you'll see entire Sharad Pawar family is spiritedly, they have campaigned against Ajit Pawar personally to ensure his defeat. Sharad Pawar's wife, who never stepped out in politics, hitherto.
Okay, just a moment. I just wanted to go across to Clyde because the numbers which I'm reading, Clyde, in terms of leads, actually has the NCP SP ahead of the NCP. Is that what you're getting as well? So we'll update those graphics of us.
No, Vishnu, I'm not taking anything away from what you've got, but I have got my central office which we are monitoring because it's not surprising that we are monitoring both these parties. So right now we are leading in 43 and the Ajit Pawar group is leading in 20 seats. That's what I'm getting from my central office. So 43 NCP SP and 20 seats to Ajit Pawar. That's what is the situation right.
Ajit Pawar and Ajit Pawar candidates are leading in 15 constituencies at the moment in this direct face-off which is happening between the two parties. So Ajit Pawar, who did really badly and poorly in the Lok Sabha polls, is trying to regain, or is he riding on what was seen as sympathy, sentiment done away with? Now it is about strengthening Mahayuti, the government of the day, because if these numbers hold and the gap between the two sides is only increasing, it's a pro-incumbency vote which is playing out across Maharashtra. And a word again on this, Aditi Fadnes. Maharashtra since 1987 has not voted a single party. It has always been an alliance government in Maharashtra. This is again, as we saw in 2019, it was a pre-poll alliance that the voters may be looking at favorably. If these numbers hold, we are saying it repeatedly, this would be first round only on the EVM machines.
But if these numbers are correct for Mahayuti, then Mr. Devendra Fadnavis will be always the bridesmaid, never the bride? Because everybody
is
doing extremely well.
Yeah.
And also, although the BJP has contested the largest number of seats, they will once again be relegated to supporting a smaller party from the outside, which is...
Or maybe initially they'll not rock the boat, and we'll see that now.
Maria, I'm just going to come back to a point I was mentioning earlier on, and according to the updated figures that we have also coming in and we tabulated with the ECP, again, it's the most fascinating fight for me right now is the NCP, SP and the NCP. The leads position of the Sharad Pawar group of the NCP, according to our data, is 32. The NCP is at 27. Remember, the NCP Sharad Pawar is contesting in 86, the NCP contesting in 59. The NCP Sharad Pawar, in terms of all their contests, this is not just NCP versus NCP, but in all their contests, is actually up 19. Now, if you take a look at that compared to where the Congress is, at this stage, the Congress in the leads position is down 15. So in terms of the big partner, as it were, in the equation, the Congress contesting in 101 seats, it's quite clearly underperforming in a huge way, and the NCP SP appears to be doing reasonably well. Now, is that good enough or not? That we will get to that later.
But Vishnu, I just wanted to make a small point, which is that the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP, I continue to call it the Ajit Pawar faction, has actually not contested on its own symbol in many seats. So granular data could result in a different picture.
You're talking about independents?
I'm talking about candidates of the BJP who are contesting on Ajit Pawar's symbol and vice versa.
Yes, Shaina NC.
Exactly.
She's contesting on as a Shiv Sena candidate.
Exactly. So that granular detail is also quite important when we try to assess the positions of relative positions and strengths.
All right. Well, we've got our correspondents out across the field right now, reporting from the BJP headquarters. Who do we have up at this stage? Prabhakar and Aishwarya join us. Let's go straight across to Aishwarya. Give us a sense of what's happening at the BJP headquarters.
Laddu?
The last time this Laddu business happened, I think you and I were anchoring, and there were Laddus in the Congress office. Our dear friend Sunil Prabhu was eating one of them as well, but then the election results. So I would suggest that Laddus might be bad news, but what's happening around you, Aishwarya?
Laddus or jalebis, Aishwarya? What did you get?
Well, this time it is jalebis, and unlike of the Haryana elections where we saw at the Congress headquarters, jalebis being distributed, this time since morning what we are witnessing at the BJP headquarters is jalebis being prepared over here, and you know, probably at around 11 or 12 the picture will get clearer, and there had been orders of almost 100 kgs of jalebis. Of course, there are no early celebrations as of now, but preparations are still on at the BJP headquarters. Many leaders have turned up since morning as they are watching these results very closely. The BJP had clearly stated that they're very confident of the Jharkhand polls, but on the other side, Maharashtra is something they would like to wait and watch as to what transpires in the next few hours. But certainly preparations are on, as every elections we see, if Bharatiya Janata Party wins, then it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi who comes to the headquarters and address their Karyakartas, and therefore the reason perhaps all the you know, preparations are on, and the orders have been given to the Karyakartas to still wait and watch as to what results transpired. But jalebis is something that is being prepared currently at the BJP headquarters.
Jalebi factory may have been a talking point in Haryana, but jalebis are back as the favorite.
Shall we take a look at Jharkhand? Shall we take a look at Jharkhand? Because we've got our colleague Prabhakar as well in Ranchi waiting for us. The overall position right now, the NDA and the India Alliance both contesting in 81. The Leeds position has the NDA up at 43. That's up 17 from last time. The India Alliance, and this is terrible news for the JMM obviously, is that they're down 13 from last time. So again, very early, the total number of seats is 81. Any early reactions, Prabhakar? Is there a sense of disbelief? I mean, at this stage, actually, the JMM is up 4 from last time. So perhaps it is early days. But what are you getting in terms of some reactions on these leads?
I think the leaders from both the factions, they will first wait for the numbers to settle down, and then they would react to the results which are coming in. But as of now, of course, the trends are showing that the NDA is in a leading position, and that would be a big setback for JMM, because they were quite upbeat about it. They were quite positive that they would actually be able to come back in power, and it was basically they were riding on the hope of this Maiya Samman Yojana, which is their flagship program actually to attract women voters. And what we saw on the ground during the polling, that women were there in large number on ground voting, and JMM actually believed that it was because of their scheme, the Maiya Samman Yojana, that women have come out largely to vote for them. But if the numbers actually don't go their way, it will certainly be a big disappointment. Laddus have been ordered here in Ranchi as well by both the camps, laddus and crackers. We don't know which camp will actually burst crackers or distribute laddus, but certainly we will have one, whichever camp wins.
Good one, Prabhakar there. Let's bring in Tom Vadakkan. Tom Vadakkan, it seems Jharkhand, Maharashtra, both the states could have good news for you, but very early hours, 9:36 only. Mr. Vadakkan, if you heard me, sir.
I will take this opportunity to thank our voters and the Election Commission for having conducted an election which is above board. Whoever wins or loses, this is democracy at full play.
But Tom, you're being terribly philosophical early in the morning.
If you have delivered,
got some very positive
you will win.
leads positions to you in Jharkhand and in Maharashtra. Where is the excitement, or are you in a sense of disbelief that you're doing as well as you are in the leads position in both states?
No, that's not the case. We know we have delivered. We know we have delivered.
No, that's more
and
like
our guarantees and promises people have seen it. So we are not, we are somebody who's surprised with anything. If you work hard and you deliver, your Kalikartas are there and the results are there, then there's nothing to stop you. And if democracy is anything that we can talk about, that is what you deliver to the people, how well you take care of the people. and the promises that you keep
what is
and you
ironical
maintain it.
in these numbers
That is the essential test,
Tom,
litmus test.
that we heard two very women-centric schemes in both the states. In one state, you had about Ladki Behan. In the other, it was about Maiya Samman. In both these states, women voters came out to cast their vote. But if these numbers actually translate into actual results, in one state, they voted for the party which gave them that model of governance. The other one, they have voted against it.
Quite right, absolutely, and we suggest that there are many other factors at work in both states. Well, they are very different states, so you can't really equate one with the other. But even though women have come out to vote in large numbers, the factors that have impelled them to vote in certain ways may be different.
And also the tribal voter, we'll have to talk about them. That will become a crucial vote bank now. You know, all that outreach with regards to, Birsa Munda Jayanti and visually impactful images.
It's not just that. It's also what BJP told us is in the Kolhan region, where the BJP, which sends 14 seats to the assembly, in the last election, the BJP got 0. Kolhan is where Champai Soren comes from.
Right.
That's right.
So it's possible that the base of the tribal JMM-led tribal consolidation, the base of that grouping is completely broken.
You know, Sajjan, that's an interesting point. Hemant Soren in these elections, the fact that he came out of jail as a sort of hero, the fact that the JMM were looking at the entire narrative of how their premier leader has been targeted by agencies. If these leads translate into results, then that entire narrative completely collapses. And I would suggest, perhaps even more than the women voters, it is the narrative of the JMM and Hemant Soren not working out that would go against them and decide the sympathy factor, which would win or lose the election for them.
Yeah, therein comes relatively the core zones wherein the impact of the leader is there. So besides Santhal Pargana and among the Santhals, it has never been the case that JMM has consolidated all the tribes, let alone about the rest of the Jharkhand electorates. Last time what happened that BJP's Chief Minister Raghuvar Das and OBC, he ended up alienating both the tribals and the upper caste middle class voter, like Saryura and others, This time, wherein the BJP, by aligning with AJSU and others, consolidated OBC votes, upper caste vote also has come, and with Babulal Marandi and others, they have been Urao, Mundas, Ho, Khadia, lots many tribals. So that way sympathy factor needs to be given some external organizational push to be beyond the quarantined area of Santhal Pargana.
Right.
And when Congress is your ally, that doesn't seem to be the case.
Okay, so Santhal is how many seats there? Santhal Pargana would be how many seats?
In and around, if I'm correct, around 30 or something.
30. That's the dominant. It's similar to Vidarbha. I mean, the region which can make or break.
But you have to remember that tribals are only 27% of Jharkhand's population.
Right.
Now, the other castes,
OBCs.
particularly the Kurmis, and specifically among the Kurmis, the role of Jairam Mahato, who has emerged as a very major a potential chief minister candidate among the Kurmis. That is also very, very important.
The Congress down last time in Jharkhand from last time. They're contesting a significant 30 seats. They were always being carried along by the JMM, but with this, it's just not worked out.
Okay, so a word on Jharkhand now, and if we can do a party-wise breakup. The BJP is contesting on 68. We have leads in 65 so far. The BJP, of these 65 seats, the BJP is leading in 35. They have made a gain of 11. JMM contesting on 43 seats. We have a picture clear of 41. There is a change of -3. The Congress is down -9. It seems to be certainly bringing down this entire alliance. AJSU, the alliance partner of the BJP there, it is contesting on 10 seats. They are leading in 6. They are making gains of 4. So a word on AJSU.
Yeah, AJSU contributes to especially the Kurmi Mehatos.
The Kurmi Mehato, yes.
Hazaribagh and bordering the Purulia, all the regions wherein you have Kurmi Mehatos and who last time also got alienated. So this time, that is why the women-centric scheme is one factor that should have contributed to the JMM Congress alliance. But when you do not do your homework right about the social base, for example, in Maharashtra, you see, except Marathwada region, wherein the Jharange Patil factor seems to be contributing to, going against the BJP. Everywhere BJP again, consolidated among the OBC base, Madhav Alliance, Mali, Dhangar, Vanjaris, Teli, etc. And that's why you see many of the OBCs are saying that we voted against the BJP because hum dar gaye the because of the constitution narrative. Yeah. But now that the OBC leaders like Chhagan Bhujbal and others, they openly came out against Jharange Patil, and that is why you contribute to the social boost, and then Ladli Behan Yojana adds up.
And in that narrative of Jharange Patil in Marathwada, here is Jharange Patil not questioning the Shiv Sena. He's questioning his target is essentially Devendra Fadnavis and the BJP.
That's the caste. No, that not Maratha leaders of BJP.
No, yes.
Primarily the Devendra Fadnavis because he's a Brahmin.
Yeah, so I'm saying even then Jharange Patil was selective in his target questioning. So that essentially confused the voters even more. When I met him at his home in Marathwada, he gave me an impression that yes, I'm going to start agitation again, and all his questions was only against Devendra Fadnavis. Right. So the BJP chose that in Marathwada, Devendra Fadnavis will not be in the front line of the campaign. No. He'll be much behind.
I just want to switch very briefly to Jharkhand once again and pick up on the point that Aditi was talking about. I think Jairam Mahato and the entire insider-outsider debate is one of the most fascinating aspects of this election. The fact that he's campaigned on a domicile policy going back to 1932, saying that that is the cutoff when you'd be decide. How significant a player is he in the context of these elections and this particular insider-outsider debate, which has also been core to what the BJP has been arguing?
Look, this domicile thing is already a done and dusted thing. Babulal Marandi way back, 2 decades back.
It comes up, yes.
Now in Jharkhand, more than that, I think his crucial impact would be among the Mehto, Kurmi Mehto community who are sizable in Jharkhand. Because I think this outsider-insider debate has been dusted. It doesn't have the resonance, but because the very demand of being included into the ST category. You know, 1908 when the Kurmi Kshatriya Mahasabha happened, and they were invited, the tribal told them that you are not the Kurmis of UP and that time the plains of Bihar, do not go, but they went there because of the Sanskritization logic.
No, but what is interesting now is that even there, a party like BJP, which had, not really directly projected Babulal Marandi as their face, they are getting acceptance from tribal state. It's a tribal, 28% may not be the completely dominated state, but will be seen as a tribal state.
In terms of the territory,
in terms of territory.
Inhabit.
I think much more important is
the Kurmi factor.
No. BJP got 0 seats. Absolutely. In the tribal reserved area.
The Lok Sabha
reserved seats.
In fact, the BJP slogan, Tom Vadakan batenge to cutting, that is also something that evidently may be working. It was debatable, it was controversial in a sense. The Congress really took you on that, but you stuck to that, and at the cost of some suggesting that it was divisive. But would you suggest that that's also perhaps one of the key factors which has worked well, certainly in the case of Jharkhand so far?
As to the question of the slogan,
yes.
I think it is a logical thing that we Indians have to unite against forces that are outside. And if that has been a slogan that has been there in our manifesto in different forms and sizes. Now, I think one thing that is being avoided on your channel, that demographic change in the tribal area is an effect that the tribals have realized that they are being replaced, and especially when the announcement came in from a Congress leader that facilities would be provided to these outsiders. When I mean outsiders, I mean those who have come into the state and have settled there. This is the realization that has hit bang into the tribal psyche, and they have realized that they may be replaced by this new demographic change.
Okay. So we are going
and
back
I think
to
that
the
needs
state
to
of
go on
Maharashtra,
record today.
and we'll start focusing it on the basis of various regions. You know, Maharashtra, as we have been saying, there are 6 decisive regions. Every region has its own set of issues, has voted on its own set of issues. There is no pan-Maharashtra issue which played out. So we are starting to look now at Konkan region. In Konkan, a word on that, in all 39 seats in 2019, the BJP Shiv Sena had won 26, the Congress NCP had won 7. Now, how are the numbers stacked, Vishnu?
Well, if you take a look at the Konkan region in Maharashtra, the NDA up over here, up 4, the MVA leading in just 1 seat. Others are not particularly significant in this concept. It's a runaway success in the Konkan region. Sajan, how would you look at Konkan and the dynamics in Konkan, which are different from other parts of the state?
So Konkan, you have 3 districts, Sindhudurg, Ratnagiri and Raigad.
Yeah.
You know, but when you add 39 seats, it's also have the Thane and Palghar.
Right.
That's combined.
Okay.
In Lok Sabha election, when the generic trend was against BJP, both the seats of Konkan was won by BJP. Narayan Rane is one who is not considered a Maratha leader because he is from Konkan, and because of its continuity to Mumbai, there was more kind of a Shiv Sena base. So that is why Uddhav Thackeray was supposed to contribute here. It was his passion. He should have been the legacy holder. But we saw that during Lok Sabha election also, Konkan went Mahayuti ways. This is one. 2, you see, in this region, there is always the kind of a factor, you see, Hindutva is more strong, but therein also the factor that Uddhav went with Mahayuti. And
okay, so now, a word on that. Mahayuti has reached 202.
Right.
Never before in Maharashtra history an alliance is standing at that number. Aditi, I mean, it's going to be a landslide if that actually
Meanwhile, Aditya Thackeray is leading in Worli. That's interesting.
Yes.
That's important.
Yes, while we look at it.
The Thackeray faction.
Yes, but you know, 202, that's, where are the numbers coming from? Let's put out more numbers now there. 202 for, okay, now 203, it's only increasing for Mahayuti. So let's bring in region-wise again, Jui, starting with Vidarbha now. Let's move to Vidarbha because that's an important battle there. In all 62 seats, how are the numbers stacked? Okay, massive gain for Mahayuti there. They are leading in 51 seats again.
No, and this is very significant because this is an area which is known for agrarian concerns, and agrarian distress has played out very much in parts of Amravati, Chandrapur, Nagpur as well. Farmer suicides was something which was very, very big over here.
Yavatmal is here. Yavatmal is in Vidarbha.
In Vidarbha as well. If the NDA is doing well in these issues, then the sense that the MVA really held the narrative when it came to addressing farmer issues hasn't held true at all.
No, certainly not. And therein comes that, yes, there were complaints about the low productive of soybean and cotton.
Yes.
Prices were not much, but yet people said that when you, I mean, we do not treat ourselves as farmers in isolation, women in isolation. They treat how the household income has been affected. This massive cash schemes that was there between Raksha Bandhan and Deepavali. On an average, there was a feeling that 20 to 30,000, you know,
has come in
Absolutely most of the household, and that is why not only it neutralized, it gave a positive spin.
Can I just revisit?
Most of these
and
seats,
Maria, you answer this question for me.
In most of these seats,
what people want to know. When do we move away from saying that these are early leads to saying that we are now in a particular direction? You know, it's now 10 o'clock almost in the morning.
I think post 10:30 we will be, because it's not really, you know, it's not.
It's consistent.
Because at this stage, for the MVA to turn this around would mean a massive change in the lead's position.
I think that's...
Which is why I'm asking.
It's going
Sorry,
to be
go ahead.
So I think we'll have to wait a little more. We have always been cautious. That's how NDTV, you are the veteran of NDTV, has been functioning. So let's hold our horses. It's not even 10 a.m., ladies and gentlemen, 8 minutes to go. By then, we'll have a clear picture of Maharashtra, 288 seats. The leads would have come in, early leads, very early leads. But yes, it looks like the Mahayuti at the moment could very well be home. But yes, let's look at Vidarbha. We have discussed Vidarbha. Moving focus now to Marathwada. Let's focus on Marathwada region now. In all, 46 seats here in Marathwada. BJP, Shiv Sena, that time around it was the united Shiv Sena, perhaps undivided Shiv Sena at 28. Congress NCP was at 16. How are the numbers tagged now? So again here the NDA, that is the Mahayuti, has taken a lead. They are leading in 36 seats, Mahavikas Aghadi at 9. So that Jarange Patil and the supposed meeting which happened between him and Mr. Sharad Pawar, what really happened to that?
Well, I mean, ultimately caste is very, very crucial to a lot of decisions that people take.
I just want to go through some of the key issues in Marathwada.
Yes, please.
Which composes of Aurangabad, Jalna, Bid, Marathwada, drought, underdevelopment key issues, issues of caste politics, water scarcity and agricultural issues. So some similarity with concerns raised in Vidarbha. Again, this narrative appears to be a runaway, in tackling this, seems to be a runaway success in terms of leads for the NDA at this stage.
And interestingly, in Jalna, when Jarange Patil okay, so it's 212 now for the Mahayuti there, and the MVA numbers, MVA numbers are only declining. So there is no hung house, there is no chaos among the mind of the voters. One word on the ground was stability. A government that completes 5 years in office, that's what people of Maharashtra have voted for. They did not want any jod-tod. They did not want.
They've had enough of that.
They have had enough of that. So so even if Jarange Patil was angry towards Devendra Fadnavis, a Maratha chief minister in Eknath Shinde managed to neutralize his anger in a great extent. In fact, what had happened was that soon after when the protest started, the chief minister had travelled all the way to Jalna to meet Jarange Patil, to send him that message that he is sincere about reservation. He got that 10% passed by the assembly. That made an important impact, that he was seen as sincere to the cause of the Marathas.
Yeah, and also in the last moment, because this seems to be counterintuitive in Marathwada, because Marathas constitute around 30% of the population there. Then you have 18% Muslims. Then you also have the Mahar Buddhist voters who are not much under the impact of Vanchit Bahujan Aghadi. So this triple M, Marathas, Muslims and Mahar Dalits, was supposed to be demographically help the Mahavikas Aghadi, which is not happening, which means that in the last moment also there were conversations that Sharad Pawar had been chief minister multiple times. What did he do? Now he is supporting all those demands, and then Jarange Patil being the B team of Sharad Pawar, that narrative also came. But besides that, I think also it was a counter consolidation of the OBCs, because Pankaja Munde is there and lots many other OBC leaders are there. And apart from that, I think women factor perhaps seems to be the X factor in Maharashtra, because the kind of victory you see simply by caste and community demographic, it doesn't make sense. If there is
one of the best signs for Indian politics. We've seen the rise in women voters in the last couple of assembly elections. They were dominant, for example, in the Madhya Pradesh elections, Jharkhand, and this time as well.
Son of Raj Thakre is trailing in Mahim.
Right.
We haven't discussed Raj Thakre.
No, we haven't. It was not expected to be a very significant factor.
Absolutely. MNS, what happens to Raj Thakre after this if his son is also trailing?
His cousin is winning.
Yes, so does it mean end of road? We don't write off anyone, but Amit Thakre, this was his electoral debut, son of Raj Thakre, MNS Supremo. He is trailing from Mahim. But let's bring in Ratndeep.
Aditya was taking on Milind Deora, right?
Yeah. I'm being told to take Ratndeep now.
All right,
let's have to go to Ratndeep.
Oh, there we are. See, so Aditya is leading against Milind Deora of the Shinde Sena. Right.
This is the second time Aditya was contesting from Worli.
So Sena versus Sena over here, and Aditya Thakre, this is one of the few areas where they seem to be doing reasonably well. I'd be interested to see where some of the other battles, the key battles, the Pawar versus Pawar battles, which are taking place in Baramati. We'll come around to that in a moment. But let's also focus a little bit on by-elections.
Yes, a word from Ratndeep, who's joining us from Guwahati.
And Ratnadeep, sorry to have kept you waiting right up off the top. But I can see that the air quality around you is much better than it is in Delhi. So, I mean, you were breathing clean air. But please go ahead.
That's right, we are breathing clean air, and perhaps in the Bypolls in Assam, where there are 5 seats which went for Bypoll, there is initial good news for the ruling BJP and allies, as out of the 5 seats, the leads that we are getting after round 1, in 3 seats, BJP and allies are leading, and that includes the crucial Samaguri seat, which has been a Congress stronghold since 2001. Since 2001, Congress had never lost Samaguri, but after round 1, BJP candidate has taken an early lead of 2,000 votes. So therefore, remember, this time BJP has campaigned hard there in the stronghold of Congress heavyweight Rakibul Hussain, and his son, 26-year-old Tanzil Hussain, is making his electoral debut there. And there it seems the BJP has been able to make some early inroads in the seat of Bihali, where a BJP turncoat was contesting on Congress ticket, where Congress heavyweight Gaurav Gogoi had led the campaign. There Congress is trailing, and also from Meghalaya, from the Gambagre seat, which is a prestige battle for Congress Sangma's family, with his wife making an electoral debut for his party, the National People's Party. She is actually leading there in Gambagre. There is a multi-corner fight there. So these are the updates coming in. So therefore, good news, early good news for the BJP and allies, not only in Assam, but also from Meghalaya. But all eyes would be on the Samaguri seat, which has seen major pre-poll violence, even skirmishes on the day of the polling as well. And remember, this time, this was the first election of at any level in Assam since 2016, when BJP came to power in Assam for the first time, that Himanta Biswa Sharma, the chief minister, was not leading the campaign. He did campaign for the party candidates because he was busy with the Jharkhand elections. And also Sarvanand Sonowal, the union minister, former chief minister, also was not seen very active in the campaign. So BJP had this time tested the electoral management of its second-ranked leaders in Assam. So therefore, this has been a major test for the BJP itself, and also for Gaurav Gogoi, who was emerging as Congress's face in Assam. At this moment, the initial leads are with the BJP, and that too in Congress stronghold of Samaguri.
Sikkim, both seats have been won uncontested. Some news flashed.
Yes.
Ratnadeep, could you tell us about the Sikkim contest?
Both seats have been won
I confess to not
uncontested.
knowing enough about it.
Yes, that's correct. In fact, in Sikkim, there were 2 seats where bypolls had to take place. In fact, 1 seat was vacated by the chief minister, because in the Sikkim election he contested from 2 seats and won both the seats. So he left 1 seat, and his wife had vacated another seat. And in both the seats, on the last day of withdrawal of nomination, the main key opposition party, Sikkim Democratic Front candidates, had withdrawn their nomination, and the other parties' candidates' nomination was disqualified. So therefore, the ruling Sikkim Krantikari Morcha candidates in both the seats have won unopposed, which includes Aditya Gole, the son of Chief Minister Prem Singh Tamang.
Okay.
And with those victories, remember, now in Sikkim Assembly, which is a 32-member assembly, there is no opposition. All the MLAs belong to Sikkim Krantikari Morcha of Prem Singh Tamang, which is a key ally of
Ratnadeep, we will
BJP.
talk about Sikkim a little bit later. Let the assembly elections happen over there. These were just bypolls. Let's go straight across to my colleague Radhika. As we do that, just an overall look at what appears to be a runaway win for the NDA.
But a word there, Vishnu.
Still leads. That's my next sentence. But just look at the gap right now. Remember, the magic mark is 145. They are well ahead of that. For the NVA at this stage, to reverse this, the leads position would be fairly extraordinary. There are different rounds, obviously, of counting and rechecks, even of the electronic voting machines. But at this stage, it appears that the NDA in the leads position completely ahead. Let's go straight across to Radhika, who's been tracking all of these developments and joins us now. Radhika, is there a sense of despondency building up among members of the MVA at this stage? Any reactions from the Mahayuti for that matter?
No reactions from MVA as yet, but when we did speak to leaders of Mahayuti, they are obviously putting up a confident front, which they did yesterday. But as of now, no reactions from the Congress or Shiv Sena UBT faction at this point. They're of course waiting and watching. They say that these are early trends. Let's just wait for a couple of hours more before we can call the elections. But I am at BJP headquarters in Mumbai, and these are the scenes here. Of course, several leaders are inside. None of the top leaders have come here yet, but Mangal Prabhat Lodha is inside along with several other leaders as well as district presidents also of a few areas. They're also inside having a small meeting. But this is the how the BJP office is looking. In fact, they've put up a huge screen as well where the numbers are put up for media to sort of take a look. So this is, as far as Mahayuti numbers are concerned, yes, Mahayuti is in lead. And when we did speak to leaders, of course, they attributed to all of the infrastructure projects and also very particularly on the Ladki Behan scheme. We know for a fact that the number of women voters increased considerably this time, and that has been attributed to the success of Ladki Behan scheme, at least by the members of Mahayuti. One is that, and the slew of infrastructure projects that came into effect in the last, couple of months at least, especially in parts of Mumbai. When we did speak to voters of different kinds in Maharashtra, particularly in Konkan region, Mumbai, Thane, they were talking about the development initiatives, projects that have come in the last couple of years and that are in the pipeline as well. That is something that really did lure voters. And some of the projects did happen, or rather got launched or inaugurated just a few months ahead of elections, particularly the Coastal Road project or the metro. So all that has clearly worked in favor of Mahayuti, certainly, and the schemes for women, as I said, Ladki Behan, schemes for youth, schemes for farmers, that have 100% worked for Mahayuti is what the leaders are saying. Again, early trends.
Sure.
We cannot, call elections.
Absolutely. Okay, Radhika, hold on a second. I want to go across to Sam Daniel for a moment. We're talking about assembly elections in 2 states, but this is in a sense an all India sort of feel because of the important by-elections. One of the crucial ones is Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Wayanad in Kerala, looking to make her debut within Parliament. My colleague Sam Daniel joins us for more on this. So potentially one Gandhi replacing another. The stakes for the Gandhis are huge. They just have to win this one way or the other. It's a prestige battle like no other, at least in the context of these by-elections. Give us a sense of the challenges that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra faces over there, if any.
Vishnu, certainly in terms of her performance, she's having a comfortable lead, winning more than 70,000 votes. And at the moment, as we speak, both the LDF and the BJP are at a distant second and third position. And for Priyanka, it's a kind of a springboard to replace Rahul Gandhi, who has shifted to Raebareli. And the challenge for her would be to disprove the outsider tag that the opposition has been campaigning during this run-up to the Bypoll here, saying that she would not have time to spend in Wayanad. She would spend more time in Delhi, but that's the challenge she has to encounter and disprove it. But for her politically, it's a springboard to emerge as a strong leader for the Congress, one replacing Rahul Gandhi down south, and also to be a stronger voice in the parliament. She's known to be a powerful orator, both in English and Hindi, to be able to take on the BJP as the Congress calls it. Many in the Congress also look in her a semblance of Indira Gandhi. And while Rahul Gandhi has emerged to be kind of a people's person traveling across the country to move with the people and to emerge as a people's leader, the Congress feels it's also time to have a strong leader like Priyanka Gandhi, who will have enough time to work on the organizational challenges of the Congress. And they feel with this kind of a mandate, they hope that she'll be able to win with a larger margin than what Rahul Gandhi had won. With that, she'll be able to focus more on the organizational challenges to help the party get stronger to take on the BJP.
Okay, so the story in Wayanad is going to be about the margin of victory of Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, shifting focus to Jharkhand quickly before we return to Maharashtra, because the first round in over 161 seats is still going on. So let's be cautious while we look at these numbers and say, because in an assembly seat, depending on the size of that assembly,
Maria is
on an
hoping
average,
against hope that this turns out to be an extremely close election. From what we are seeing right now, it's a runaway success for the NDA.
But that's what we do as journalists, cautiously waiting and seeing how numbers are turning up. But yes, so in all, there are 13 to 14 rounds. So we'll have to wait and see. There's only one round which is currently still on of EVM counting. Yes, Prabhakar, go ahead. How many rounds over in most seats in Jharkhand?
Yeah, we have just completed one round out here, and the numbers you are seeing on your screen, it's a very early trend, so we should not actually read much with these numbers. But yeah, the early trend shows that NDA is having a clear lead, and they are leading on 45 odd seats, which is a good number. And the JMM camp was till yesterday very upbeat that and even today when we had a word with them in the morning, they were quite confident that they will be able to sail through, and it's their schemes on the ground which will actually yield results for them. Especially they are banking upon the vote of women here in Jharkhand because of the scheme which they have launched for them, the Maiya Saman Yojana, and they believe that this scheme, because of this scheme, the women, they were there in large number at the polling stations. So we'll have to wait for the numbers to settle down, maybe a few more rounds, and then we'll actually have the figure actually which way the wind is blowing here in Jharkhand.
Shastri, how long does it typically take for a round to be counted? Because there are 13 rounds, as Maria pointed out. It's an electronic process. So it's almost instantaneous, right? It's a process of rechecking.
Yes. My own sense is that by around 11. We should get the final trend, because I think Maria's word of caution to us flows from two things. What happened in Chhattisgarh and what happened in Haryana. You see, in both these states, we saw initial trends of one party leading. In Chhattisgarh's case, in both the cases, the Congress, and then you ultimately had a different result. So I think it's only from that perspective that this insurance policy is being taken, that things could change. Things could remain the same also, of course. As Vishnu was saying, maybe these trends get further expanded. But I think it would be useful, especially in the case of Jharkhand, given the proximity of the contest, that we wait for some more time for any definitive point to be made.
Okay. But initial trend, 10 a.m. right now, Aarti Jairath?
You know, for me, the most shocking thing about these trends is how badly Sharad Pawar's party is doing, and how Ajit Pawar seems to be claiming the legacy of NCP in Maharashtra. All reports, and even the Lok Sabha results had suggested that Ajit Pawar was, kind of finished, and after the Lok Sabha defeat, his party kind of broke up. There was an exodus to the NCP, and yet we find that Sharad Pawar seems to be doing badly, and Ajit Pawar seems to be ahead. To me, this is really, I'm not surprised about the BJP versus Congress, because we saw in Haryana that when the Congress faces the BJP, it just completely collapses. The BJP does well.
But interestingly, Aarti, right now we are looking
Maria,
at those
if I could just make a small point.
Yes, sir.
The Congress seems to be the factor pulling the alliance down, both in the case of Maharashtra and in the case of Jharkhand.
Okay, can both of you hold on for half a second? We need to go across to our colleague Radhika, who's been, where there's a lot of action happening around her. In simple terms, Radhika, what's happening where you are? Are there celebrations in the Mahayuti camp, or what exactly are you seeing right now? All right, she's walking into an office is what I'm told.
Okay, so let's wait for that.
In fact, just a while ago, we did see, packs of laddu being brought inside the headquarters here. I will just try and show you that, because they just went inside with those packs of laddus. But yeah, those are the packages that are kept inside the BJP headquarters here. So clearly indicating that they are confident of a win. Of course, Mahayuti is in lead. The numbers are looking great for Mahayuti, especially for BJP, which is why BJP headquarters at this point is buzzing. Those are packs of laddus that are kept inside to be distributed perhaps in an hour or two. They are being cautious, clearly. It's not getting distributed at this point, but perhaps in an hour or two, we could see that happening. But yes, as far as Maharashtra is concerned, we know that landscape
landscape changed, and therefore there was a lot of confusion and chaos when it came to results. There was uncertainty. It was not really easy to predict, which is why pollsters gave different predictions. Of course, most of the pollsters did say Mahayuti would win, but there were pollsters who also gave prediction of hung assembly, and some also giving sort of advantage to MVA as well, which is why it was hard to predict. Also because of the number of parties in fray this time. In 2019, just 4 parties. It was BJP, undivided Sena, and of course Congress and undivided NCP. It was a straightforward election at the time until Uddhav Thackeray decided to break away, and then things changed from then on, and then of course all the splits, which is why this is the first assembly elections, of course, post these splits, and therefore things have changed drastically, which is why all kinds of permutations.
Just hold on for half a second. I think Aarti wanted to make a really important point.
Yes, and we'll come back to you.
We'll come back to you. Stay put. Stay put, don't go anywhere. What you were mentioning is the battle for the heart and soul of the NCP, which Sharad Pawar, in what possibly his last election,
absolutely,
he's 84. He's turning 84 next.
He's 84. This is his last election. He has been the doyen of Maharashtra politics for the last 4 decades, dominated either in front as chief minister or as a power behind the throne. And now we see a near wipeout of, so far at least, unless things change, we're looking at a wipeout of the Sharad Pawar NCP.
Let's have
clearly the
NCP
legacy is going
NCP
to
graphic.
Ajit Pawar.
We're going to have the face-off, as it were, or the NCP versus NCP.
Okay, so we have now
graphic
the
on
trend
stage.
in all 288 seats in Maharashtra. It's 10-15. Mahayuti leading in 217. This is, of course, the first round which is going on. Mahavikas Aghadi at 58. They're only slipping. NDA seems to be going ahead. If this holds, then it's a wave election in favor of Mahayuti.
Landslide, if this happens. But this is
a wave election.
Aarti was talking. Professor Shastri, you want to take this question? The NCP versus NCP, the strike rate of the NCP, Ajit Pawar at 66 versus 24%. Of course, these are the face-offs, direct face-offs between the two, but the number of seats that they've contested overall are different. The NCP contesting in 59, and the Sharad Pawar camp, I'll give you the numbers.
86.
86.
No, if you look at this face-off and the trends as it stands today, very clearly we have a reversal of what happened in the Lok Sabha elections.
Absolutely.
And Sharad Pawar's NCP seems to be taking a backseat.
Okay.
Even other indications are that the lead is something like 35 for the Ajit Pawar NCP and 9 for the Sharad Pawar NCP. So clearly, what we had seen in the Lok Sabha election with regard to NCP is being reversed in the assembly election.
Okay.
And
so,
this is definitely a setback for Sharad Pawar.
No, I think in all the Mahavikas Aghadi, people may have voted for revenge sympathy in the Lok Sabha, but they realize that perhaps that can happen only once.
But one point which is emerging, the weak link in both the alliances seems to be the Congress party.
Absolutely.
The JMM is doing reasonably well in Jharkhand, but the alliance is being pulled down simply because the JMM contested only 41 of the 81 seats, and 30 seats were with the Congress party.
No, and of those 30 seats that the Congress contested in Jharkhand, the bulk of them were against the BJP. So once again, you know, what is being proved is what happened in Haryana, that when the Congress faces the BJP, it's
in a one-on-one fight.
Okay,
let's just go across to our
political
guest. Raju Wagmare of the Shiv Sena Shinde joins us. We've got
Dolly
Sharma of the Congress party as well.
Arvind Tiwari from NCP SP.
Arvind Tiwari of the NCP SP.
And Rohan Gupta from the BJP.
Dolly Sharma, let me come across to you first. And sorry to keep you waiting, but you know, I mean, these are of course early leads. But you know, it's 10-16. The sense is that within the next 45 minutes or so, unless there's a very dramatic reversal, it seems that in Maharashtra and in Jharkhand, the Congress or your alliance in deep trouble. How do you see what's happening now?
See, this is too early to comment. Like you must have seen in last elections also, early trends saying something else and the results were different. So we are very positive And also, like, you know, in the election, the muscle power that was used and the conflicts and divisions were instigated between the Marathas and OBC communities. The ruling party employed criminals and misused government machinery to further, you know, its agenda. Voter lists were manipulated. BJP extensively used power and money all over. And this was wide, you know, in open you could see how money is being distributed. It's not a matter
response
to
from the
laugh
BJP.
upon.
Rohan Gupta.
Everybody has seen the way they've
Rohan, would you
misused
like
the
to
power.
respond to that? Money power is the allegation made by the Congress.
So Vishnu, I am very happy that even after so many defeats, opposition hasn't learned the lessons. See, after Lok Sabha, there was an indication that their narrative on the name of reservation or constitution was getting little traction. But what happened in Haryana, what is happening today, it is a clear-cut message that the opposition parties are totally against the ground narrative. They don't know what the people of country want. They don't know what the state of Maharashtra wants, because they are completely in their own, like Alice in Wonderland. They don't know what is the ground situation. Two things. One important thing which I would like to tell you. On the last day of the election, if the opposition leader has to react to the narrative set by the BJP, it clearly shows that they don't have faith on their own narrative. All their reveries or guarantees, people won't believe that, because one day before the election you get the message that Himachal, which is ruled by Congress, Himachal Bhavan is on sale. So people won't trust the people who give the guarantee and cannot fulfill, number one. Number two, on the other side, Ladli Behna Yojana or other schemes of NDA government, they were successful on ground. People were getting benefit of that. So as far as local narrative was there in Maharashtra, absolutely opposition party completely failed. On the other side, on national narrative also, their leader was completely taken aback. Because that appeasement thing and division of Hindu votes, this successful strategy of Lok Sabha, it proved boomerang to them in state elections, because they could not understand how the ground is changing. They could not understand how people are responding to it.
Rohan, hold on. Let's go across to Arvind Tiwari of the NCP, Sharad Pawar. Mr. Tiwari, thanks very much for being with us. It's not looking very good for you at this stage, is it? You know, I mean,
No,
this is... Yeah, go ahead.
No, it is not the situation as of now. It's the early trends, and you will see the situation drastically changing in an hour or two. As soon as the count increases, as soon as the rounds increases, you will see that the situation in Maharashtra has drastically changed. And I believe very strongly that whatever is the trend at this moment, it is going to be exactly opposite. And what my friend was now saying at this point of time, the narratives that they had set in Lok Sabha, there was a different narrative, because at that point of time, that was the issue before the country, because that was what was being told by the BJP, their own leaders, that the constitution is sought to be replaced. The reservation was at stake. That was the situation at that point of time. In Maharashtra, at this point of time, the problems were the women's security. That was the major problem. You had seen wherein the women security had become a biggest question. You saw the issue of Badlapur, where the government was very much busy in publicizing its
The elections are over. Now, I take all the points that you're mentioning, but maybe this could have been stated a couple of days back. I mean, just looking at this lead's position, unless there is a very dramatic reversal, because look, let's face it, it's 10:20. Professor Shastri Bita said by 11 o'clock we should get an idea of the general leads that are happening. He doesn't get things wrong mostly. That being the case, you've got just about 30 minutes or so to 40 minutes or so to turn things around. Now, given that it's a landslide, it's headed towards a landslide if these leads translate into results, you know, you might just be staring at an existential crisis for your party and a complete loss for your alliance. Is that your worry at this stage, or are you still hoping against hope?
No, right. It's not the question of against hope. We are not only hopeful, we are confident that we will be in a very much better position.
Fair enough. You have to put up a strong front there.
Fair
Mr.
enough.
Wagner, please come in on this. How are you looking at the numbers stacked up right now?
I think we are very happy to see the numbers which is coming through, and we was very confident about it that the Mahayuti will come into the power with a big majority, because the main situation is this, that the opposition completely lost the track or lost the connections with the voters and the people of Maharashtra. when we came out with a Mukhyamantri Ladki Behan Yojana, it was such a powerful and such a big, you can say, the program to get a woman on standing on their own feet, giving them confidence. Rather than supporting that, the opposition came out and they was blaming women that who was taking participation in this program. And you will surprise in women voters, if you look into the voting percentage,
A lot of people watching
6.5%.
what is taking place now, Dr. Wagmare, would be looking at the leadership issue post the declaration of results. If for a moment we believe that the NDA or Mahayuti is headed for a win in Maharashtra, do you believe that the issue of leadership is something?
Shift.
Just one sec. Do you believe that there would be a real question on leadership and who leads, given your position relative to the BJP?
See, this election has been fought in a leadership of Mr. Eknath Shinde, who is our leader, and the popularity of his
There's a complete reverse.
Okay, hold on,
There's
sir.
a complete
breaking
reverse
news.
which has
Maria, go ahead.
happened in Jharkhand now. We were seeing even Steven or perhaps NDA leading. What has happened now is that India has taken a 17-seat lead at 10-23 from NDA.
Do we have Prabhakar with us?
There is a complete reverse which has happened in Jharkhand now. I think that's going to be a fascinating battle again. We have been saying, just hold on to your horses. This is too early to say anything. But what is becoming clear is that if these numbers actually, because it has turned in a matter of few seconds.
They lead in
17,
49. And the NDA leads in 30.
Yes, so there is a gap.
A huge
significant
gap
of
building in
18
favor of
seats.
India.
Building in favor of Hemant Soren, I would say.
I would absolutely.
The entire narrative of Soren having failed has now failed us.
No, I mean, you know, so I think we really should not be, you know, sort of jumping to conclusions right now because it is very early.
Absolutely.
But I think Hemant Soren is really holding ground among the tribals. And that, I would say that, you know, for the BJP, that would be a big disappointment because they tried very hard for the tribal vote, using the infiltration narrative and, you know, all sorts of other things. But I think Soren, there was a sympathy factor, his Maya Yojana scheme,
Yes,
and the issue of tribal identity.
So I would
think
say
that is the
when it is about the women voter, when they came out, we were, you know, discussing that still an hour ago. They have gone with the schemes in both the states. If it is Maya Samman or Ladki Behan, now it is 50. They're only gaining now in.
But
in
Maria,
Jharkhand.
I would say that apart from the women factor in Jharkhand, I think the tribal identity was very key, you know, for those tribal seats.
So what happens
This
now?
would be a simple majority
I was
if this
saying before you both came on the
lead
show in the
becomes
first hour,
results, yeah.
Yes, sir.
that today we will see the clear predictability of an unpredictable verdict.
Okay, Rohan Gupta, how are you looking at Jharkhand? Now it's a reversal, clear reversal for you.
When we are looking at your numbers, I'm looking at the EC side that only first round has been counted out of 20 rounds just because Jharkhand counting has started late. So hold your horses. अभी तो बैलेट हुआ है और वहाँ पे जो हरियाणा में हुआ वो झारखंड में आपको अभी थोड़ी देर
Rohan,
में दिखेगा।
is it your sense that the counting in Jharkhand has been a bit slow compared to Maharashtra? Is that on the basis of data that you're seeing?
Absolutely.
What it looks like?
Yes. Yeah.
And
yeah,
Rohan,
so
do you have
only
any?
first round, only first round.
And
has been
in how many
counted.
rounds, according to you, have been done in Maharashtra, by the way?
Around 7 rounds, 7
I
to
see.
8 rounds.
7 to 8 rounds, right? And there are 13 total, correct?
Must be more in Maharashtra, I would say.
How many rounds?
16. On an average, 16 rounds.
Yeah.
On an
16,
average,
16.
16 rounds.
Yes, so there is still a long way to go, but I think Jharkhand picture, because it has been a reversal, you know, 51 now, that gap is consolidating in favor of India. It's 10-30 now, so we can tell our viewers that this is how the numbers are stacked up. Both the states, the trends have come in on all the number of seats, 288 in Maharashtra, 81 in Jharkhand. On these 288 seats, Mahayuti comfortably holding on. They are only increasing. They are above 200. So they are leading in 216 seats in Maharashtra. In Jharkhand, it is India bloc, which is standing now at 51. So it could be one good news for one bloc, India. The other one could be for the NDA. But I think
almost like Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir, right? 1-1.
Except that I would say that the Maharashtra elections are perhaps more crucial in terms of the national picture.
Yes.
Because it is the second largest state after UP in terms of representation in the Lok Sabha. You know, also the Mahayuti had done very badly in Maharashtra.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that this really is a tribute to the way the Mahayuti hunkered down.
Flip from the Lok Sabha election.
To flip it in just a matter of 3 months, 4 months.
So we need to also look at certain parliamentary by-elections.
Yes.
In Budni, in fact, the Congress is leading, the seat which Shivrajji is vacating.
Right.
And in Karnataka. Yeah.
Ajit Pawar leading in Baramati, not much of a surprise because he had said that in the Lok Sabha, the mood was that Tai in Lok Sabha and Dada in Assembly. And he also, you know, admitted during the course of that interview that he gave to us that during the Lok Sabha, it was his mistake to field his wife against Supriya Sule. So I think
so Ajit Pawar leading in Baramati. There are along expected lines over there in a Pawar versus Pawar fight. It's all in the family. That is expected. We'll take a look at some of the other big faces. Let's keep rolling those graphics so that we go through some of the other big faces in the Maharashtra elections. Nana Patole, Sakoli, he is leading. That's some good news for the Congress party. Chhagan Bhujbal leading in Yevla is in fact trailing. Devendra Fadnavis leading in South Mumbai, Nagpur Southwest, sorry. Prafulla Gudade, Nagpur Southwest is trailing the Congress party.
because in most of these seats in Vidarbha, Vishnu, it's a direct face-off between the BJP and the Congress. Go ahead.
And Nawab Malik is trailing as well of the NCP. So a prominent face of the NCP in this area, trailing Aditya Thackeray. Some good news, at least for the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray faction. He's up against Milind Deora. Milind Deora of the Shiv Sena versus Shiv Sena battle is losing.
But that's the contest. That's the contest.
That is one of the most high-profile
Aditya Thackeray versus Milind Deora.
sort of contests in Mumbai, certainly. Professor Shastri, the one point that people watching this broadcast would want to know is, again, we've seen in the case of Jharkhand a quick turnaround. We're told by the BJP that only one round of polling is now taken place and things might change. How does the process of counting rounds in an electronic voting machine scenario, how does that actually work?
They do it area by area, and the reason why you sometimes see a dramatic shift across rounds is that you get the EVMs opened in places where a particular party dominates, and that shows the shift in the trend. So in the past also, if you have seen a shift in the trend, it is largely because newer areas see the ballot paper opening, and within a constituency itself, there could be patterns in terms of voting. And that sometimes is reflected in this change across the across
you know, I remember one very dramatic election in Delhi in 1991, I think it was, the New Delhi seat, and L.K. Advani was trailing. He was trailing till the last round when they opened the ballot boxes from Lajpat Nagar. And then he surged ahead by 2,500 votes. So, and he won that seat. So, it depends because, there are areas...
He won by less than 3,000 seats in that election.
That's right. That's right. That was thanks to Lajpat Nagar.
Yes,
so, Lajpat Nagar has traditionally been an RSS, BJP
and that, of course, voted for.
So, that's why, when you see if ballot boxes are open from A area, it could be in favor of one party, then it goes to another area, suddenly there's
a word from Dolly Sharma now. Dolly Sharma, forget about, I'm sure you can have a view in which not look at Maharashtra, but look at Jharkhand. Jharkhand seems to be bringing some reasons for the India bloc to cheer. Early, yes, but still, it has reversed completely.
Like I said earlier, it is a pro-people agenda won the day. In Jharkhand, there were many issues, and like BJP did in Maharashtra, in Delhi, and now and also in Jharkhand, the way they arrested the chief minister Hemant Soren, everybody had seen that, and now people know people of Jharkhand had voted for the government which worked for the people, which was ready to solve any problem that was there, whether it was women's issue, whether it was youth, whether it was any other issue. So they will definitely vote for India Alliance, and we will form government in Jharkhand for sure.
Okay. Let's look at region-wise now in Jharkhand and move from one region to another. We are looking at North Jharkhand now. India leading in 19 seats. They are up 5 from 2019. NDA down 3, leading in 14 as of now. That we are looking at 34 seats of 81 right now in north of Jharkhand. Shifting focus to Santal Pargana, this is 18 seats, India down 2, NDA leading in 3. Shifting focus now to South Jharkhand, 29 seats in all, India down 1, but NDA up 2. So the maximum number of seats are coming from North Jharkhand. Which are these areas? Is it Bokaro and all those urban pockets?
Urban pockets and also places where you have a significant non-tribal population. If you see where there is a strong tribal population, the JMM seems to be doing much better. So what we have been saying, that the NDA, BJP-led NDA alliance's prominence is in the non-tribal regions, whereas the JMM is more in the tribal regions. And we had said that the victory would be his or be of that party, which is able to do better in the pockets of the rival alliance. And obviously, if these trends hold, that's a big if, if these trends hold, the capacity of the NDA to break into tribal areas has been limited. If these trends hold, that's what it would be.
We're going to again go to the other part of the country now, Maharashtra. My colleague Anuj outside Eknath Shinde's residence at this stage. Anuj, give us a sense of what's happening around you.
Eknath Shinde is expected to leave for Mumbai in a short while, and here in Pakhadi, this is the home constituency of Eknath Shinde, and behind me you see this is Eknath Shinde's personal residence. The number of supporters here is increasing slowly, and we'll eventually see more number of people thronging not just to this part of the city but also to also to the office of the Bharatiya Janata Party of Shinde Sena and of Ajit Pawar faction of NCP there in Mumbai, considering that the Mahayuti is on its way to get an unprecedented lead here in the 2024 Maharashtra State Assembly election. We've already seen or gotten hints of supporters making their way. You can see that the Shiv Sena flags, people holding Shiv Sena flags are here holding, trying to gather outside Shinde's residence. While on one hand we've got the supporters of the Mahayuti parties beaming with confidence and excitement and joy. On the other hand, we also have the Mahavikas Aghadi leaders who have started casting doubts over the procedures on reason why they believe that this isn't the mandate which would be given by the Marathi Manus or the electorate of Maharashtra. But numbers as of now suggest that Mahayuti is having a clear-cut lead, as compared to Mahavikas Aghadi, which is falling short of not just Mahayuti but also the Bharatiya Janata Party's number.
Eknath Shinde house in Thane. That's where Anuj was joining us. In Thane, a very fascinating battle, because in Panchpakari, Kokri, where the chief minister is contesting from, he's up against Kedar Dige. Kedar Dige is the nephew of Anand Dige, who was the mentor of the chief minister, that is Eknath Shinde, Kopri, Panchpakari, the chief minister leading. Not much of a surprise there. Kedar Dige trailing, and that was expected. Kedar Dige saying that chief minister was missing in action. On ground, it felt that Thane and the people of Thane had this sense that there was a sudden influx of projects, infrastructure projects in particular in Thane, because it was now the chief minister's district, home district. But Eknath Shinde, the man of the ground, I met him at midnight for the interview, and he gave me that impression that, certainly he was up the whole day, holding 7 to 8 rallies, clocking it across Maharashtra, and then sitting down for interviews. And in Varsha, it had opened up, the gates had opened up for the Janta. So the CM, he had rephrased it and said it was common man chief minister. CM for him was common man chief minister. So does it mean that the common man chief minister, Mr. Sirsa, could have the last laugh here? Eknath Shinde, the man of the moment, if these numbers hold, you'll have to give him all the credit for Ladki Behan.
No, definitely it's a collective credit, and it is a credit to our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The people in the entire country vote for him. Definitely when the Chief Minister is there, it is not that his share is not there. It is always there when the Chief Minister's face is there and our Chief Minister is there. But people want a double-engine Sarkar, and for that reason, the policies of the Honorable Prime Minister has given a good impact in the Maharashtra, and at the same time our alliance has worked day and night, and that is the reason that we are getting these good results.
It's translated into results. Aren't you at a
But
point?
you know, yeah, Vishnu, I think you asked a very interesting question because, you know, this is the whole point. They did, the Mahayuti did not project a chief ministerial face during the elections. But, and, you know, clearly the BJP is doing really well. Its strike rate so far seems to be,
So there'd be a
like,
BJP
what,
chief
80%.
minister next
so
time
will
around
it be
if
a
this-
BJP chief minister, or will
They're
it be
way
Shinde?
ahead.
They are. But I think, as Maria pointed out, that, you know, Shinde, you know, had become sort of a very much the face of this alliance. You know, in the
acceptable mass
and a
leader.
very acceptable.
And
mass-
unlike Maharashtra politics, you know, Maharashtra politics is about flamboyance to a great degree as well.
That's right. So,
And he is a
so,
man
so
who's
can
seen
you,
as a
so
man of the
can
soil.
you, so can you just rule him out as a chief ministerial candidate post-election?
look at the leads,
I think
the
you know
BJP
that's
is
a
at
really interesting
124,
question.
Which is
Shiv Sena is at
combined of
55.
which is much more than the combined Mahavikas Aghadi.
Correct.
If I could just make a point here, it's going to be a very, if these numbers hold, it's going to be very difficult for the BJP to convince its cadres that we don't have
Exactly.
the chief minister at this stage. Yet, you cannot rule out the fact that the Shinde's leadership in Maharashtra over the last recent times has helped the party consolidate its position. The Maratha vote is critical. So, I think it's a very, if these trends hold, it's a very difficult decision which the alliance will need to take, its leadership will need to take with regard to who becomes the chief minister.
And I think this Ladki Bahin scheme is very much identified with Shinde.
Yes, he's
very
seen
much
as the face of
identified.
Ladki Bahin.
Absolutely. He, you know, he inaugurated the scheme. The BJP did not seem to be too enthusiastic about it actually initially. So, you know, I mean, can you really rule him out as a possible chief minister?
But it's quite clear that
But yes, the BJP is doing far better. Its strike rate is far better,
Yes,
no question.
and
its
interesting
numbers are really
observation,
good.
at 1040, the BJP is a low number is twice that of Mahavikas Aghadi. So their strike rate, of course, is almost 70-80% in that alliance. They had contested on 149, leading in 125. In 2019, it was 105. There is a gain of 20 plus seats. So, but it's a fascinating thing what has happened there. Shiv Sena, again, they contested on 81 seats. That is Shiv Sena of Eknath Shinde, the chief minister there, leading in 55. In 2019, it was 41. So they have also made a gain of 14. And the weak link here is actually Ajit Pawar. He contested on 59, his party, that is the NCP. They are leading in 35, so they are -6. But it is the BJP which is actually holding on this alliance. The anchor, the word that you used, Professor Shastri, it's very clear that the BJP is holding on. And similarly, it is -23 for the Congress. So the anchor certainly seems to be pulling this up. And at the same time, it is Eknath Shinde who's helping that rise.
Can I just say that, you know, there have been, you know, it's SOP versus SOP. We see this in election after election. And in as much as we talk about the Ladki Bahin Yojana, the Mahayuti had offered more through the Mahalakshmi scheme, 3,000 rupees versus 2,100 rupees. But this is a space which the BJP has completely taken. Because of implementation, for example, in Madhya Pradesh, where they rolled it out, it was absolutely fascinating.
Vishnu,
This is a narrative that they built up which works across the country.
Vishnu, the key word you used is implementation.
Yeah.
These schemes have been promised by different parties over the last 15, 20 years. And many of them have not been able to do well because of the promise. That's because of the past experience of the people with the implementation of programs. Here, what we are noticing is a perception that a particular party which promises a scheme is actually implementing the scheme, therefore we go back to that party. So I think it's more a perception on implementation rather than a perception on promise.
Okay, just hold on one sec. Let's go
Hitesh
across
Jain,
to...
Mumbai BJP Vice President is joining us. Hitesh, you can say I told you so. It's not just about Mumbai alone, where you, of course, were part of the strategy, but it appears that across Maharashtra, it is good news for the entire alliance. What do you think worked in this alliance?
Well, I think multiple factors. One, there was this alliance who really projected to win the election. They were on the front foot. The policies were there. The campaign was there. It was a comparison between a 2.5 years of speed breaker of MVA versus 2.5 years of campaign of Mahayuti. Now, when you look at the campaign of MVA, it was only negativity. And negativity, Maria, as you know, as you have been an experienced person who have looked at the campaign and all, negativity does not really sell. What sells in Maharashtra, and if you look at the track record of the Maharashtra since 87, the pattern of voting and all, and I remember at the time when the exit polls, just right after the election, as soon as the voting percentages was coming, when it was like 63, 64, people were trying to give all sorts of narrative, kaate ki takkar, this thing. I said the day Maharashtra is given a historic mandate, you are going to see a historic result and mandate on the counting day, and which is what is being seen on the ground.
Mr. Jain, I'm just curious to know that, when it came to the Ladki Bahin Yojana scheme, we were talking just now about implementation. As I understand it, 5 installments of payments of 1,500 rupees have reached a whopping 2.3 crore women already in Maharashtra. So do you believe, just in terms of implementation and not just election promises so far, people are saying, look, I've already got this money, it's come in on time. Delivery is something which goes in your favor.
There is one more point. So implementation, delivery, but Vishnu, when 1,500 rupees were announced, Ladki Bahin Yojana, what was MVA doing? MVA was opposing. MVA was telling the state treasury is empty. Where are you going to give the money? They went to the court to stop the scheme. And look at the irony. When their campaign came, they say not 1,500, we are going to give you 3,000 rupees. Now look at the crisis of credibility of the MVA leadership. They say state has no money. It is not the question of Mahayuti's intention. They were telling that the state has no money to give 1,500 rupees, and here is a party going ahead and trying to give making a promise of 3,000. Then there were some election panditris who were trying to compare, oh, this is the scheme that was given only on the eve of the election. It's not like Shivraj Singh Chauhan. They tried to compare with Madhya Pradesh. It ran for 5 years. So this is not going to be a factor. People were trying to bring like soya bean. People were trying to bring jarange. People were trying to bring localized seat by seat and all. But if you will look at the mandate and the manner in which the results will come at the end of the day, when the leads will get firmed up, it was a victory across Maharashtra, across the board. And I think what people in Maharashtra has really brought is the leadership of Prime Minister Modi.
So Mr. Jain, leadership was my next question, and I think Aarti also wanted to get clarity on this. Now, assuming for a moment that these leads translate into results, you have a very effective chief minister right now. You know what the question is, but I'll ask it nonetheless. You have a very effective chief minister in your alliance in Eknath Shinde right now, but you have done very well if these leads translate into results. Would your cadre be satisfied with a non-BJP chief minister?
Vishnu, I anticipated this question, but just to give you the same answer which was given by our senior party leader, Amit Shah ji in Mumbai. He said that post-mandate, all the three leaders of all the three parties, Mahayuti, will sit together and then they will decide and they will take the decision accordingly.
Very diplomatic. That was the right thing to be said, Mr. Jain, at this stage.
All right.
But Mr. Sirsa,
we have always said, I think all throughout the campaign, we have said the right things. Okay. I think our campaign was positive and we had a lot of support from the organization also.
Mr. Sirsa, now you're looking at these results, leads I should say, the MVA trailing massively at this stage. The Congress party itself is down 21 in terms of leads at this juncture. There would be many more rounds, perhaps more than 8 rounds, which would have been counted. We are progressively getting into the stage when we can point at a direction these elections are taking. How would you respond or look at the overall situation in Maharashtra?
So it is not just when it is a 2/3 with a 2/3 of majority. And one must always appreciate that we were there almost from two and a half years.
Right.
In spite of saying by the opposition कि यहाँ तो कुछ किया ही नहीं, यहाँ तो कोई काम ही नहीं हुआ, ये तो प्रदेश के अंदर
Okay, so
पैसा ही
just
नहीं
one
आया,
second. Can I just put that question across to Dolly? Can I just put that question across to Dolly? How do you see the numbers, Dolly, at this stage?
Yeah. See, like I said earlier, the way BJP misused the power, we have seen them distributing money, use the muscle power, and also you must have seen last election. केन प्रकारेण चाहे सरकार बने ना बने, बीजेपी को तो सरकार तोड़कर भी, पार्टियां तोड़कर भी अपनी सरकारें बनाई हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने. सो इट्स ऑब्वियस कि जो वो लोग, उनको किसी भी तरीके से सरकार बनानी होती है. तो ये जो रिजल्ट है आपके सामने है, वो हमने पूरे महाराष्ट्र में देखा कि किस तरीके से खुला नोट उन्होंने बांटा और इलेक्शन कमीशन आंखें मूंद कर बैठा रहा. I think this also you must discuss in front of the people.
Hitesh will respond to that. Hitesh, you know that entire Vinod Tawde incident, was that an embarrassment for you all?
Till yesterday they were saying.
Not only Vinod Tawde, there were other incidents happened in Pune,
Maria, there were,
in Nagpur.
I mean, I think, you know, as I mentioned to you,
money. It was not one incident of Vinod Tawde.
Yes, please, Hitesh, go ahead. Was that an embarrassment? Of course, he filed a defamation suit, but it was caught on camera.
The time for posturing is over. They made a charge that Vinod Tawde was found with 5 crore. That was the statement that was made. Nobody saw the 5 crore rupees, where it came from and all. On the contrary, Maria, on the contrary, more than 20 leaders of NBA were caught distributing money in their different constituency. But be that as it may, there are larger issues to be discussed. Not this. Of course, they have to clutch on the straws to explain their embarrassing defeat. But you know, Maria, one of the very important campaign statement we should not overlook is Aditya Thackeray. When we were looking at Mumbai, we were looking of coastal road, we were looking about metro. His campaign was so regressive. He says, Uddhav Thackeray said, we will remove MMRDA, we will stop
He is leading, by the way, Mr.
And
Jain.
what we will offer is BEST buses to the people of Mumbai. Now, this is a city where, the former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh had promised that he will make it like a Shanghai and all.
Okay.
And what is the vision they were offering was the vision of offering BEST buses to the people of Mumbai.
Okay, Mr. Jain, half a second. It does need to be said that when I looked last time around, Aditya Thackeray was actually leading over Milind Deora, but there is, some reactions now coming in from the Mahavikas Aghadi. The Shiv Sena's UBT leader Sanjay Raut says, and I quote, "They've done some gadbad, they've stolen some of our seats. This cannot be the public's decision.
Okay.
Even the public does not agree with these results. Once the results are out, we will talk more."
Okay.
So a sense of denial now creeping into the MVA.
Well, Vishnu, I think people should give less importance to what Sanjay Raut was saying. I think for 5 years he was entertaining all the people, all the journalists is concerned. And one more point I would like to make. Like Sanjay Raut, there was a section of a journalist in Maharashtra also who amongst them was saying about the MBA is leading, the narrative of MBA and all. It is, I think this verdict is also somewhere, they will also have to introspect. You know, they used to use the words like Kurogami and all, and they did not realize Maharashtra has moved ahead. Maharashtra is aspirational. Maharashtra doesn't want to get into the caste conflict. Maharashtra wants development, and Maharashtra wants to compete at a high, you have Mumbai, you have a Maharashtra, which is a very important state. And if you again look at the campaign, that is the difference today. Mahayuti was talking about taking Maharashtra ahead, giving the speed to the progress and development of Maharashtra. While, as I was speaking to you earlier, Aditya Thackeray was promising BEST buses to people in Mumbai. All these hard questions, nobody was asking the NBA leaders. They were, I think the journalists in Maharashtra also were asking, about the family, about it was just about the families, the dynasts and all.
All right, Mr. Jain, I get what you're saying. Aarti, it almost seems, if you look at what Sanjay Raut's statement, which I read out a little while back, is what we saw with the Congress party in Haryana. The sense of disbelief, then going to the election commission, writing letters even before the day was done, saying that there's something terribly wrong over here, you messed up here, there.
I think this preemptive...
It's sort of that preemptive, good word, effort at going out to the EC or feeling out the EC seems to have begun.
that stealing of the mandate, I think that's overdone now.
No,
The gadbad, they have done some gadbad.
I mean, that gadbad thing is, that should apply also in Jharkhand.
If it was a narrow victory, I think, maybe, that argument may still have had some, some sense. But in this kind of a victory, it is a sweeping victory. They're heading towards a 2/3 mandate.
Never seen before in Maharashtra.
Mr. Jain, how many rounds according to your data? How many rounds according to your data has been counted in Maharashtra? Do you have an update, Mr. Jain, in front of you? How many rounds has been counted in Maharashtra?
Well, Maharashtra, you have like 5 to 7 rounds that are counted, and most of the places, I will give you one more data which I have in front of me. Most of the candidates of Mahayuti are winning over 15, 20, 25,000. The leads are consolidating. And if you look at the leads of MBA, they still have some 15 to 18 seats where their lead is not more than 1,500. Aditya Thackeray himself is only leading in by some few hundred votes.
Okay.
Okay, so that's fascinating.
Okay, but
7 to 8 rounds.
Look at the Bypolls at all, because
those
there's a
elections,
very
right.
interesting one happening in Karnataka.
Let's
And Karnataka, where, this
Bypolls, there are
Channapatna, which
and
is
even Uttar Pradesh.
and Uttar Pradesh. So let's look at Channapatna, which is sort of Kumar Swami's son.
Okay, so let's thank
to the Congress.
now.
Congress is
Thank you, Hitesh, for joining
leading
us.
a JDS
Let's
stronghold.
continue to have other guests and shift focus now to Bypolls.
But can I just jump in for half a second, because
Yes,
that's what
please.
I do. The strike rate is phenomenal. In the Mahayuti strike rate right now is 84%.
84% of the BJP.
84%. The
Shiv Sena.
NCP has the Shiv Sena Shinde is 71%. The NCP at 62%. The MVA strike rate for the Congress is a dismal 19.2%, and for the NCP Sharad Pawar is an even more dismal 11.6%.
Which is the most shocking thing, actually.
You didn't
for
expect.
me. I didn't expect. No,
this at
I
all.
expected Sharad Pawar to do well. I did think that the Congress was the weak link in MVA, but I certainly did expect Sharad Pawar to, pull his weight, because he has been such a dominant figure.
Yes.
I think what
And
happened
this is
here.
really surprising.
What happened here, Aarti?
He's being wiped out in his own stronghold, Western Maharashtra. He's
Exactly.
done so badly
What
there.
is becoming clear here is that if it is about stability, the people of Maharashtra thought that they should give the mandate to the entire Mahayuti. It should not be only about one party or a particular party. In case of Mahavikas Aghadi, it is a no confidence to all three of
As
them.
we have been stressing, if it was in the Mahayuti, it was the BJP which needed to do very well. Whereas in the case of the Aghadi, for any success to come to power, it needed all the
All three of them to do well. Okay, so first set of reactions coming in of Shaina NC and Rahul Narvekar. Let's listen in.
I have never played divisive politics. I've tried to take everyone along in every sense. But having said that, there are certain parties that only appease vote banks and play pseudo-secular politics. I think we need to move beyond that. The time has come to only talk about development, and the younger generation understands that.
और बापा के चरणों में यही प्रार्थना की है कि इस राज्य को महायुति की सरकार प्राप्त हो, जिससे राज्य की जनता को न्याय मिले और राज्य प्रगति पथ पे चलता रहे। मेरे हिसाब से 175 पौने 200 सीट महायुति जीतेगी।
Okay, Rahul Narvekar there, who is the candidate of the BJP from Kolaba. He's of course leading. Shaina NC, from Mumba Devi. Let's switch that plate to look at her picture and what is her scene in Mumba Devi. It appears that she was, of course, fighting a tough battle. Whether she's trailing or leading, we'll know about it in just a bit. But, Rahul Narvekar, we have seen how... Okay, so she
continues to trail at this stage.
Yeah, so because this...
So she was an import. She was an import from the BJP into the Shiv Sena.
Factors here. BJP and the Shiv
Two factors here. One, she was brought into the party. Number two, it's a seat which has traditionally been with the Congress.
Congress
seat, yeah.
So now it is only Mahayuti all the way. As we look at 11 a.m. now, we can clearly see now that it is consolidating for Mahayuti. Mahavikas Aghadi at 55. A word now from Radhika. Radhika, two questions to you. Where is Mr. Devendra Fadnavis? Is he in his constituency in Nagpur or is he in Mumbai? And What about the central leaders, Bhupendra Yadav, Ashwini Vaishnav? Are they sitting in Delhi and monitoring it, or are they very much in their Mumbai office?
Until yesterday, Bhupendra Yadav was in Mumbai. Devendra Fadnavis is in his residence, is what we are hearing. There is a possibility he will come to our BJP office where we are standing. Perhaps he may take a press conference. This is obviously, although we're not calling elections yet, this is the early leads are suggesting that it is a landslide victory of sorts for the BJP. Excellent strike rate for the BJP and very closely followed by Shiv Sena. So yes, Fadnavis expected to come to BJP office, not entirely certain when. Eknath Shinde also expected to make an appearance. Of course, Anuj is standing there where Eknath Shinde is in Thane, post which of course he will be making his way towards town, and there could be a joint press conference after things become clear. But as far as the Mahayuti is concerned, the next step will be chief ministerial post. We know that both Shinde Sena as well as BJP have done remarkably well, at least so far as the initial lead suggests. If this is what the trend is going to be, and if it is the Mahayuti that is going to come out victorious, then it will be a discussion on who the chief minister is going to be. Remember, 26th is when the term is ending. So by 26th, if they have to take oath before 26th, on 25th perhaps, then they will have to come up with a name for chief ministerial position. Is it going to be Devendra Fadnavis? Or is it going to be Eknath Shinde? That is a question that will remain. But at this point, I'll just show you around. This is the BJP office here. A lot of movement, a lot of leaders had been going in and out of this particular place, holding small meetings and discussions. There is a huge projector monitor as well, which is showing results too. So this is where all the celebrations could also take place. Some time back, as I was pointing out, laddus were also brought in, which clearly indicates that they are sure of a victory even after multiple rounds that will complete in, say, an hour or two. So yes, this is the situation as far as Mahayuti camp is concerned. Certainly celebratory, victorious. Sanjay Raut in denial, saying there is foul play, this can't be it, these can't be the real numbers, or something he's been saying, which is expected from MVA, considering the abysmal numbers that are showing as far as the MVA camp is concerned.
The picture becoming clear at 11 a.m. on the top of 11. In all 288 seats, of course, 6 to 7 rounds of counting is over. The Mahayuti are 223. If these leads consolidate into actual results, it would mean that Mahayuti is heading for a landslide victory in Maharashtra, never seen before in Maharashtra's history. So for the first time in perhaps several decades, a government would be coming up with a landslide victory. In Maha Vikas Aghadi, all the three alliance partners' strike rate is below 20% at the moment. The Congress, the Shiv Sena of Uddhav Thackeray, and also of NCP Sharad Pawar, all of them performing really poorly. And as far as the strike rate of Mahayuti is concerned, it seems to be in upwards. BJP at 84%, Shiv Sena of Eknath Shinde at 71%, and NCP at 62%.
Before we go back to our reporters in Maharashtra, let's also at top of 11 o'clock talk about the situation in Jharkhand. Absolutely fascinating. At one stage, it appeared that the NDA was up ahead. But let's bring out the numbers on Jharkhand for a moment, and let's just go through it before we come across to our reporters. The India Alliance at this stage, and remember what is taking place in Jharkhand is a slower round of counting than it is in Maharashtra. The India Alliance is leading at 51. The NDA in 28. So the change is the India Alliance up 3, the NDA up 1 as well. The others that are a factor are down 4 from last time around. But again, very early days. My colleague in Ranchi, Prabhakar, joins us. He's outside the Chief Minister's residence. Give us a sense of what's happening over there, and how many rounds of counting are you aware of which have taken place? Prabhakar, go ahead.
Yeah, the last update with us was of 4 rounds of counting, but the numbers are cementing now. And it's going India block way. We all know that the India Alliance is going India Alliance way. But we are parked right now at the Chief Minister's house. Here, the celebration has not started. Even at the JMM office, they are holding their horses. They are probably waiting. They'll wait for some more time actually for numbers to settle down, and then you'll see the laddus and the crackers being distributed here and crackers being bursted here. But as of now, it's a mega comeback. It has never happened in Jharkhand, and it seems that the way
over there. We'll try and get that back in a moment. But just in terms of the overall situation in Jharkhand, it is fascinating because the JMM has done well. The BJP, in terms of the lead situation, is where it was in 2019. The Congress is down 4. That was somewhat expected in Jharkhand. They were always riding on the back of the JMM in a sense. But it does believe that the overall situation is one which favors the India alliance quite clearly. Do we have Prabhakar back with us at this stage? We'll try and fix that audio with him. But let's go back to Maharashtra, where it's the opposite scenario with many more rounds counted. 288 of 288 seats, the counting has begun. At least I would suggest 8 rounds would have been done by now. The NDA ahead, many would suggest that this will start firming up sooner than later.
No, I think we should go to the man of the moment, which is Eknath Shinde. What is happening at his Thane residence? Anuj, give us a sense. Have the supporters of Eknath Shinde started arriving, or is he very much locked inside his house, away from all the limelight?
As of now, he is pretty much, locked up in his house, but he's expected to come out anytime soon. And as you said, that close to 8 to 10 rounds, have been counted all across the state on all the 288 seats. And one direction that all of these early trends are showing, I am saying early because time-wise this still is early, but the gap between the NDA and the India Alliance, that is the Mahavikas Aghadi here in Maharashtra, is increasing. And I'm outside Thane residence of Eknath Shinde, and as you can see, the activity around this place has increased. The number of supporters coming here has increased, and one can expect Chief Minister to walk out of his residence any point of time. We've been interacting with a lot of Shinde Sena leaders since last few days, and they are very sure of the fact that it is not just the Mahayuti which will be coming back to power, but it is also Eknath Shinde who will be, laying his stake, claiming his stake very strongly for becoming the Chief Minister of the state. It is under his leadership that they believe, schemes like Maji Ladki Bahin have been popularized across the state. Mind you, it is not just Maji Ladki Bahin Yojana, but it is Mukhyamantri Maji Ladki Bahin Yojana, which means that the name of the Chief Minister has been going around with that scheme all across. Besides that, Eknath Shinde has gained a very good reputation all across the state amongst different categories. He comes from the Maratha community, which is why he's seen as a safer bet by even the BJP RSS cadre when it comes to the growing anticipation and the protest of the Maratha reservation protest. He comes from a farming background as well, and he's got a very good hold over the farming community in the western Maharashtra. In Mumbai and close by regions, he's got a strong hold over the Marathi Manu sentiment, and that was one of the conflicting ideas even in the Lok Sabha elections, where the doubt was whether the core voters of Shiv Sena are going with UBT or are they going with Shinde faction. While it was quite, quite divided in the 2024 June elections, but right now the picture seems to be much clearer, where all the places where the Shiv Sena had their core voter base, be it the western Maharashtra, be it Konkan region, or several other pockets where the Marathi population vote is higher in number, most of these places seem to be going with Shinde Sena, making him, validating his presence and his position of chief ministership here in the state.
Okay, so Chief Minister, Chief Minister, Mr. Eknath Shinde, who will be credited for this victory to a great extent. He was seen as the person who was among the people, a Maratha leader who neutralized the Maratha agitation, ensured that Jarange Patil, who was against Devendra Fadnavis, his deputy, continued to back the chief minister, who was a Maratha chief minister. So Eknath Shinde, the man of the moment, we are yet to hear from him. Perhaps he is also getting some feedback from his team, because I've been in touch with his team. They are suggesting that this number is only likely to consolidate. But the larger picture here is becoming clear. This is a landslide victory for Mahayuti. And if these numbers consolidate, it would only mean that for the moment it is Eknath Shinde, but will the BJP, which is of course at 84% strike rate, a 3-digit in three numbers, digit numbers on its own. Will its cadres be okay with a non-BJP chief minister? So we'll try and get that answer from the panelists who are joining us on the top of this hour. But Vishnu, what a fascinating battle. I'm told...
I suspect that Eknath Shinde's place is pretty quiet at this juncture, primarily because they're thinking about that CM issue. Because with leads in a situation like this, more than 8 rounds of counting, if there is going to be a flip starting at 11 a.m. in the morning, it seems very difficult whichever way you look at it. Neeja Chaudhary joins us as well at this stage. Neeja, we look at both Maharashtra and Jharkhand in a bit. But at this stage, with at least 8 rounds done, I think it's safe to say that, and this gap, that it appears that the NDA is headed to coming back to power, that also with a landslide.
Yeah, I think given the gap that there is, it's a given. What is of interest is not that the Mahayuti is going to come back to power. What is interesting is who is going to be the chief minister now, given the convincing numbers that the BJP has. And remember, Maharashtra being, as we've often said, financial hub, corporate world is there, MNCs are there are development plans. Would the BJP now like its own chief minister? You know, Amit Shah had said this to Eknath Shinde at the beginning of the campaign, that we have made sacrifices for you, now we hope you will make the sacrifices. And the way Mr. Fadnavis was projected during the campaign and backed, of course, if the numbers had been different, suppose it was 80 for the BJP and 50 odd or 60 for Eknath Shinde, it would be a different story. But now I think Mr. Devendra Fadnavis's chances to become CM have improved.
But let's put that question across to BD Singh. He's the spokesperson of the Shiv Sena Shinde group. Thank you, sir, very much for being with us. I think at this stage it's pretty clear where these elections are headed, with the NDA at 220, 221. But Mr. Singh, in terms of the entire leadership issue, do you believe that it's Mr. Eknath Shinde who should be chief minister still? Or do you believe that there could be a change, in particularly if the BJP continues to do as well as they're doing? Mr. Singh, go ahead.
Yes. जिस तरह से अगर माननीय शिंदे साहब का देखा जाए, ये जो शिवसेना से अलग हुई ज्यादा दिन नहीं हुआ, 2.5 साल का सफर है। इस सफर में इन्होंने जिस तरह से परफॉर्मेंस किया, ये जो है, जो भी आपके रिजल्ट सारे रिजल्ट आए हैं, उसमें सबसे अच्छा रिजल्ट जो है माननीय शिंदे साहब का है। और दूसरी तरफ से ये बोला जाए कि अगर असली शिवसेना या नकली शिवसेना की पहचान की जो सील थी, जो इलेक्शन कमीशन ने दिया था, जो है वो प्रूव हो 100% प्रूव हो गया कि असली शिवसेना माननीय शिंदे साहब है।
और लीडरशिप के बारे में हम बात करते हैं, बीजेपी के जो लीड्स है इस वक्त वो भी काफी स्ट्रांग है, उन्होंने आपसे ज्यादा सीट्स पे कंटेस्ट किया है। तो अगर चीफ मिनिस्टर का पद के लिए एक बातचीत शुरू होता है आप दोनों के बीच में, आप लोग मानेंगे कि शायद बीजेपी का चीफ मिनिस्टर बनना चाहिए इस बार?
देखिए, ये तो क्या है कि जो महायुति की सरकार है उसमें डिस्कशन होगा, डिस्कशन के बाद ही ये डिसाइड होगा कि कौन चीफ मिनिस्टर बनेगा। उसके बाद ही सारा डिसीजन होगा, क्योंकि ये जो है महायुति सरकार जो है काफी मतलब केंद्र से भी चलती है, तो उस पे मैं नहीं जाऊंगा। लेकिन ये है कि जो जिस तरह से मैं एक कमेंट और करूंगा कि जिस तरह से बाला साहब ठाकरे ये बोलते थे कि जो है अगर मुझे कांग्रेस के साथ जाना पड़ा तो मैं अपनी दुकान बंद कर दूंगा, लेकिन आज जो है उद्धव जी ने वही कांग्रेस के साथ जाकर के अपना शटर गिरा दिया।
जी, all right, Neeja, shall we flip this now, take a look at Jharkhand? Or
I think we should concentrate more on Maharashtra, because Neeja, I've just been told that Maharashtra has largely seen fractured mandate, and not this scale of victory ever in the state. Perhaps it was last in 1967-72. I mean, this kind of victory for an incumbent of 2.5 years, and an incumbent which only 5 months ago faced a massive setback in the Lok Sabha. They did course correction, and then they have come back, and how?
Look, I have only one simple, I keep saying this, it's one factor responsible for this, and that is women.
Ladki Behan. In both the
Ladki
states.
Behan and money.
Yes, Samman and Ladki Behan.
Yeah, in both places, women have emerged as a major factor in the electoral process of the country as a constituency, that the way we not regarded them. And remember, money in the hands of women is different from money in the hands of men.
That money has actually come in the case of...
Money has come for 5 months in the
Five
hands.
installments of 1,500 rupees.
And Vishnu, I keep...
2.3 crore women.
That's
It's done and
right.
dusted.
Absolutely. And I've said this several times. I did not meet a single woman who said, I have not got money.
No.
It was random.
So implementation has been fantastic.
So
as it was in
implementation
Madhya
has
Pradesh
been fantastic,
earlier on.
and this the people in the Mantralaya tell you. The
Sure.
officialdom tells you how hard they've had to work.
Nija, let me ask you this. You know, I mean, it may be the women's factor which actually decides which way the election has gone, but there is a battle of identity which will be decided.
Yes.
Who's the real Shiv Sena? I have suggested that it's an existential question for both the Sena and the NCP. The women's vote we've focused on, and this being India's second largest state, the national sort of scenario over here, should the NDA win, it's huge. So let's talk about the battle of identity first. What would this potentially mean for Sharad Pawar, and what would this mean for the Shiv Sena or the Balasaheb Thackeray?
Look, you cannot write off anybody in politics. So even Uddhav Thackeray, very weakened Uddhav Thackeray, will remain there. And bide his time for the future. If people get disgruntled this side, they may want to move over. Sharad Pawar, it's now the last battle, and he's the patriarch of, you know, not just... Huh? Maharashtra, the tallest leader of Maharashtra. He's done his bit. There was sympathy for him last time, and that sympathy played out. Sympathy doesn't play out again and again. So yes, he will be there. Again, let's see what, you know, suppose you have a disgruntled Eknath Shinde's group and a disgruntled Ajit Pawar group. If they are not satisfied in the new government...
We have been discussing that. Is there a possibility of a potential realignment post this result? With this kind of result, do you still sense realignment?
No, you know, they cannot move wholesale and form an alternative government. And once you're in power, then it's that much more difficult to say, I'm moving to the other side. The other side has very little to offer you, whereas the ruling side has much more to offer you.
Anil Antony of the BJP joins us. We also have Mr. Chavan of NCP Sharad Pawar. A massive setback for you, Mr. Chavan? Disappointment?
Yes, definitely. It is disappointing and unexpected. Nevertheless, we humbly accept the mandate given by the people of Maharashtra, and we are committed to reflecting to the results with sincerity and introspection.
Sir,
this is what I can say at this
conceding
moment.
these elections? Is your party officially conceding these elections?
You see, the thing is, the results are there in front of you, and I don't know what to react at this moment, because as I said, it is really unexpected for us. So we need to wait and really introspect. This is what I can say at this moment.
All right. Let me go across to Mr. Antony. You know, extraordinary leads, and if these leads translate into results which will start happening anytime now, then, you know, we need to look at the next stage. That would be government formation. Now, we've been debating this for the last hour or so. You've had an excellent Chief Minister in Eknath Shinde. However, you've done extremely well in these elections yourself. The BJP has done extremely well. Would your cadre demand a Chief Minister from your party?
Thank you, Vishnu. First of all, the Bharatiya Janata Party would very categorically say that this is a great day for India, not for India Alliance, but definitely for India. For India, this is a great day. Maharashtra was one of the states where during the Lok Sabha elections, the opportunistic India Alliance had done better than what they had expected, where almost 30 seats went to the Alliance and 17 for NDA. But within 5 months, we have come back in a very comprehensive manner. There's a win for our people's desire for a double-engine government and people's faith in our Prime Minister. Now, talking about the government formation, first of all, again, let us not forget the fact that we went as a formidable alliance. We had 3 major players, and even though we have 3 major factors, and irrespective of the numbers, we went together as an alliance, and the people showed full faith in the alliance. It was a victory for the state units and also the desire of the people to have a double-engine government in Maharashtra also. So after the election results, the leaders of all the three parties will speak to each other. They will be, our central leadership will also be speaking to the our two alliance partners. And finally, one thing we can assure is that we will have a government, a very stable 5-year government that will be ensuring that the welfare of the people of Maharashtra and the development of the state
you will be
kept in
looking at
priority,
Maharashtra
and
because that
a
is
5-year
the big
government,
prize.
a stable government will be there.
But what about Jharkhand? You know, it seems that the tribals who did not vote for you during the Lok Sabha polls have again not gone with you in these elections, although it turned to be a different picture completely in Maharashtra. But in Jharkhand, you'll have to work a little more on the tribal voters, that constituency which is still not convinced with your policies and ideas.
No, there are elections happening across India today. There are by-elections happening in many states, including my home state in Kerala. And Maharashtra is definitely a comprehensive result. Jharkhand, yes, at this moment we are slightly behind, but let's say it's a difference of 8-9 seats can change a lot, and 6-7 rounds of counting is left. So let us not come to conclusions there.
Giving you, I shouldn't be giving you hope at the moment because Jharkhand looks like that it's 49 for India bloc, that is JMM. And
so they're ahead of the simple majority mark if these leads. But Anil, I'm just trying to understand over here.
Simple majority, they are ahead.
Yeah, so it does. So if we take a look at what's taking place in Maharashtra now, would you suggest there was any one deciding factor which has resulted in your being in such a decisive lead? Was it the factor of women and schemes? Because Maharashtra is fascinating, from agrarian distress to the women's vote to the demands of an increasingly young Mumbai, to caste identity, to Marathi pride, right? It's a hugely diverse state. What won it, or what is potentially winning it for you?
So it's a combination of many factors. It is an outright rejection of the divisive politics that was put forward to the people of India by the India Alliance. It is a thumbs up, a huge thumbs up for our Prime Minister and his vision for Vikasit Bharat. It is also a very good sign of a desire by the people of Maharashtra to have a double-engine government. And then, like you rightly mentioned, a lot of schemes. We have done a lot of development in Maharashtra. The opposition was trying to create narrations, non-existent narrations, including projects, Maharashtra not getting enough projects, etc. But all this was rejected by the people.
Okay.
Everything that the opposition perhaps projected got rejected in Maharashtra?
Mahima, go ahead.
Jai Hind.
Jai Hind.
I would say it is not that... Jai Hind, am I audible?
Yes. Mahima, go ahead, we can hear you.
Yeah, so thank you for having me on your show. Yeah. So Maharashtra and Jharkhand both, in fact, were eager for a change. But what happened in Maharashtra, now the trends are becoming clearer, is certainly, going to be a victory of the rhetoric, the high decibel rhetorical campaign run by the BJP. While in Jharkhand, it is the people's issues, the fight for the people's issues that the Congress and our allies had put up is right at the center of the victory that is imminent for us. But Maharashtra, I would certainly say that, it's quite a misfortune of kinds for a democracy like ours. Because it was a government that was formed by backstabbing. It was a government of intrusion formed by the BJP, betraying people's trust, breaching people's mandate. There was a major trust deficit. In spite of that, if this is happening, it is extremely unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. And which is what our alliance partners, spokespersons are also speaking about. You must have heard Mr. Sanjay Raut talk about it. And of course, what's happening on the ground, the kind of poaching that has already happened, the kind of factionalism that has happened. A BJP who was accusing Nawab Malik of, linking with Dawood Ibrahim, having links with Dawood Ibrahim, fielding him as their candidate, accusing Ajit Pawar, Mr. Modi accusing Ajit Pawar of 70,000 crores of corruption and then fielding their party. And this kind of mandate is not only unacceptable, Maria and Vishnu, I would say it is also indigestible. We can digest it, but whether the people of Maharashtra will digest it is a larger question. At the end of the day,
Be it in
it is
Haryana or
about
in other
people's
states,
rights,
I think-
it is about people's voice.
Yes, I think this was the larger sentiment in Maharashtra. This is reflecting on the vote in Maharashtra right now if these seats actually consolidate. People had moved away from anger of six months ago. They had moved away from that sympathy of 6 months ago. Maharashtra today is sending that message that they vote differently in the Lok Sabha and Assembly, yes, but it's also a pro-incumbent
disagree,
mandate.
Maria.
Let's accept it and go ahead. That's the beauty of Indian democracy. Yes, we have been focusing on the women voter. Legacy debate, yes, but let's not shift the spotlight from Eknath Shinde. Ma'am, here is someone who has managed to do what somebody from the Thackeray family could not. There was a rebel in Raj Thackeray when he created MNS. He has done what Raj Thackeray could not.
You're absolutely right. It shows how India has moved on.
Yes.
And India that appreciates somebody who comes from humble beginning is the Modi phenomenon. And claws his way up and uses Sam Dam Dhand Bhed, has fire in his belly, will to power. People somewhere respect that. And therefore, you compare it to entitlement. You got it, through the family
Nija,
name.
if I can jump in, what I find the most amazing part of Eknath Shinde's journey is when the Shiv Sena split, there was the entire hotel drama taking place. He broke the party. Nobody thought it would work. People thought that this is just going to be utterly disastrous and all these Shiv Seniks are going to come back to the main group, as it were. He took them to Goa first. From Goa, he went to Assam, came back to Goa, put them on a bus, came back. He became chief minister and might well be chief minister once again. It is an incredible performance. Where does this leave the original Shiv Sena?
You're right. I mean, it will be very difficult now, if they are in power, for them to even think of splitting. Much more difficult to move back to somebody who's not got power.
It could be the other way around. I mean,
It could be the other way around. Also with the NCP, let's
Yes.
see. Even though there's Sharad Pawar this side, and he's known to pull things out of the hat at various moments, but still, would people go to a group that is in power with all the loaves and fishes that's going to offer and perks that it's going to offer to them? So, and with, of course, Ajit Pawar was leading, and one expects him to win in Baramati, actually.
Yes,
Because
but Neerja, again, that was the sentiment that during the Lok Sabha it would be Tai and during the Assembly it will be
absolutely,
Dada.
I came across this
That was the
myself.
sentiment, and that also Mr. Ajit Pawar believed in, that fielding
और लोग कहते
his
थे
wife
ना-
against Supriya was a mistake.
No, not only that, every single person who was opposed to him for him would say, "Kaam to kiya hai."
Kaam to kiya hai.
So that was an
Five-term
acknowledgement.
MP, five-term MLA who has delivered on the ground. So, but overall, Ajit Pawar's performance may not be as good as Eknath Shinde's. So, will this be the same troika that will return in Maharashtra politics with Eknath Shinde and his two deputies in Devendra Fadnavis and also Ajit Pawar? That remains to be seen. But we have Mr. Singh of the Shiv Sena joining us. What's your assessment?
यस जो है जो शिंदे साहब का जो जमीनी ये था इससे पूरा इलेक्शन में दिख रहा है और जैसे इसमें मैं ये देख रहा हूँ कि भले बड़े भाई की भूमिका में बीजेपी है लेकिन क्या है कि जो है जो इंडियन कल्चर है इंडियन कल्चर के अनुसार जो है बड़े भाई हमेशा छोटे भाई का ध्यान देते हैं जिस तरह से राम का राज्याभिषेक होते होते उन्होंने भरत जी को राजगद्दी पे बिठाया था इसी तरह से हम लोग उम्मीद करते हैं कि छोटी भाई का भी बड़े भाई ध्यान रखेंगे
Okay. I just want to, for our
Bade
viewers
bhai and
joining
chota
us
bhai
now at
politics
11:26 a.m., let's just quickly go through what the scene in Maharashtra is and also in Jharkhand. Let's remember in Maharashtra, the magic mark is 145. That's what they are seeking right now. The NDA at this stage is more than double that of the MVA. At 221, I think it's safe to say that they're going to be forming the next government in the state. at least 9 to 10 rounds of voting would have taken place. The BJP, the dominant party in Maharashtra, they are up 23 compared to last time in terms of leads. They are at leading in 128. The Shiv Sena up 12. And this is the Shiv Sena affiliated with the BJP, the Shinde Sena at 53. The NCP is down 5, but still at a commendable 36 in terms of their leads. But it is the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray group, the original Shiv Sena in a sense, though that's disputed who's original and who's not, they're up 4 from last time, but they are nowhere compared to the Shinde faction. The NCP Sharad Pawar is exactly where they were at this stage in terms of leads. 13 now, there were 13 last time around. They contested in 86 seats, so there is no change. But it's Ajit Pawar and his NCP, which seems to, really be holding the cards. Now, that's what the overall situation is. Let's turn our attention now to Jharkhand. And in Jharkhand, there have been fewer rounds of counting. The counting started, as we understand it, a little bit later in Jharkhand. But after the very initial trends suggesting that the NDA was coming up, it now appears to be the absolute opposite, with the India Alliance leading now in 48, both India and the NDA contesting in 81, the NDA at 31, the India Alliance, that's the JMM Alliance, leading in 48.
So what does it do to the momentum which was built by the India bloc?
Yeah.
Immediately after the Lok Sabha is the big question.
Correct.
So will that momentum then, or the Lok Sabha results, be seen as an aberration, Mahima? Mahima?
Sorry, who do we have joining us at this stage?
Mahima, let's quickly get a word from Mahima. Mahima?
Could you repeat the question, Maria?
Will the momentum which was seen after the Lok Sabha polls in favor of India, when BJP was down to 240, below the majority mark, be seen as an aberration, that result as an aberration, because you have one victory after another and decisive victories, Haryana, Maharashtra?
I would, before I delve into your question, Maria, I would actually, because I was looking at the Jharkhand trends and, the leads that we are getting there, it's quite interesting because the kind of high decibel campaign the BJP ran with Hemanta Biswa Sarma at the helm of it as the ambassador was quite intriguing in an uncomfortable, in a rather adverse way. Yet what you see in Jharkhand is a victory of people's rights, people's issues, and that is what we expected in Maharashtra also. Lok Sabha was not an aberration. Rather, it was the reality. You see, the BJP had upset its ideological father, the RSS, and that is when you saw the real people's issues come to the fore. This time around, whether it was Haryana or the Maharashtra, BJP, which was a few months ago telling the RSS to take a back seat because the BJP can stand on its own feet now, is actually, having to rely upon the appendages of its allies that it has broken apart, it has excoriated to the extent of, extinction of the real ideology. So the BJP, that is basically the khichdi of BJP, which is being cooked today, which apparently is gaining these leads today, is setting in a major identity crisis in our society in the forthcoming years, Maria, and that's worrisome. And why I'm saying this is because, as I said, it is a misfortune. It is unfortunate, the kind of trend we are seeing, whether it was Haryana or Maharashtra, because people will not accept the results. Although the BJP may have succeeded, the Congress may at the end of the day go back to its drawing board. Our alliance partners may go back to our drawing boards for Maharashtra while we celebrate Jharkhand.
Sure.
But at the end of the day, it is the people whose trust was backstabbed by the BJP.
Yeah. I wanted to go back just briefly to Nija. Nija ji, let's look at 4 or 5 key factors in these elections. A, there's a thumbs up for the Prime Minister's infrastructure push. Obviously, the women's scheme, the Ladki Behan scheme, Ladki Behan, Ladki Behan, right? That's done. Okay, that's done dramatically.
Ladli, that has become Ladki in Maharashtra.
In Maharashtra, that's done well. the Shinde has settled the issue within the Shiv Sena on the legacy debate. And whenever there is, and this is what fascinates me, whenever there is a direct contest between the Congress and the BJP, the Congress is not in the picture. What does it say about the Congress in these direct contests, I mean, from a national standpoint?
Well, I think if you look at it, the Congress tends to drag the alliance down. And now look at, Jharkhand, they're saying 5 RJD people are leading. They got 60 tickets. Right. Congress got 30. Now I think it's not so bad that they're leading in 13. Earlier the figure was much lower. So final figure will be interesting. But overall that is correct. So I think Congress, even though there may be a sentiment as in Jharkhand, does not seem to take advantage of it as it should. And
is not the dominant party.
It's not the dominant party.
Even if you look at Jammu and Kashmir, we don't talk about them. They were supposed to do much better in Jammu. They've not. They hardly. The question was whether they would get any births at all.
Organizationally, they are so weak that I think that's where they need to, put their effort. Also, sometimes I feel Congress has forgotten how to work hard. It's become a drawing room party.
In fact, congratulatory messages, Neerja, have started now.
Who's congratulating who?
Yeah, first set of visuals coming in now of Devendra Fadnavis being congratulated by his mother. But let me bring in Radhika now. Radhika, so, should we expect some kind of a big celebration in Mumbai office? Or will the leaders be going and collecting their certificates and then postponing it and letting the Delhi office have all the spotlight, the BJP headquarters where Prime Minister is expected later tonight?
7 p.m., right?
Yes.
Well, certainly there will be celebrations at Mumbai office, which is why I showed some of those laddu boxes. At some point, that has to be kept out, that has to be taken out. So that will be expected in a bit from now. Yes, Devendra Fadnavis is certainly celebrating in his residence. So those are the visuals from his residence of his family member, his mother, calling him and congratulating him. And this is the movement, or rather the activity at BJP office here. We just saw Vinod Tavde a while ago in this particular place, which is the BJP headquarters. He will be taking a press conference in a bit. In fact, he spoke to us off camera. He did speak about, of course, he did not speak about the allegations against him, but he did speak about the factors that have been attributed to the victory of BJP and Mahayuti in general. So far as the schemes are concerned, be it the Latki Behan scheme, some of the farmer-centric schemes that have been announced, and the hard work put out by the leaders just ahead of elections, be it in terms of organizational structure, be it in terms of, coming out with numbers, the candidates, seat allocation, all of them being done in a structured manner, which is what led to the victory. And besides that, he also pointed at how Shinde Sena took the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray forward successfully, which was abandoned by Uddhav Thackeray, which did not go down well with the people of Maharashtra. So these are some of the reactions coming in. Vinod Tavde inside, more leaders expected here. Devendra Fadnavis also expected to take a press conference, perhaps a little later, once things become clear, once, multiple rounds are over. That is when that will happen. And in Worli constituency, very interesting.
Radhika, any idea on the number of rounds which have been counted so far? Because at this, we should be in a situation soon to call this election, particularly with this gap. Do we have an idea of the number of rounds?
I think in both the states now.
Radhika, any idea of the number of rounds?
What I'm hearing is at least about 8 rounds have been completed.
No, but that's been going on for a while.
Okay, so let's listen in to the first reaction that is coming in. Devendra Fadnavis in conversation with his mother.
Hello.
मी येतो संध्याकाळी येतो आता इकडून सगळं निपटवतो मी येतो हां मी कळवतो तुला यस यस चला धन्यवाद आशीर्वाद दे तुझे
हॅलो हॅलो
मी येतो संध्याकाळी येतो आता इकडून सगळं निपटवतो मी येतो हां मी कळवतो तुला यस यस चला धन्यवाद आशीर्वाद दे तुझे
हॅलो हॅलो
मी येतो संध्याकाळी येतो आता इकडून सगळं निपटवतो मी येतो
So let's listen in now, and And Radhika, just what exactly is the conversation that's in Marathi? Please translate it for our viewers.
Hello.
येतो संध्याकाळी येतो आता इकडून सगळं निपटवतो मग येतो हा मी कळवतो
All right, so Devendra Fadnavis gets a congratulatory message from his mother. There is another picture that is coming in now of Mr. Bawankule, who is the state president of the BJP, with Devendra Fadnavis. I'll ask the producer to put that photograph also on the television screen. So the celebrations indoors clearly right now has begun. But let's not forget that the BJP strike rate is the highest in this election. Their tally is much above the entire MVA, twice the MVA, and also the combined strength of their own alliance partners, that is the Shiv Sena and the NCP Ajit Pawar. So Mr. Bawankule and Devendra Fadnavis exchanging a hug, embracing each other with joy. That picture will be coming up as well. So BJP in this election has sent the message that they can also ensure and turn the tide completely after 6 months. So that is Mr. Bawankule, who is the state president of Maharashtra, and Devendra Fadnavis. Devendra Fadnavis, a Brahmin leader, the BJP experimented with him in 2014 for the first time, and we saw after 5 years there was the pre-poll alliance of Devendra Fadnavis and the Shiv Sena won, but then the entire turn of events happened. But Anil and Anthony continues to be with us. We have other guests as well. But a word on the BJP's organization, how this picture should be read.
On this,
Yeah.
Fadnavis, you know, sometimes maybe it's so
Okay, Nirja, we've got Shaina NC with us. I'm so sorry. Shaina, thanks very much for being with us. You know, I mean, we've been seeing your own Leeds situation go up and down. Where do things presently stand for you, Shaina?
So honest to God, Vishnu and Maria know that mine is the toughest constituency in all of Maharashtra. It's hardcore, 140,000 Muslim, 1 lakh Hindu, and we have worked tirelessly to try and make a developmental agenda reach out to the people, because for 15 years you saw no development at all in Mumbai. No cluster redevelopment, no schools, no colleges, even water, electricity issues, sewage, parking, the works. I mean, it's really the most congested constituency. So having said that, I have worked tirelessly this 1 month, and I hope that the people accept me as their future MLA. But I don't want to go into any overconfidence. As Maria says, manifest, manifest. So I will manifest till the end. But having said that, I think the work done by the Mahayuti has really impacted lives. If you look at the Chief Minister's Ladki Behna Yojana, where 2.5 crore women have got 7,500 rupees directly into their bank accounts, this is incredible, as has been with the Ladki Behna Yojana, even in Mumbai Devi, where 40,000 women have got money in their bank accounts, and of which 15,000 are Muslim ladies. So obviously this kind of work percolates down to the poorest of poor, and that makes it part of stunning Mahayuti sweep, because
But
historic
Shaina, let me
mandate.
ask you this. You know, your own personal journey has been quite interesting. You've been for years and years with the BJP. You've been a spokesperson of the BJP. You've grown within the BJP ranks. Now, of course, I have to remind myself that you aren't in the BJP or in the Shiv Sena, and despite the color of the sari that you're wearing. So what I must ask you, therefore, is, I mean, your own political journey. Do you, in a sense, regret the fact that you aren't still in the BJP, or was this a natural progression for you?
Or maybe an understanding for you to be fielded on a different ticket, because you realize that Shiv Sena was better placed than BJP in that constituency.
No. I don't think any of these speculative questions have an answer, because this is the Mahayuti leadership that decided that I should fight from Mumbai Devi, and I have adhered to it. And I thank the Honorable Chief Minister for the opportunity, irrespective of it being the toughest constituency, because I truly believe that if we can make it here, this is going to be history in India. 15 years you have had a Congress MLA who has done absolutely nothing for the constituents, and that is apparent, because if you go to the constituency, you see how backward it is. And I don't say this with pride, I say this with shame, because we as an inclusive society should make sure that every constituency gets the basic infrastructure.
Sure.
So I think the decision of the Mahayuti to field me is something that the leadership has decided, but it's like going from one house to another. The joint family continues to be the same, and the ideology continues to be the same. We haven't flunked the ideology.
Just be
We
with us,
haven't
Shaina,
abandoned
for half a
back.
second. A little bit of breaking news, which I noticed a little while back. Professor Shastri, interesting. Bengal, 6 bypolls over there. The Trinamool leading in 6 out of 6. It comes on the back of the entire RG car situation. There was an expectation that it might hit Mamata Banerjee very hard. If those leads translate into results, it would be significant because she faces huge troubles in Bengal right
Vishnu,
now.
I think by-elections need to be seen from a totally different lens. Very often the ruling party in the state does well because of the specificities of that by-election.
Yeah.
And this is proving true in West Bengal, it's proving true in Karnataka, where the last trend was all the 3 by-elections the Congress was leading.
Right.
So there is that trend, other factors being equal, that the ruling party has
How
a
would you
slight
look at this,
advantage.
Nirja? Trinamool leading all 6 seats in Bengal, quite unexpected?
No, not. I agree with him. The incumbent government has the advantage as far as bypolls go. And that's the case in UP also. We are seeing happen, and in West Bengal. Rajasthan, of course, the government, the chief minister was, had to take away. Last time the BJP lost 11 seats in Rajasthan, so they had to make up. I don't know what the tally is there, what the situation
We'll try and
is
get the tally in Uttar Pradesh as well. Maria?
Yes, we'll try and get details because, bypoll results are equally important.
Last I saw was that the BJP was leading in 6 and 1 RLD and the SP only in 2.
Yes, so I think there is a great shift from the Lok Sabha.
Yeah, there is a shift. But as I say, bypolls it'd be very surprising if bypolls
are lost by the party in power.
Yeah, they normally go towards the party in power. And of course, Mr. Yogi Adityanath was, it was a prestige battle for him after, the setback in the Lok Sabha elections to show that his popularity is undimmed in Uttar Pradesh.
So perhaps Mr. Yogi Adityanath has also settled that discussion within his party.
Whether he'll be moved to Delhi or somewhere else.
A lot of speculation around him as well. So, but TMC leading in all 6 seats in Bengal, they did very well in the Lok Sabha polls. So TMC continuing with that trend. But yes, we have seen bypolls after bypolls, it is the government of the day which tends to win those bypolls. State after state, election after election. But shifting focus again to Maharashtra, I would say, because that's where the big story is. Professor Sandeep Shastri is joining us at this hour. It's settled in favor of Mahayuti. We are still not calling the election because as journalists, we are not supposed to be calling elections. We are just reflecting what the numbers are showing. But, 220, my sources are saying that last time this mandate came was in 1967 or 72. After that, it has always been fractured mandate in Maharashtra, but never a landslide of this nature.
What you referred to earlier was also possibly a single party getting a majority because of a particular sweep. This possibly would be the first example of an alliance doing so well. The numbers may settle little less, little more around where we are, but it indicates a clear trend which is in favor of the NDA in Maharashtra, and which is in some senses a reversal of the Lok Sabha verdict that you had in that state. And as we have been discussing on this channel for quite some time, assembly verdicts are different from Lok Sabha verdicts, and here I think the performance of the state government clearly has played an important role. The caste coalition they were able to create has been successful for them. And thirdly, I think working as an effective alliance has been important for the NDA here. As we have been saying, the BJP was the main partner in the alliance, whereas in the opposition, all the 3 were contesting more or less equal number of seats, and nobody was really seriously driving the coalition as the BJP was driving the coalition in the case of the Mahayuti.
Zafar Islam of the BJP is joining us. Zafar Islam, of course, as someone who is from Maharashtra, from Mumbai, do these numbers come as a surprise? I'm sure you will say no, but you know the internal functioning of the BJP. You work very closely with Home Minister Amit Shah.
If you see my tweet in this morning, rather I gave it by to ANI and that was aired on many channels. At 8 o'clock in the morning, I said century for BJP, half century for Shiv Sena, quarter century for Ajit Pawarji's party, and put together double century for Mahayuti. And this is something which is coming true. And it is primarily because of the Modi magic which actually works. All these other strategy they have, the MVA, has actually not worked because they are not connected with the people. Because I worked for 2 months in Maharashtra, as you know, that we exactly know that which party was connected with the people. Even though if you can see that even in Uttar Pradesh, Samajwadi at least has some connect with the people. That's why they are at least leading in 2 seats. But as far as Congress and Uddhav Thackeray's party, Bata, they were absolutely away from the ground, and they were more on television and fighting with each other and criticizing each other. And Sanjay Raut in particular of Ubata actually made life difficult for all the political parties of FVA, because every morning it was his strategy to target our leadership, target Mahayuti leadership of no reason and rhymes, and that is something has gone really bad with the people of Maharashtra. They decided, they made up their mind that they will definitely bless Bharatiya Janata Party and Mahayuti, and this is something which is in front of you. And I give credit to the people of the state who has given us blessing, the Karyakarta of Bharatiya Janata Party and Mahayuti. And one more thing which is very important, our leadership has very clear instruction that we have to fight on all 288 seats, without exception. So we were fighting not in 149 seats, which was allocated to us, but we were fighting in all 288 seats. Yes. And that is why even other Mahayuti partners, they were also fighting in 288.
Zafar Bhai, can you hear me?
We were able to transfer
Zafar Bhai, Vishnu here, can you hear me?
And the result is for everyone to see. Yes.
Great. Zafar Bhai, how many rounds of polling is actually done? Do you have that data with you? It's almost 12 o'clock.
No, see, in some constituency,
yes,
9 rounds. Some, like for instance, Worli, half an hour ago I checked that only 4 rounds was done at the where Mahayuti candidate Milin Dera was trailing by merely 400 votes. So in some constituencies, the 9th round, 4th round, 5th round, but put together, I'm saying there is still many rounds left. In some constituencies, even 27 rounds to be counted. So I think we need to wait for some time, but the trend is set. Trend is very much set now. It may be 2 seats here, 2 seats there, but the victory for Mayawati is done and dusted. It's all settled.
Yeah, so it's a massive victory. I mean, 219, and there is this analysis, which is an interesting analysis, that Sharad Pawar's party has 15 seats as of now, leading in those seats. This is Sharad Pawar's worst ever performance in his political career. He has a strike rate of just 11.6% in 2024. I mean, Sharad Pawar, the doyen of politics, someone who's known to be making multiple comebacks.
But there's another piece of breaking news, Maria.
Yes.
That big breaking news is that the exit polls got it right.
Can I give you one statistic?
Yes.
Can I give you one statistic?
Go ahead, Zafar Bhai.
Vishnu. See, so the strike rate, since Maria was talking about the strike rate, BJP has strike rate as per the current
84%.
trend, 86%.
86%.
And Congress has 86%.
Okay.
Congress has 19%. Shiv Sena, Shinde Group, 71%, as against Shiv Sena, Ubata, 21%. And NCP, Ajit Pawarji is 62%, as against 12%, 11.6% of NCP Sharad Pawar group. That shows which parties was the preference of the people of Maharashtra.
Let's go full frame with those visuals that are coming in.
They have blessed,
flowers, laddus, patakas, firecrackers, all have started arriving at the Mumbai office of BJP. The celebrations have begun. Those are the pictures of the two men who are fronting it in Maharashtra, in the state. Devendra Fadnavis and Mr. Bawankule, who is the state president. You can see Prime Minister Modi's picture and also Mr. Nadda's
and
image.
Devendra Fadnavis.
And Devendra Fadnavis.
Very much the man of the moment as well, in all of this. Along with Shinde.
Yes, along with Eknath Shinde. You can see Devendra Fadnavis and Prime Minister Modi's image together. But across Maharashtra, when I was traveling, I did see both of their images on posters. So if it was a big picture of Prime Minister Modi, Devendra Fadnavis was also there. Although his own personal acceptability may not be high, particularly in Marathwada because of because of the Maratha agitation, but largely this kind of victory requires togetherness or strategy working at multiple levels.
I think two levels, I would say. The RSS is back with the bank as far as campaigning went. Door-to-door distribution of checks. I think they, unlike the Lok Sabha elections, when they held back, that's one factor. And I think the RSS may also have a say in who becomes chief minister. Number two, I wonder, was there an inherent sympathy for Devendra Fadnavis that manifested itself for this chief minister who was downgraded to deputy chief minister? And somewhere people have voted for the BJP. Was there a factor like a vindication of his honor?
I do believe that despite all of the arguments and debate that we've had, that it will be Devendra Fadnavis as the next chief minister. It seems unlikely that it wouldn't be the case.
Vishnu, in a poll that we did, when we asked people, are you voting for party candidate or leader? Nearly half the respondents said candidate. It's the candidate who makes the difference, then the party, and then the leader. So I think Fadnavis has got the benefit of a party which was on the upswing and a right set of candidates being chosen, and the two factions supporting what the BJP wanted. I mean, the two parties in the alliance supporting what the BJP wanted, that worked to their advantage. Where I think there was a lot of division within the three partners in the opposition alliance, which is seen in the type of results that we are getting.
I'm just saying that 6 months ago, it was a different story altogether.
Absolutely.
I mean, the same alliance was seen as cohesive. Maha Vikas Aghadi's differences sorted out.
The narrative in our politics has changed completely,
Absolutely.
right?
I mean, the BJP is on the upswing again.
From Rahul Gandhi saying, I think the day after the Lok Sabha elections, that we have reason no longer to fear the Prime Minister. Then, campaigning hard and yet losing decisively in Haryana, doing very poorly as a party in Jammu. And now it appears that they've not done well over here as well. So in terms of the momentum which the Congress believed they had picked up, many would suggest that that may not be the case, though yes, there is a strong possibility that they may win Jharkhand.
Also, the consolidation of the OBCs behind the BJP has been very, very strong. And possibly the consolidation of the Marathas behind the MVA has not been that strong.
Marathas behind the chief minister, perhaps.
Maratha
chief minister.
There is a split in the Maratha. See, the Maratha vote last time was consolidated with the Aghadi. But now with the projection of the Maratha chief minister and Shinde being very visible in their campaign, I think a segment of the Maratha vote, a big segment has shifted to the
And perhaps
alliance.
the fact that he appeared to be more sincere by giving that 10% reservation which got passed by the Maharashtra Assembly.
And nobody else has taken any other position.
Nobody
they said in excess to 50%, we'll give 10%. They're not agreed, any of them, to making them, in the Kundi vote.
Yes.
All right, let's take a look at what the overall situation is, and let's have the strike rate numbers up as well. We are gradually getting to a scene where the trends are now going to fast become results, and it appears quite clearly that the NDA is winning Maharashtra. Devendra Fadnavis is likely to be the next chief minister. We would wait, of course, for a formal series of conversations between the alliance partners.
Vishnu, you spoke too soon on Devendra Fadnavis becoming the chief minister. For the moment, it appears that the BJP could very well go with the same formula of having
Are you hearing that? Are you hearing that?
That clearly has been the indication as of now.
All right, so we'll see where that goes. But for now, that's what the situation.
No, they haven't said it, but the indication.
I got an indicator that it could be Fadnavis. Maria, we'll go with her word. She covers this much closer than I do. But we're going to take a short break, and then when we're back, when Team NDTV is back, we'll be looking closely at Maharashtra and Jharkhand. in many ways an equally fascinating election, but one that seems to be headed to the India alliance. We'll take a short break. There's more coming up.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking,
and I swipe it there. Pound rewards, मैं everywhere. कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
हम ये चुनाव विकास के मुद्दे पर लड़ रहे हैं.
Let them come for an open debate with me. I've challenged Eknath Shinde multiple times.
Congress is in the worst situation in this state.
महायुति में भी इससे ज़्यादा dispute है.
Everything is fair in love and politics.
वोट देने वाले ही जिताने वाले हैं ना.
So we worked on 4 options.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Mahayuti is poised towards a comfortable victory in the state of Maharashtra. It's a restive state that has not seen one party touch the majority mark on its own in the last 5 assembly polls. And in the last 5 years, it has seen 3 chief ministers, 4 deputy chief ministers, multiple wars for symbols and names. But leading in over 127 seats, the BJP also seems to have really put on its best performance. But how does that change the dynamics? What are the large implications of this win? All of that is going to be keenly watched.
Good morning, and it's just not a victory, it's a tsunami for the Mahayuti in Maharashtra. I mean, for all those who were thinking it's going to be a keenly contested match, just take a look at what's happening at this moment. If you talk about the MVA, I think it's that's the man of the moment at this moment, isn't it, Vasudha? Devendra Fadnavis
with the BJP president of Maharashtra,
Mr. Bavan Khule.
and possibly poised to be the next chief minister, because with these numbers, there is no way that Devendra Fadnavis and, of course, the Bharatiya Janata Party would not be staking claim as the chief minister seat is concerned. 127, in a way, it's the choice of the BJP who they want to go ahead with, and the partners would have more or less no say. Though, I must say, it was just not the battle between the BJP and the Congress, it was also the battle between the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray versus Shiv Sena Shinde, and of course NCP Ajit Pawar, Sharad Pawar. In all those battles, the Mahayuti has checkmated their opponents.
And the other important state, Jharkhand, the India bloc has managed leads in 50 out of 81 seats. Of course, NDA, as per the leads we have now, is ahead in 30
That's the
seats.
solace.
Yes.
That's the solace for the India Alliance, because the route after Haryana and the route now in Maharashtra and the kind of numbers that we are seeing, it will be in fact a mayhem as far as the India Alliance is concerned for the Congress party, an embarrassment at this moment coming in there from Maharashtra. So we'll get you all the latest details, but let's quickly start with the headlines.
Fadnavis, the ultimate comeback man in Maharashtra. Fadnavis stars in BJP's stunning show, specifically in the seats of Vidarbha.
NDA set for a landslide victory in Maharashtra. Stunning feat by the BJP. Contested 149 at this moment, leading on 127.
Some relief for the India bloc. Its source in Jharkhand widens its lead, defying anti-incumbency. Hemant Soren most likely to retain power.
And in Wayanad Bypolls, as expected, Priyanka Gandhi on her way for a stunning debut, leads by a margin of over 1 lakh votes.
Results of Bypolls that took place, 42 of them are also coming in. TMC and BJP maintain lead in West Bengal, UP respectively. In Punjab, Aam Aadmi Party leads in 3 seats, Congress in 1. Well, the Mahayuti seems to be all poised towards a comfortable victory in the state of Maharashtra. Remember, it has been a restive state. It's been a state that has seen a lot of political developments in the last 5 years. But this was a battle that the BJP and its allies took head on. Of course, in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, the party faced a major setback. Mahayuti won just 17 out of 48 seats, with the BJP putting on the worst performance. But now, tables seem to have really turned, and it is in Vidarbha that the party has performed really well. In fact, not just Vidarbha, also in Marathwada, also in North Maharashtra, specifically Nashik, and also West Maharashtra, and specifically in Konkan. It's the BJP and its allies that have put on a good performance.
Absolutely. It's all regions, and that is reflective exactly on the numbers that we are seeing at this moment. 225 is what the Mahayuti is leading at. So it is across Maharashtra and riding largely on what the game changer scheme was, the Ladki Bahan Yojana, and then of course the massive election management of the Bharatiya Janata Party at its best being displayed as we talk about these numbers. In just about 4 months from the Lok Sabha elections, the reversals and the way, in fact, in all the areas where the party was weak, whether it is now the reversal of the Dalit vote coming to them. Look at it, even by the context of the Dalits, the OBCs, even the Marathas, the Maratha agitation impact also not at this moment denting the party. So where on the one hand, the MVA thought that after the elections result of the Lok Sabha, their victory was given. The BJP and their allies went back to the drawing board, completely different strategy, and riding on the back of the women vote of the Ladki Bahan Yojana have stunned with these results.
And also, I think, Ankit, the most important takeaways would also be the fact that apart from the Ladki Bahan Yojana, the BJP also took a lot of corrective measures and took its allies along with it. And there was a lot of focus on the Maratha factor, which was in some ways reflected in Eknath Shinde's leadership. And like we were talking before the show began, Eknath Shinde also projected himself as this common man, somebody who understood, issues of common people, contrasting that with the image of Uddhav Thackeray, completely accessible person, somebody who threw the doors of Varsha open to common people. So completely, a lot of these, it's a battle of perception in Maharashtra, and that is where the Mahayuti seems to have really pulled it off.
Let's go across to our colleagues right now. It's more or less the results, the leads have settled, and this is how the result would look like, more or less, barring a few seats up and down. Radhika joins us from, this moment from BJP headquarters, where a lot of action, Radhika, behind you. Jitendra is also joining us. Let's very quickly first go to Radhika. Radhika, the BJP, ask the voters, their supporters there, their karyakartas. I'm sure they didn't expect to wake up to this result this morning, isn't it? It's an absolute tsunami.
Absolutely. It is an absolute tsunami, a landslide victory of sorts. Of course, a lot of people did predict a Mahayuti win, but maybe not this kind of a win. Even pollsters, some of them did predict a Mahayuti win, but not perhaps a 220 odd seats. That was something that none of the pollsters predicted. Nobody really wanted to take a chance with that. Even Mahayuti didn't predict. The leaders said it could be 180, 185, but not beyond that. Let me show you where I am. Yes, I'm at BJP headquarters, and as you can see, these are the flower decorations that have been put up. This was put up just about half an hour to an hour ago. Flowers here, and of course a huge banner has also been put up by the BJP just about 10 minutes back. This poster, or rather the banner, has been put up, which says that this is a great victory for the BJP, for Mahayuti, and a huge round of congratulations to all of the winners. That's what the banner here says. And saffron wave is what we are seeing outside the BJP office. BJP flags all around. This is the decoration that just started coming up about half an hour back, flowers all around, BJP flags all around, and banners in every corner of BJP office. And a lot of karyakartas are here in and around. They were seen sloganeering as well. I will try and go across to some of them. But this is the scene here, and predictably, expectedly so, considering the landslide victory that we are talking about. It is a clean sweep for BJP. Very few seats lost by BJP, and it obviously puts the MVA in shame, and obviously a time for them to perhaps introspect. But this is the situation outside the BJP office, and I will go across to a few कार्यकर्तास. आप बताइए, आप इधर आए हैं, आप विक्ट्री के बारे में बताइए. तो लैंडस्लाइड सुनामी टाइप विक्ट्री हो गया.
बहुत बड़ी जीत है, बहुत बड़ी जीत बोलता हूँ मैं तो मेरे लिए.
आपने एक्सपेक्ट किया इतना नंबर्स? 180, 185 तक तो सब लोग कह रहे थे.
इससे ज़्यादा की उम्मीद थी, इससे ज़्यादा की उम्मीद थी.
नहीं, उम्मीद से ज़्यादा हुआ ही है, और इसमें जो है हमारी लाड़की बहनों ने बहुत अच्छा वोट दिया है, जिसके लिए मैं हिंदू भाई बहनों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दे रहा हूं कि उन्होंने अच्छे तरह से मतदान किया, और इसके लिए हम इतने अच्छे से जीते हैं.
ये तो बस झांकी है, लोकसभा बाकी है. यहाँ के जो मतदाता भाइयों ने हमको सहयोग किया है, विशेषकर मुस्लिम महिलाओं ने, जिन्होंने लाड़की बहन योजना का फायदा लिया है, उन्होंने हमको वोट दिया है, और ये नतीजा आपको दिख रहा है.
So a lot of this attributed to the schemes by Mahayuti. We know for a fact that there was Ladki Behan scheme, a huge hit among women. One of the reasons why, at least pollsters and several of the experts feel, one of the reasons why the number of women voters increased immensely this time is as a result of these schemes for women. Besides that, there were farmer-driven schemes, schemes for youth, including internship programs, scholarships. All that seems to have wooed voters towards BJP, and of course in particular towards Mahayuti. So it's a great strike rate as far as BJP and Shinde Sena are concerned, and even NCP, Ajit Pawar for that matter, he was seen as the dark horse in this particular equation. But he also fared
Anuj joins us from outside Sena Bhavan. Anuj, that's Eknath Shinde speaking, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. The Chief Minister is also leading from his constituency, Kopri Pashpakadi, and also a strong man there, a Maratha strong person. But of course, the BJP doing well on its own this time.
But also, you know, one of the big winners of the day, Eknath Shinde, who transformed the image. You know, if you would have asked somebody 2 years back, who is Eknath Shinde, many people in Maharashtra would not have been able, to tell you who Eknath Shinde is today. He transformed the chief minister to the common man. His house is also open all the time, and that is something that Shiv Sainiks would have always wanted. He's speaking at this moment. Let's listen in. Oh, all right, he's speaking in Marathi. I don't think Vasudha and I are capable of translating that for our viewers. As soon as we get a translation, we'll put those, that
I
voice
think
up.
this ideological divergence that people talk about, with respect to Uddhav Thackeray not really aligning with the Hindutva ideology, betraying that, was something that Eknath Shinde managed to turn it around on him, because he was often called the Gaddar. But he said that, you were the one who really didn't stick by values that we were brought up with, and hence what I did was the right thing to do.
I think for Uddhav Thackeray, we've been seeing, and that's the problem with the Mahavikas Aghadi. Right from the Lok Sabha election, whatever worked for them, they continued with that. Rahul Gandhi continued with his constitution plan. Uddhav Thackeray still continued to try and gain some sympathy, calling him Gaddar and Pachas Koka, so on and so forth. That trick worked once, did not work in this election. And of course, with the Ladki Behan Yojana riding on the popular women vote, I mean, there has been an increase as far as the women voters are concerned in Maharashtra. And Eknath Shinde, he was able to present himself as an absolute contrast to what Uddhav Thackeray was standing at. And if this election was in any way a referendum on who the real Sena is after the Lok Sabha, possibly the voters, especially the Marathi Manus, who the Uddhav Thackeray faction was banking heavily on, has answered that.
Somebody in the BJP told me that Maharashtra does not need mass leaders. Like if you talk about Yashwant Rao Chavan or Shankar Rao Chavan or Mr. Nayak or... Okay, we have Anuj with us to translate what Mr. Shinde is speaking about.
नोंद आणि त्याची कामाची पोचपावती या महाराष्ट्रातल्या जनतेने आम्हाला दिलेली आहे. खरं म्हणजे आता आम्ही 2.5 वर्षात जे काम केलं, आता पुढच्या कार्यकाळामध्ये आमची आणखी जबाबदारी वाढली आहे.
The people of Maharashtra have validated all the work that we have done, but this also puts us under more responsibility to work even harder in the next term.
सर्व कार्यकर्ते मनापासून काम करत होते आणि म्हणूनच हा विजय एवढा मोठा.
All the workers worked very honestly for this fight, and that is why this victory has been possible for the entire Mahayuti.
मतदारांना धन्यवाद देतो की खूप मोठ्या लीडने, मार्जिनने त्यांनी मला.
I would like to thank to all the workers and all the people of Maharashtra for giving us such a huge and unprecedented lead.
पुन्हा एकदा सगळ्यांना मनापासून खूप खूप शुभेच्छा. मनापासून सगळ्यांचं सर्व मतदार.
I'm thankful to everyone, all the workers and all the people of Maharashtra.
आज मैं महाराष्ट्र के तमाम मतदाताओं को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ, उनका अभिनंदन करता हूँ, क्योंकि ये विक्ट्री जो है ये लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री है. ये मैंने कहा था कि महायुति को थम्पिंग मेजोरिटी मिलेगी और इसीलिए मैं तमाम मतदाता जो है, मेरी लाडली बहनाओं को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ, लाडले किसानों को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ और लाडले हमारे भाई हैं, लाडले सीनियर सिटीजन हैं, सभी वर्ग जो है, सभी वर्ग को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने ऐसी विजयश्री प्राप्त कर दी है कि न भूतो न भविष्य तो ऐसी विक्ट्री जो इस बार मिली है, जो 2-2.5 साल हमारी महायुति ने काम किया है. ये महायुति ने जो काम किया है उसके काम के ऊपर ये जनता ने शिक्कामोर्तब किया है, काम को तवज्जो दिया है, प्राथमिकता दी है और इसीलिए महायुति को इतनी बड़ी जीत हासिल हुई है. इसलिए मैं महायुति के पूरे महाराष्ट्र की जनता को तो धन्यवाद देता ही हूँ, उनका स्वागत करता हूँ, लेकिन महायुति के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ. उन्होंने जो काम किया है बहुत ही बढ़िया काम किया है और इस चुनाव में हमारे महायुति को जिताया है. इसलिए मैं बहुत बहुत उनका आभारी हूँ.
Say that I can come back as the chief minister. Sweet victory for him as the chief minister of Mahayuti at this moment. Whether he continues or not, that is going to be $1 million question with the kind of numbers that the BJP has got.
But you know, he has proved his utility. He's a Maratha face. You remember the Maratha protest that took place under Devendra Fadnavis. The Peshwai allegation is often there. But you know, remember that it is because of Devendra Fadnavis and also because of Nitin Gadkari that Vidarbha has really turned around for the BJP. So while the BJP is the real winner there, they cannot really deny the utility that Mr. Shinde brought to the table.
Yes.
But what is going to happen to Ajit Pawar? Let me also tell you that Ajit Pawar has actually performed better than Sharad Pawar's teammates, except of course some of his leaders, which include Chhagan Bhujbal and a couple of leaders here and there. Of course, Nawab Malik seems to be trailing. But other than that, most of his leaders, most of his influential MLAs seem to be really retaining their hold over their seats.
Now the big problem for that is what we were discussing, and we'll go into that. The big problem would be with these kind of numbers, whether whatever number of MLAs are winning for Sharad Pawar and also for Uddhav Thackeray, whether they are going to stick around, or is there going to be another, it will be easy to break those and go back and bolster the claims of Ajit Pawar and Eknath Shinde. But we also at this moment, let me introduce our other guests who are joining us. Neerja Chaudhary, senior journalist, political analyst, is with us at this moment. Zainab Sikandar, political analyst, is also joining us. Dr. Shama Mohammed, national spokesperson of the Congress Party, is with us. Pradeep Bhandari, BJP national spokesperson, also joining us at this moment. Thank you so much to all of you and welcome to the broadcast. Let me, Mr. Sushil Vyas, spokesperson of the Shiv Sena Shinde faction, is also with us.
Sanjay Gupta, who's the leader of the Shiv Sena UBT, also joins us. Thank you all of you for joining us on this broadcast. To you, Shama Mohammed, first. Shama, what really do you think went wrong with the Maharashtra campaign of the Congress Party? Because just about 5 months ago, the party emerged as the party with the highest number of seats, 13 seats in all, and it was supposed to be this driving force, the anchor of the MVA, but clearly there are things that went wrong. Do you think that it was also the allies that in some ways pulled the Congress down with the kind of demands that they made with respect to seat sharing?
First and foremost, I myself am shocked when what I'm seeing in Maharashtra. I was there. I mean, you can have a difference, but not this much. Now, one thing they are saying is the Ladli Behna or Ladki Behna scheme worked. But even if it worked, it can be 156, 160. But this sort of landslide is very unbelievable for me. I mean, I don't want to blame anybody. I don't want to blame my alliance partners or any of those things. We have to see exactly, talking to the leaders, what exactly went wrong, because it's very shocking. Farmer distress was huge, unemployment was huge, businesses going out of there was huge, women's security, many issues as such were very big. So yes, there was a Ladli Behna scheme, and when it came itself, I was at the opinion that we should really take it up, in the sense as it was given 3 months before, and we knew that the election, which when somebody wants one nation, one poll, normally last election, Jharkhand, Maharashtra and Haryana all go together. So why it? Of course, we knew it was for this. But as you know, I mean, I'm not going to blame anybody, but there is no independent election commission in this country. That is a very big issue. And you cannot say polarization worked, because the same polarization was done in Jharkhand. It did not work. I mean,
but it's the same election commission also conducting the elections there, ma'am.
No, let me just finish. Let me finish. Despicable ads were put on where Muslims are entering a Hindu house, they're taking over, showing us Guspetias, and JMM Hemant Soren outside his photo that he's allowing this. I mean, that's despicable. So that did not work there. All right. So they cannot say that ek hai to safe hai worked. I will not believe that. That is not the.
But okay, what did not work for the Congress Party? Before I go to our other guests, because like you are saying, even if you call out the election commission, the same election commission has conducted the election in Jharkhand, where your alliance is coming back to power. The route in Maharashtra is there a feeling that the Congress Party, like you were saying, there have been so many issues. And just 3 days before people voted, the Congress did a press conference, and that's the time they announced, 7,000 rupees for the soybean farmers. Were you not able to, in fact, your messaging continued from what happened in Lok Sabha? You thought after Lok Sabha election, it's a given that you are going to win, while the BJP was able to reinvent itself.
So just one point. I'm not blaming the election commission for anything, but for the dates of the election, when they say, one nation, one poll, you can't tell festivals are there and then change dates. That I don't agree. We all know festivals. In the beginning of the year, we get the calendar. So we know when festivals are. The other thing is, yes, I agree with you and admit, In Telangana, the guarantees were given much before. The guarantees itself came 2 weeks before. It was very late. The people, I was in Pune, many of the candidates did not even publish those, get the guarantee cards to give it to the houses. So guarantees were released very late. I agree on that. In Telangana, it was done 1.5 months before. We were up to there. We gave it to the people. Yes, there was a coordination issue in Maharashtra. I saw it. So there are definitely issues.
So the coordination issue is important here, and I'm glad that you mentioned it. Pradeep Bhandari, the Prime Minister and a lot of BJP leaders have been extremely critical of freebies. But of course, what is happening is state after state, we see the BJP actually offering a lot of guarantees. Okay,
I think Pradeep is not able to hear us. Yes. We'll go back to Pradeep.
Let me go across to Sanjay Gupta, who comes from the UBT Shiv Sena. संजय गुप्ता सर, आपको लगता है कि जिस तरह उद्धव ठाकरे ने एक बहुत ही ज़्यादा पर्सनल अटैक सेंट्रिक कैंपेन जो चलाया था, इतनी बार जो एकनाथ शिंदे को गद्दार बोला उन्होंने, आपको लगता है कि दैट एक्चुअली मेड एन इम्पैक्ट एंड दैट एक्चुअली लेड टू अ लॉट ऑफ एंगर अमंगस्ट पीपल कि एट द एंड ऑफ द डे एकनाथ शिंदे भी तो एक कॉमन पर्सन थे, कॉमन शिव सैनिक थे, वहाँ से वो एक चीफ मिनिस्टर के पद पे आए थे.
फोन तो करवा कर
देखिए, एकनाथ शिंदे जी गद्दार नहीं, वो बागी थे. उन्होंने बगावत की थी, और बगावत जिस बात पर की थी, इस बात को हमारी पार्टी के सीनियर लीडर्स ने कई बार बोला. मनोज जोशी जी ने बोला कि हमारा नेचुरल अलायंस बीजेपी है. प्रताप सरनायक जी ने भी बोला कि हमारा नेचुरल अलायंस बीजेपी है. और हमने भी कई बार इस बात को चेताया कि जिस तरह से हवा दिखाई नहीं देती मगर जीवन उसी से होता है, ठीक इसी तरह से हर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी अपनी विचारधारा पर टिकी होती है. लेकिन जब हम बोलते थे तो अक्सर हमसे पूछा जाता था कि आप किस तरफ हो. तो जिस विचारधारा को छोड़ करके पार्टी ने जिस तरह से कांग्रेस के साथ गठबंधन किया, इस बात से हमारे उद्धव गुट में भी 90% लोग ऐसे हैं जो आज भी ये चाहते हैं कि हम कांग्रेस के साथ गठबंधन में ना रहे और हम बीजेपी के साथ ही गठबंधन में रहे, क्योंकि हमारी पार्टी
चुनावों के नंबर्स का असर है. अभी से इस तरह की आप बात कर रहे हैं, कल आपके जो एमएलए दोनों जीत के आ रहे हैं वो भी अगर बीजेपी के साथ चले जाएंगे, वो भी वापस चले जाएंगे शिंदे जी के साथ. तो उद्धव ठाकरे का जो पूरा सवाल था कि असली शिवसेना कौन है, वो क्या आप इन चुनाव से जवाब मिल गया है?
बिल्कुल. देखिए, किसी भी बात का सबसे अंतिम निर्णय लोकतंत्र के अंदर जनता ही लेती है. और मैंने हमेशा किसी एमएलए ने क्या कहा क्या नहीं कहा, मैं इस बात को नहीं कहूंगा, लेकिन मैंने हमेशा इसी बात को कहा कि जो भी 5 साल के अंदर महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति में घटा, उसका अंतिम निर्णय महाराष्ट्र की जनता ही लेगी. और महाराष्ट्र की जनता जो निर्णय लेगी वही सही निर्णय होगा.
First impact of these elections, Vasudha, where the spokesperson of the Uddhav Thackeray Sena at this moment somewhere conceding to the fact that we may have made a mistake by going to the Congress party.
Pradeep Bhandari, often we have seen the Prime Minister and also BJP leaders actually, call out this idea of providing welfare and calling it freebies, revdies. But state after state, we are witnessing the BJP also offering very similar welfare programs and saying that this is empowerment of women. I completely agree that it is empowerment of women. Women need that kind of money, especially, in times like this. But do you think that's become a blueprint for the BJP? And now that also doesn't put you in a position to criticize the Congress for its guarantees or even question, how irresponsible it is?
Well, thank you so much, Vasudha and Ankit, for having me. Well, there is a difference, Vasudha, here that when we give a guarantee, we complete and we ensure that the guarantee, we live to our what we promise. And there's a difference because the Congress party, whatever it promises, the Congress party does not deliver. Look at Karnataka as a test case of Congress party and look at Maharashtra as a test case of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Bharatiya Janata Party and NDA. In Karnataka, the Congress party could not provide Greh Lakshmi. Congress party has increased the price of milk. Congress party has increased the price of water. Congress party has ensured that the land of the farmer is given to work. So we can go on to our political debate. Today I want to focus on a very important point, Vasudha. I was listening to Shama and she could not even concede. She started to blame the election commission and was saying that the result is unrealistic. Please look at this last history. 2014, the same individual said the result was unrealistic. Prime Minister Narendra Modi came with full majority. 2019, the same individual said that the result was unrealistic. Prime Minister Narendra Modi came with full majority. 2024, they said that they're coming in absolute majority. We repeated the government for the 3rd consecutive time. In Haryana, they said that it is impossible for the Bharatiya Janata Party to come. We came back and defeated all odds. In Maharashtra, they were claiming victory. We've got a landslide victory. The commonality in all of this is that we get a pro-governance vote, we get a pro-welfare vote. And in all these elections,
the good part for a democracy has been, whether even it is Jharkhand, that the women voting in the democratic process has increased substantially. For the first time in Maharashtra, since 1962 onwards, the women vote surges more than the men vote surge. So in our democracy, it is the women which is the swing vote, and the women is going with welfare and development.
Pradeep, may I just come back to you in just a fraction of a second, because our colleague Prabhakar is joining us from Jharkhand at this moment. Jharkhand, of course, Pradeep, interesting things to talk about as well. As interesting as Maharashtra is, this is the only solace as far as the India alliance is concerned. Prabhakar, for Hemant Soren, now, not only does he emerge as one of the biggest tribal leaders, not just in Jharkhand, but across the country, he has also done something which is not usual in Jharkhand. 5 years, we have seen the government changes. This time, he has been able to make sure that the alliance crosses that victory mark.
Yes. And is it more of an emotive vote? Because, like Ankit said, that he is, Hemant Soren is the, most popular tribal, in fact, the only tribal chief minister that the country has. He was also jailed for a few months. What is an emotive vote, or was it also the welfare push and also...
Maya Samman, I mean, the women voter once again.
And the campaign around tribal identity, protecting Sarna Code, is that all, all these factors, did they play an important role in this, in making the voters, go for Hemant Soren's party, or at least as of now, we think that's where the leads are showing us to. Those are the visuals there of...
Hemant Soren has certainly made a history. I mean, so Hemant Soren certainly has made a political history, and it has never been done in Jharkhand before. He is a chief minister who served for 5 years, and then he made a comeback, which was never seen in Jharkhand before that. We are right now at the chief minister residence, though it wears a deserted look as of now, but we are told that as time passes, you'll see laddus and crackers, all laddus being distributed here and crackers being busted here. Now, what actually worked for JMM on ground is something very interesting. Hemant Soren was from day one playing a victim. He said that he was a tribal chief minister, a tribal leader, and the way BJP had not only targeted him, but he was sent behind bars. So he went to his voters actually claiming to be a victim, playing a victim, and that seems to have worked on the ground. As far as BJP's effort to dent into that tribal vote bank of JMM, which is considered to be their vote bank, it did not work on the ground. We saw the narrative of the infiltrators, the Bangladeshi migrants, all being floated on the ground by BJP, but that actually did not seem to be working on the ground and did not work for BJP at all. And most importantly, the women voters. Remember, Maya Samman Yojana is the flagship program of JMM, and they have been giving 1,000 rupees stipend to women living below poverty line, 1,000 rupees monthly, and they've already given away four installments. Now, JMM has promised that if they are voted back to power, they would increase this stipend from 1,000 to 2,500 rupees. What we saw on ground was women voters lining up, and we saw it in data also released by the Election Commission that almost 80% of the constituencies, actually, the women voters outnumbered men. So is it because of the women voters who stood in the line and voted for JMM? So we'll have to actually dig deep into this data, but as of now, JMM seems to be all smiling. Yeah.
Thank you for joining us at this moment. But Neerja ji, let me ask you this. Does this now present the blueprint for, for every political party, for every alliance?
Yes.
We have seen the whole women voter, and especially trying to give the direct benefit of cash incentives to the women voters, state after state. If you are in government, if you start doing this, even if it is just 6 months before the election, that becomes the most formidable thing. Whether it is Madhya Pradesh, whether it is now, of course, in the state of Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Whether what you do in 4.5 years matter less, what you do in the last 6 months with these direct cash transfers to the women, is that the way forward for every
and also
political
two more
party?
things, sub-classification in the Dalit category, in the SC category, something that we saw in Haryana also, and also in Maharashtra, and of course, electricity for farmers. So I think these are the three things that the BJP has managed to crack, and they feel that that is one thing that gets voters on their side.
And you see, if women are almost 50% cutting across caste, and I saw in Maharashtra, Dalit women, OBC women, Maratha women being excited by this, what money they had got in their hand. Yes, the answer to your question is yes, this may well become the blueprint. And even in Maharashtra...
I'm sorry I'm interrupting you. Mr. Vinod Tavre is speaking at this moment. The man was in a lot of controversy 24 hours before the voting. Let's listen in.
एकनाथ शिंदे जी, देवेंद्र जी फडणवीस, अजित दादा पवार आणि रामदास आठवलेंचे आरपीआय या सगळ्यांनी जे एकत्रित या राज्यात काम केलं आणि माझं तर स्पष्ट मत आहे की अप्रत्यक्ष लाभाचं राजकारण आणि प्रत्यक्ष लाभाचं राजकारण, इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेव्हलपमेंट, रस्ते, पाणी, वीज, वंदे भारत, मेट्रो म्हणजे अप्रत्यक्ष लाभाचं राजकारण, आणि प्रत्यक्ष लाभाचं राजकारण म्हणजे लाडकी बहीण, शेतकरी सन्मान निधी, शून्य बिल, या दोन्हीचा बॅलन्स एकनाथजी शिंदे, देवेंद्रजी फडणवीस आणि अजितजी दादा या तिघांनी केल्यामुळे जनतेला यांच्यावर विश्वास बसला. दुसरं मला असं वाटतं की भाजप शिवसेनेची जी नैसर्गिक युती होती ती शरद पवार साहेबांनी, उद्धवजींनी 19ला तोडली. त्याचा एक वेगळा राग विशेषतः माननीय बाळासाहेबांच्या मतदारांच्या मनात होता. रोज सकाळी राज्याचं राजकारण कलुषित होणारं वक्तव्य भांडूपवरनं यायचं, आणि ज्यावेळी एकनाथ शिंदेनी बाळासाहेबांचं हिंदुत्वाचं धनुष्यबाण, हिंदुत्वाचं शिवसेना नाव हे हिंदुत्वाच्या मूळ प्रवाहात भाजपबरोबर आणल्यामुळे एकनाथ शिंदे साहेबांना बाळासाहेबांच्या विचारांची मतं ही बीजेपीच्या बरोबर मिळाली. मला असं वाटतं की महाराष्ट्रातला हा विजय, बिहारमध्ये पोटनिवडणुकीत 4 पैकी 4 जागा एनडीए पुढे, उत्तर प्रदेशमध्ये 9 पैकी 6 जागा भाजप पुढे, आणि तसंच राजस्थानमध्ये 4 जागांवर भाजप पुढे. त्यामुळे देशातल्या या सगळ्या निवडणुकांमधलं चित्र हे सांगतंय.
Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, BJP is leading not just in Maharashtra but also in the bypolls of the other state elections as well.
जनतेने आपला विश्वास दाखवलेला आहे आणि महाराष्ट्रातला विश्वास अभूतपूर्व आहे. तुमचा पुढचा प्रश्न असणार मुख्यमंत्री पदाचं काय, तर एकनाथ शिंदेजी, देवेंद्र फडणवीस, अजितदादा पवार आणि भाजपचा केंद्रीय नेतृत्व निर्णय घेईल. आज महायुती म्हणून आम्ही खूप खूप धन्यवाद. महाराष्ट्र में मतदाताओं ने जो भाजपा महायुति को
Sanjay Pugalia, who's the CEO and editor-in-chief of NDTV, has his analysis on what went right with respect to the Maharashtra elections and how did the narratives pan out. Let's listen in to what he said.
सोबत आहे विनोद भी अपने साथ. इनफॉर्मल चर्चा भी कर रहे हैं इस पूरे इलेक्शन के बारे में. हर कोई अपनी अपनी राय दे रहा था, हर कोई अपने अपने प्रेडिक्शंस बता रहा था, पर शायद ही आज के जो आंकड़े आए हैं वहां तक कोई भी प्रेडिक्शंस पहुंच पाया.
बिल्कुल सही है. ये चुनाव का जो रिजल्ट है वो वास्तव में कई कारणों से ऐतिहासिक है. बीजेपी की जो डोमिनेंट पार्टी बनने की एक मुराद थी वो कई सालों के बाद इस चैलेंजिंग चुनाव में पूरी हो गई है. मराठा वोट और गैर मराठा वोट को एक साथ लाने का असंभव काम भी उन्होंने करके दिखाया है. उनका स्ट्राइक रेट करीब करीब 85-90% का है सीटों के मामले में, और वोट शेयर करीब करीब जाएगा 50%. ये ऐतिहासिक है. आप ये सोचें कि शतरंज की जितनी चाल इन्होंने खेली और जब खेली पिछले 2 साल में या 5 साल में महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति को कैसे डोमिनेट करना है या कैसे जीत के लाना है, उसमें उनकी हर चाल, हर स्ट्रेटजी और हर टैक्टिक्स कामयाब हुई है। शिंदे को तोड़ करके लाना, अजित पवार को साथ में लाना, शिंदे को प्राइमेसी देना और उसके बाद ऐसे मुद्दे गढ़ना जिसमें एक तरफ विकास और दूसरी तरफ उससे भी बड़ा महिला वोट बैंक, ये जो था उन्होंने इनके लिए कमाल किया है। इस तरह की विजय की तो बीजेपी को खुद को भी उम्मीद नहीं थी, ये बात मैं आपको बता सकता हूं। तो इस चुनाव का जो सबसे बड़ा आउटकम है वो ये है कि लोकसभा चुनाव महाराष्ट्र के मामले में एक एबरेशन था। वो आप पाएंगे कि इस बार सभी वर्गों के, हम लोग कह रहे थे कि पिछड़े वोट मिलेंगे क्या, दलित वोट मिलेंगे क्या, हिंदू दलित वोट संविधान के नाम पर चले गए थे उसका क्या होगा, वो सब वापस आते हुए दिखलाई पड़ रहे हैं। ये चुनाव स्ट्रेटजी और टैक्टिक्स के लिए इस पूरे बीजेपी, मोदी, शाह, संघ, देवेंद्र फडणवीस, शिंदे, इन लोगों के काम करने के तरीके का पीएचडी का विषय होना चाहिए विपक्ष के लोगों को जो आज धूल चाट रहे हैं।
संजय सर, एक सवाल यह है कि जिस तरह से बीजेपी को इस चुनाव में जीत की ज़रूरत थी, मगर इस जीत की वजह से कुछ सवाल भी खड़े हुए हैं। स्पेशली उनके जो दोस्त है शिंदे, उन्होंने अच्छी नंबर्स लाया है और साथ में अजित पवार। बीजेपी इस तरह से उभर के आई है कि इस दोनों दोस्तों में से एक दोस्त काफ़ी है उनको सरकार स्थापित करने के लिए, दूसरे दोस्त की उतनी ज़रूरत नहीं है। कुछ सवाल खड़े किए, ये जब मैं बोलता हूँ तो इन दो दोस्तों का इसके बाद क्या हो सकता है?
देखिए, बीजेपी जब बहुत बढ़िया से जीत के आती है तब भी वो गठबंधन का धर्म निभाने में जितनी ज़रूरत है वो सारा काम करती है। आप पाएंगे कि इन तीनों लोगों को वो लोग अच्छे से रखेंगे, गुड ह्यूमर में रखेंगे। मैं मानता हूं कि ज़रूरत नहीं है, इसीलिए दरअसल ये शिंदे को और अजित पवार को सोचना होगा कि बीजेपी के साथ बने रहने के लिए, विश्वास का संबंध बना के रखने के लिए वो क्या करें। बात बिल्कुल सही है कि अब शिंदे की उस तरह की ज़रूरत नहीं है, लेकिन बीजेपी आप मान के चलिए लॉन्ग टर्म पॉलिटिक्स करती है। उनका हमेशा था ना, आप सुनते थे ये महाराष्ट्र में सीनियर पार्टनर, जूनियर पार्टनर कौन है, अब वो डोमिनेंट सीनियर पार्टनर बन करके आई है। इसीलिए मुझे लगता नहीं है कि एलाइज के साथ उनकी कोई भी प्रकार की वेवलेंथ में कोई मिसमैच होगा, ऐसा मुझे बिल्कुल नहीं लगता है। ये बहुत अच्छा फार्मूला निकालेंगे, अच्छे से पावर शेयर करेंगे, उसमें मुझे कोई दिक्कत नज़र नहीं आती है। ये जरूर है कि घटनाएं होती हैं, इससे हम संकेत पढ़ते हैं, उससे संकेत पढ़ते हैं कौन मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा, लेकिन ये इतनी बड़ी विजय है कि उसमें ये सारे सवाल गौण हैं, कुछ दिनों का सेंसेशन रहता है।
मगर अभी जिस तरह से एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने बयान दिया है, उन्होंने कहा है कि कुछ फॉर्मूला तय नहीं है सीएम के बारे में। एक तरह से बड़ा बयान उनका माना जा रहा है, बीजेपी को एक तरह से चैलेंज दिया जा रहा है।
मैं ऐसा नहीं देखूंगा, उनका काम है वो पोस्चरिंग करें कि भाई मुझे मुख्यमंत्री बनाइए। अच्छा, ऐसा कर लेते हैं कि आधा आधा कार्यकाल बांट लेते हैं, मैं मुख्यमंत्री था, मेरे चेहरे पर चुनाव लड़ा गया, लाड़की बहना स्कीम को मैंने एक तरीके से पायलट किया, ये बात सही है, लेकिन ये सब बीजेपी की ही स्कीम थी। तो शिंदे का पोस्चर करना, बार्गेन करना बिल्कुल बनता है, वो बिल्कुल करेंगे और उनको करना भी चाहिए, ताकि पावर शेयर जब तक बीजेपी ठीक से नहीं करेगी तब तक अलायंस का धर्म निभेगा नहीं। लेकिन मुझे इसमें यह कहना है कि देखिए, ये ऐतिहासिक विजय बीजेपी के लिए क्यों है। हाईएस्ट एवर सीट्स है उनकी, तीसरी बार 100 के ऊपर का आंकड़ा इन्होंने क्रॉस किया है। 50% के वोट शेयर में अगर 30% का वोट शेयर बीजेपी का है तो ये हिस्टोरिक नंबर है। तो पब्लिक मैंडेट को आप ईमानदारी से डिकोड करेंगे तो सीएम का पहला हक तो बीजेपी का बनता है। उसमें आप कैसे कहोगे कि मैं जूनियर पार्टनर हूं इसलिए आप मुझे बनाइए क्योंकि मैं मुख्यमंत्री था, तो ये बहुत लॉजिकल नहीं है। इसमें मुझे लगता है शिंदे साहब को थोड़ा सा पीछे आना ही पड़ेगा अल्टीमेटली, और वो भी खुशी से आएंगे।
मगर बिहार में
एक है कि तब की जरूरत, जब शिंदे साहब को मुख्यमंत्री बनाया गया था तब की जरूरत, आज की जरूरत, तब के आंकड़े, आज के आंकड़े, तब की राजकीय परिस्थिति, आपकी आज के, इसमें बहुत सारे। लेकिन आपने जो कहा कि शिवसेना को वो अपने साथ रखेंगे, इसमें मैं ये सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ कि हिंदुत्व का जब भी मुद्दा आता है तो बीजेपी ये चाहती है कि शायद वो मुद्दा हमारे पास रहे या फिर जो उस मुद्दे के साथ जा रहे वो हमारे साथ रहे। शिवसेना इसी तरह उनके साथ थी और जैसे ही शिवसेना ने हिंदुत्व का मुद्दे से थोड़ी सी फरकत ले ली तो फिर एकनाथ शिंदे को उन्होंने साथ में ले लिया। मनसे की भी वही है, मनसे ने जैसे ही हिंदुत्व का मुद्दा उठाया वो बीजेपी के साथ जाते दिख रहे थे। तो क्या ये मुद्दा है जो शिवसेना को और बीजेपी को साथ बांधे रखेगा आगे भी?
मैं समझता हूं कि आपका एनालिसिस बिल्कुल सही है, ये लोग बिल्कुल साथ बने रहेंगे। और उनको मालूम है कि बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है और आगे सीमेंट करने के लिए उनके पास एक जगह और मिल गई है। क्योंकि इसके बाद क्या होता है, महाराष्ट्र एक ऐसा राज्य है जहां महानगर पालिकाएं बड़ी होती हैं, लोकल चुनाव भी बड़े होते हैं, तो सबका अपना अपना स्ट्रेंथ एरिया है, सबको अपने रीजनल कंसोलिडेशन करने पड़ेंगे। तो पावर में बने रहें और ये मोमेंटम मेंटेन कर पाएं, इसके लिए इन एलाइज में मुझे कोई बहुत दिक्कत नहीं आती है। एक ही बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बात है इसमें ऑन अ लाइटर वेन कि महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति अभी कैसे भी आप शेप कर लीजिए, पवार तो उसमें रहेगा ही।
एक तरह से ये जो मैंडेट आया है, आप सोचते कि क्योंकि बीच में जिस तरह से फडणवीस जी ने बयान किया था कि हाँ मैंने ये पार्टियां तोड़ी है, उनको एक सबक सिखाना ज़रूरी था, इसके लिए मैंने ये किया, उसके विषय में ऐसे कहा जाता था कि लोग इस तरह से बीजेपी को देख रहे हैं कि ये पार्टी तोड़ने वाली पार्टी है। मगर जिस तरह से मैंडेट आया है उससे आपको लगता है कि जनता ने अभी नकार दिया है, बीजेपी को माफ कर दिया?
बिल्कुल। पॉलिटिक्स में देखिए ये तोड़ना फोड़ना क्या होता है, इट इज आर्ट ऑफ पॉसिबल एंड यू डू एवरीथिंग टू गेन पावर, दैट इज व्हाई यू आर इन पॉलिटिक्स। तो मुझे लगता है कि पब्लिक ने बिल्कुल, हम जो कहते थे ना कि तोड़ दिया, सरकार चोरी कर ली, हाईजैक कर लिया, इन सब बातों को नहीं माना गया। और सबसे बुरी बात क्या है, मैं इसके कुछ जो दूसरे पक्ष हैं उसको देखिए, हमने बीजेपी पर चर्चा की और अभी किस प्रकार का अलायंस बनेगा, मुख्यमंत्री कौन बनेगा, इसकी चर्चा की। लेकिन इस चुनाव का जो दूसरा सबसे बड़ा सबक है वो है कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए। चुनाव कैसे हारें ये आप राहुल गांधी से सीखिए। उनकी कमेंट्री आपको क्या याद है, आप बताएं, आपको क्या याद है कि उन्होंने यहाँ की जनता से क्या वादा किया, ये आप सोच करके देखिए। एक मुद्दा जो कि सोशल मीडिया पर ट्रोल का मुद्दा था, तो जब लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन अपने को ट्रोल बना ले, सिंगल मुद्दा पार्टी बना ले, पूरा मीडिया में उसकी सेंसेशन के कारण डोमिनेट करना चाहे और सोचे कि महाराष्ट्र में वो अच्छा कर लेगा, इससे बड़ा सबक नहीं हो सकता जो महाराष्ट्र ने सिखाया है। और वो ये है कि विदर्भ जो उनका गढ़ होता था, जहां संघ का मुख्यालय है, संघ कभी भी और बीजेपी कभी भी विदर्भ में ये डोमिनेंस नहीं बना पाई थी जो आज उन्होंने बना लिया है। तो कांग्रेस को हारने की कला इतने शानदार तरीके से आती है, ये